Hello, everybody. This is Chris with the Transporter Room. Tonight I have Stephanie K from the NX7062. She's our
Hi.
first guest.
I'm your first. Oh my gosh. I'm flattered and very excited. So thank you for inviting me.
Well, thank you for being willing to join and help me out on my little endeavor here, because this is what it is. It's an endeavor.
My pleasure.
And to go with the people that know what they're doing.
We're just really good pretending that we know what we're doing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You are correct. This is all pretend. I mean, what the heck? We're Star Trek.
I'm talking about me. I'm not talking about me.
Hey, I pretend too. I'm not gonna lie. I pretend as well. Hey, we're sci-fi fans. We're fandom. I mean, we have to do it. This is what we do. And so, I mean, and that's where that's what got me started in all this stuff was, oh my gosh, I remember watching. I don't know. I think it was probably Star Wars. I'm not gonna lie. That was probably my first, some of my first sci-fi.
Sure.
I mean, it was everybody's probably just about, or a good chunk of people. I've met you through. It's weird how we actually met. Was kind of just like, I think I was watching all the people this last year in STLV and all the videos and the pictures and all that stuff, and I was like, man, this looks like they're having a lot of fun. And I want to say I can't remember for sure, but I want to say I responded to some post anyway, who knows what it was? Hell, YouTube, Facebook, whatever, and we just started connecting, and you started telling me about what the hell was going on at STLV. And oh my God, I started seeing your pictures and all these, Dave Gregory, people I don't even know. Now I know them. I've met them virtually. And you were like my gateway drug to, to this stuff. Not my gateway podcast. That was the other show.
I don't think anybody's ever called me their gateway to anything before, so that's awesome.
Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, Shutterpod Show is my gateway to the YouTube side of these shows.
Right.
But so honestly, what got you started into just the fandom in general, sci-fi, all that stuff, not necessarily Star Trek, but what got you going?
Honestly, it might have been Star Trek. I mean, my grandfather, my grandfather loved science fiction, so it's like I inherited it. But probably Star Trek, honestly. Star Trek, Lost in Space, all those. Now, I didn't see them originally. I saw them in the reruns.
Same
but but yeah, I loved Lost in Space and Star Trek, and a lot of the other 60s shows that were running, that they were rerunning a lot in the early 70s, especially if you lived, I got Philadelphia TV stations, so Philly TV stations. I know New York TV stations too would just run a lot of the old stuff, especially back then. And then, I think probably my first two, the first few movies in my life that I remember seeing are Star Wars and Superman, because I saw them both.
Oh yeah, I always forget about Superman. I don't know why. I always forget about that. But you're right.
You can't forget about him now. I mean, the new trailer looks really good.
I haven't had I have not watched that yet. I've started. It's really good though.
I thought the trailer was really good. I'm mad that they redid the original John Williams score. They need to find new music. But outside of that, the trailer looks really good.
I didn't need to hear that, but
well, everybody now consider yourselves warned. They revamped the John Williams score, and I'm a little ticked. It's the only thing that's ticked me off that, because that's Christopher Reeve's music. That's not anybody else's.
Yeah, I mean, how do you? Anyway, that's a discussion for another time. We'll put a pin in that for now.
I think I know what James Gunn was trying to do, but I don't think he realized he was going to annoy people more than make them feel nostalgic.
Whoops.
I'm not nostalgic for the music. If I want the music, I'm going to turn it on. It's the same thing with Star Trek. I love the Star Trek soundtracks.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, so my gateway. I mean, my gateway was pretty much. I think it was equal parts the superhero stuff and Star Trek and Star Wars. I mean, everybody sits there and then they can point. Oh well, the first episode of this I saw. I just know that my first Star Trek experience was reruns of the original. Don't ask me what episode it was.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just remember being a kid and watching Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock, and if I was ever flipping channels and Star Trek was on, I stopped.
Yeah.
I stopped.
Well, and that was my thing. And see, I was talking to somebody today on Discord, one of our Seventh Row members, and we were talking about that because I knew this was going to be coming up, and she lived in the the Baltimore area or North Carolina area, I think she said, and so she had all the channels. They were always broadcast, and unfortunately, where I live, Corpus Christi. I don't live in Corpus Christi. I live in a little town called Fulton, Texas, and Corpus Christi is our, that's our major city. So that's where we get all of our networks from, and everything came so slow. But I do remember we were talking about that. I remember watching TNG because that was my first Star Trek series. And it was on. I'd stay up until 10 because it always came on after the news, like 10:30 at night. And we were talking about, I think it was something I heard on like the Salon Trek or something recently that, and I made a comment about that. I remember watching, it's because we're doing the seventh world end of season 4. And we were reviewing Best of Both Worlds at the beginning. And I remember being just like on the edge, waiting all the way until September. Now I know, we know what's going to happen. They're not going to kill John Luke, but still, all you hear is fire.
Dun, yeah, dun, dun. I mean, you didn't know. You didn't know back then.
No, you didn't know. No, you didn't. And it's like, oh my God, I got to wait all summer long until September. But that's what we were talking about. And that's where I'm like, you were up in that area. So because you could get New York stations and all that, y'all were always, I'm assuming, you always had the stuff available to you within reason. It wasn't delayed getting to you, I'm assuming.
Oh, no, I mean, we got the seasons when they were, we got everything when it was on. We didn't have a delay and season and stuff. So,
and you're lucky because, like I said, because we didn't have all the affiliates our affiliates didn't always carry everything, it would come, like, I didn't get to watch DS9 until it came on streaming. It's a shame. So, and then when I finally got satellite TV, I was able to, I remember, I think it was DirecTV and Dish Network send out a form saying, look, I live in a market that doesn't have UPN. Give me the LA and New York's feeds. And they did. So then I got to watch Voyager, of course, Enterprise,
Enterprise when they ran it. Yeah, that was always the problem.
Oh, I know. It's true. And so, okay, well, that's that's how we got into it. And then, you have, I still, people always ask me what's my favorite. I have to say, it really is probably Enterprise. And what's your favorite Star Trek series? I think I know the answer. I'm like, I know the answer.
My show, my logo for my show is literally a ripoff of the badge.
Yeah. Okay. I was wondering, how did you come up with all of that, your show and everything?
Okay. Well, how did I come up with the show?
Yeah, and all this stuff.
Okay. In a nutshell, I actually used to be a DJ, like on air radio live DJ.
Oh, okay.
Back in
wow.
the mid to late 90s. In a little in State College, Pennsylvania, where I was living, home of Penn State, go Lions. I was actually on air. And then I left State College, and then I did some internet radio for a while. Then flash forward a big chunk of years, and I became a country music promoter. I used to call radio stations and promote my artists' singles. That's how I met Magic Lasso. Shout out to Lasso because he's a frequent guest on my show. Or frequent.
I was wondering how you met him.
Yeah, that's how I met Lasso. He worked at a radio station, and I would call him every week. And Lasso is a huge comic book sci-fi fan as well. So Lasso and I became friends. That's how I met Lasso.
Okay.
And talking, the way country music promotion works isn't always about the song that you're promoting or your artist. It's about making connections with the radio people that you're trying to convince to play. because if they like you, then there's a better chance that they're going to put your song in their rotation. So I would connect with them. Like I said, I connected with Lasso, Sci-Fi. I connected with one of the other radio guys I talked to through Doctor Who. And some of them, it was just sharing stories about working at a radio station because I'd been where they were. So we talk about radio station stuff. And I got the bug again to do on air stuff.
Yeah.
So I came up with a podcast, but it was all geek. It was all like anything I wanted to talk about. And Lasso for a while was actually my my producer. Like Lasso would help me with the topic, and he would go to every show. It was always live. I love doing live, so it was always live. And Lasso would come to every show, and he'd chat at me and help me out while I was talking. And then so that went on for a little while. And then I started realizing I really kind of needed to narrow my topic down because I was kind of scattered. And then I went to the 50th anniversary Star Trek convention. Creation was doing 50th anniversary Trek around the country. They were still doing, I call them satellite shows because Vegas is like the mothership. They were still doing like those satellite shows. And it turns out that the 50th anniversary show in New Jersey was actually in South Jersey near my house. So it was the first time I've been to a convention in years. And I had the best time. That's where I met Connor and Dominic. And we hit it off. And I sang her. And I'm like, that's it. I'm back in love with this whole thing. And I started binge watching Enterprise. And to this day, I don't think they realize that without having met them and Nicole DeVore, without having met them. Happy birthday, Nikki. Nikki's birthday was yesterday.
Yeah, it was. I saw that.
Yeah, it was yesterday or the other day. Anyway, it was the other day.
Yeah.
I feel like it was the 20th. It was the. I feel like, you know what? I don't want to get this wrong because I hate when people get my birthday wrong. Hold on. I'm about. Because I can totally answer this question. Hold on, because oh, come on. It was the 20th. It was December 20th. So it was. That's right. It was 3 days ago.
3 days ago.
Sorry, I hate it. I hate when people get my birthday wrong. So I always like to. Anyway, Nicole DeVore's birthday was the 20th. Anyway, but having met the three of them and having so much fun, it sort of reignited my passion for conventions, reignited everything Star Trek, and I decided that's kind of. And then I started rewatching Enterprise, and completely fell in love with it all over again. I mean, I'd seen it when it first came out, but I fell in love with it all over again, and with all that connection I had to the show, it was very, and the whole underdog story, and as far as how the fandom feels about it, I always felt like Enterprise was like an underdog. I mean, it has more fans than I thought, but I've always felt like it was the underdog. So between being the underdog and just, I love the rawness of Enterprise and our first forays out into space. So there was just so much about it.
And that's what I think. That's why I liked it so much because, I mean, nothing against, Kirk and Picard and all of them, but, they had, transporters are just a common thing. Replicators in the 24th century, their phasers were, as I think remember, Catherine Janeway made a comment, that was more like cowboy diplomacy back in the day. It was even more cowboy diplomacy during the Enterprise. And so that's what I liked about it. You actually got to see them learning how to explore, and they didn't have photon torpedoes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Archer wasn't expecting to have to be a diplomat. He was expecting to go out and say hi to people and, hi, we're Earthlings, and how are you? But he wasn't expecting all the diplomacy that was put into it. I think
the getting shot at. As he said.
And I think he honestly had the most character development out of all, like okay, Janeway had her struggles because she was thrown out from like Starfleet in the niceties of the Alpha Quadrant. So she was doing New Frontier stuff, but she still had a lot more to fall back on than Archer did as far as structure. But Archer went between the second and fourth season, there was the Xindi. And say what you want about the Xindi arc and all that. And I know that a lot of people think it killed Enterprise. The Rat Pack has an entire song about it.
Yeah, but it's not.
But I love it. Jeff Combs sang that to me once, just on his own. I love it. But that changed him, and that's what I'm talking about. Watching how Archer developed and how his views literally changed between the first and second season, and then the third season, and then the fourth season. That was just all very interesting to me, watching Archer kind of lose the rose-colored glasses as far as that the universe is going to be awesome and everybody's going to be welcoming and this is going to be like the most incredible thing, and realizing that there are people out there that are going to want to kill you for nothing more than the fact that you exist for me. So I like that, and I think out of all the captains, that to me is the most change, the most development, because I think everybody else, their characters came in and they were pretty sad. You might see them change a little bit, but you don't see the kind of changes in the captains, in any of the captains that you did in Archer. Now I'm talking captains. If you want to talk about Burnham had a lot of character development, but she didn't start out as a captain. So
no, she did not.
But if we're talking about established captains on the bridge when the show started, he had the most.
Absolutely, because like that's one of the things on. I'm not going to get the title. I don't remember which title it is, but and you'll know which one it is. It's when he has to make the decision to withhold that the antidote or the cure for that race that has the. Yeah, was it Dear Doctor?
I think.
I can't remember, but you know which one when he had to make this when he had to tell when Phlox. I think it was Dear Doctor when Phlox had to decide. I have the cure, but. It's we
shouldn't give it to them. Yeah,
we shouldn't give it to it. And I again, that's another thing I always loved how the writers did this was like they'd always throw a little nugget later on. And when he's right now we don't have, but he says like someday when we have some sort of a directive. I was like, yes, the prime directive. Yep, that was Easter egg. Yeah, it was a little Easter egg, and even though T'Pol and him did, and that was another character. The relationship between him and T'Pol was just, they started off very somewhat adversarial till the end where they were best friends, Yeah,
it's like, and then, in the beginning, I don't want you here. Well, I don't want to be here. And then and then in one season, she's like, I'm staying. So.
Oh, yeah.
Oops.
Oh,
my Alexa is letting me know there's going to be snow tomorrow.
Yeah, no snow down here in Texas. Not where I'm at.
Nice.
Yeah, no snow here.
That's one of the other things I always loved about Enterprise is that you got to see how our relationship with the Vulcans evolved. And I loved that. I loved that they brought in T'Pau because my very favorite episode of the first one of TOS is Amok Time. So I just remember the first time I saw T'Pau, I was like, I know her, and I thought they found a really great actress to play her, and I just like that. I mean, T'Pau was a really great, like we can call them Easter eggs. T'Pau was a really great Easter egg. The Ferengi episode, I love it. The Ferengi episode, the Borg episode, they were able to weave all of them in without making it look like there were holes in canon.
Correct. And I always laugh though about the Borg, even though, I love it, Regeneration. It's probably actually for my birthday, I think it was my birthday. I'm a member of Tex-Trek, just another Star Trek podcast. And, and they do, certain levels of Patreon members, you pick an episode to watch or anything to watch for your birthday.
That's awesome.
Was it my birthday? No, it was Halloween. It was the monthly episode. And Father Reed said, so what do you want to watch? And I was like, because he wanted a Halloween style episode. I'm like, Regeneration. Regeneration. And it was great. And the only issue I ever had with that episode was, and I know they had to do it because they couldn't, was I'm like, okay, you're telling me that the Borg could not adapt. This is my nerdy in me. I literally counted how many times they were able to shoot their phase pistols at the different Borg and take them out before they finally adapt it to their weapons. And I'm like, I don't know about that now.
No, I would argue with if they're Borg. I would argue the fact that they were Borg from Picard's time.
Yeah.
To adapting to certain things. So maybe the fact that these were to them ancient weapons was what
true.
them off.
And that was another thing. Someone else made a comment about that and that they didn't have the collective behind them, the full collective. Right. And so I got it. And plus they had to do it. I mean, you can't. I mean, if they shoot them once, they adapt. Show's over. But anyway, and plus they had to live the suspense for. Well, I guess that's a 24th century problem. It's kind of how they let it go.
Yeah, I thought that was great because I've always called First Contact I've always called Enterprise the sequel to First Contact. So
correct.
So I've always felt like they threw that it was a really well done episode to be able to do the Borg that way. And Bonnie, I'm gonna butcher her last name. Bonnie Friederici. Nah, it's Friederici. It's a C.
Okay.
Trust me. Oh, I have gone John Billingsley story. John sent me a little thank you note, a little thank you gift because he sat at my table at STLV. And in the return, the return address, he phonetically wrote out Bonnie's last name because he knows I have the worst trouble.
Oh gosh.
So yeah, it's not anything like it looks. It's not. It's Frederici. It's not Frederici. It's Frederici.
Yeah, Frederici. Something like that.
I think that's close.
Well,
I apologize. I'm sorry, Bonnie.
We're sorry, Bonnie. We it's like
we love you.
And also, John, thank you for the photo, for the autograph that you.
Oh yeah, John. Yes, and I still have your JG one. I need to send you.
Oh, glad you said that because I totally forgot about that.
It's
been busy.
I packed it in my suitcase to bring home. Yeah, you have a JG as Kolos.
Oh, sweet.
From
nice.
Which was another really good episode of Enterprise coming to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bonnie was in Regeneration.
Yep, she was. And I didn't know they were married at that time. I had no clue that they were married.
I didn't know they were married after the 50th anniversary here in Jersey. The following weekend was Labor Day weekend, and New York had a Star Trek convention called Mission New York. And I went up to go see Connor and Dominic again, and I'll go hang with some other friends that I had met in Jersey. And the one thing that Creation didn't have that Mission did was John Billingsley. And it's the first time I ever met John. And he and I were chatting, and he had a picture of he and Bonnie, he was one of his 8x10s. And I said, something. I was like, wait, I know her. And he goes, yeah, that's my wife. I'm like, oh my God, I know her from Trump. That's how I found out they were married. So I've known I've known since 2016 that they were married, and they are adorable together. They're so much fun. And Bonnie is fantastic. So I love having her. So. Well,
and they're very big they're big into the Hollywood Food Coalition, if I remember correctly.
John used to be the president. He had to step down because of acting, because of other things. But yeah, John was actually the president of the Hollywood Food Coalition for a while.
Yeah.
And then Trek Talks 4 is coming up on January 18th.
Okay, good. I've seen that coming up too. Yeah, and then because you've got because it's Armin and Kitty that are big, and Jonathan Frakes are big on PanCan. Very big because they've all Kitty had pancreatic cancer, and Jonathan Frakes lost his brother. It was or a family member.
Yeah, his brother. And Jeannie Francis lost one of the stars she used to work with on Days of Our Lives. He died.
Okay.
Yeah, and I only mentioned that because I love Days of Our Lives, and I was crushed when this actor died. He was actually still on the show. Like he died he's been filming the show up until
oh man,
a month or so ago.
That's scary. So that's the same. Well, we definitely need to keep those. Definitely, those are some organizations that we definitely need to promote and sponsor somehow. Honestly, me personally, anything with cancer, yes, behind it all day long. Yeah,
absolutely. And I'm so much more aware of food waste and everything now because working.
I know.
And having been on the show so many times.
that is one thing I can say after now that having been in this, diving very deep into this world of Star Trek
Mhm.
and fandoms and conventions and YouTubes and podcasts
Mhm.
and dot 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 dot. Um, I've learned a lot more about the things that they actually, which is again, that's part of the whole Star Trek thing is, the social issues and what they actually are trying to help take care of
That's
to
why they
even get us partially to the idea that Gene had.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure you've heard the phrase Trektivism. They coined the phrase Trektivism.
Yes.
Strictly for that, for fans that want to get involved and help their communities in different ways. For me, it's about animals. I would love to find, a lot of the Trek people I know love animals. I just need to find one that like works. Does something with animals because I'm a huge animal advocate.
You would this may be, you may have to that might be a Connor question because listen to him talk recently. I think he has between him and his wife something. They have a lot of dogs. They have a lot of animals in their house.
Yeah, he had when they started the other show. When they started the first show, he had a couple of kittens.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I had heard Jackie has dogs.
Yeah, they had some dogs, and there was and Dominic made he had I think a reel on Instagram singing to one of the dogs at Connor's wedding.
Oh yeah, at the wedding. Yeah. What was it,
at the wedding. I can't remember. Yeah. I asked him, and I asked him while we were at Trek to Dallas, and we were just joking about that, and he's like, "Yeah, that dog." It's just so funny. And speaking of,
Dominic had, when Dominic and I met, he had 2 cats.
Mm-hmm.
I used to know their names. Crap. Elliot. One of them was Elliot. Crap. I feel bad now. I don't remember the name. They both passed away, but yeah, Dominic had cats for a while, but he's more, I've had conversations with him too. He's actually more of a dog person. But some of the earlier Shuttle Pod shows that he did when he was talking, they did the 4-part series on him.
Yeah.
About how he's a dog guy and
he
had cats that the girl he was with at the time.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Elliot, this is gonna bug me because I actually sometimes know people's animals' names more than I'll remember their names. I'm weird that way. So this thing that I can't remember Elliot's brother's name is gonna bug the shit out of me. But yeah, Dom had cats when we first met. And, I had a dog and cat. I just have cats now, but.
Yeah, I have my dog. He's here somewhere being quiet, actually, so I better not jinx myself right now for saying that.
I actually shut the door. This isn't my show, so I shut the door so the cats couldn't come in.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, yes, you're General Zod, and I know General Zod. We have a trip, too, right? No.
I do. I have a Reed, too, but he doesn't get up on my lap. So you guys don't see. Reed is a tuxedo and he's a talker, so he may stand on the floor and meow, but he doesn't jump up on my lap. And Vader, I've been waiting for Vader, who's my newest addition, to make an appearance. Because he is definitely a lap cat, but he just hasn't felt like being on camera.
He's camera shy.
Because he's definitely not shy about jumping up on my desk. He's just camera shy. But I actually adopted him with Vader. It's the first animal I've ever adopted. I didn't have to change their name. So.
Oh, nice. So I have a question. Now we kind of talked about this. We've talked about it a little bit offside and in the night I was interchanged. How did you actually get involved with the convention? So I know you're pretty big in Trek Long Island or the Trek Long Island, and then you did stuff with Creation, I think, or something. You were a handler or something.
I've been a handler. What happened was. After I got back into the convention worlds, I don't even remember how I stumbled on the fact that a lot of conventions take volunteers, and it gets you into the conventions for free. You just have to work. You have to do something.
Yeah.
The first convention I volunteered for was East Coast Comic Con, and they had me outside checking people's badge, like checking people's tickets and doing all this other stuff. And then I got asked to help bring in like the 6-foot long sub that they needed for the green room. So I did that, and then they didn't miss me in front. And the other guy that was helping me carry I was actually helping him carry the sub. He's like, they're not going to miss you. You want to meet Simon, and I feel so bad I can't remember his last name, one of the artists for the Stranger Things comic. And so I met Simon, and then I helped work his line, and then he got up to take a break, and nobody was there like to tell me what to do. So I just kind of went wandering around, and that's how I ended up literally stumbling across Tony Todd. And I'm like, oh, you guys need help? So I kind of helped with Tony, and the other girl that was working Tony's table was really great. Her name's Panda. And she was giving me all of these like fantastic insights on like the best way to be a handler and how to like really, you know. And so after that, I volunteered. The only way that I got into Star Trek Las Vegas the first time I went was because I volunteered.
Okay.
Because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford it. Because because those weekend tickets are over $300, and at the time I was scraping together the money for the room and everything else that I needed. The one thing I was missing was a ticket. So I volunteered there, and I worked with creation, and I just became really friendly with the floor managers and all the other people. And it's just about just do your job and realize that you're not there to schmooze with the actors. You're there to work. So I really liked it. And then I worked with another really great group. They're not around anymore, but they used to do Heroes and Villains and Walker Stalker, where they're two big events. And I did Heroes and Villains a couple of times, and I got to work with Robin Lord Taylor from Batman, or from Gotham.
Oh, cool.
Which was awesome. Robin's amazing. And I got to meet Sean Pertwee. Oh my God, I love him. So I just got to meet right place, right time. Yeah. Just kind of start meeting people. And like I said, not to blow my own horn, but I'm a hard worker, and I do what I'm told, and I do what I'm told. And I'm really good with people. So like when I'm working somebody's line, I'm really good with asking them to stand, nicely, like stand here and do this, and and keep people engaged so that they don't leave the line, because that way they're not wandering off and we're all money. Or so I just to the point where the girl that was running the volunteers for East Coast Comic Con, every time I worked there, she gave me my choice. She's like, who do you want to work with? So I just literally rolled into being a handler there.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. And then that's how I met John Glover, who was in one episode of Deep Space Nine.
Oh, wow.
He was he was the Trill that came to try and steal the Dax symbiont from Jadzia.
Okay, I remember that one.
Yeah, he also played Lex Luthor's dad in Smallville.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I knew the name. That's right.
Yeah. So John and I became friends. I became friends with his booking agent. It's just about networking and getting to know people. And
true, and that's going to be the hardest part, I think, of all this.
I can't go to a convention now if I'm not working it or sitting at a table. I just don't know what to do with myself if I'm just wandering. The last time I went to a convention that I actually bought a ticket for was to go see my friends from Land of the Lost, and I ended up spending 90% of the time sitting with them and helping them. I'm like, I was taking their selfies for them and helping them sell stuff because I didn't know what else to do with myself.
Well, and I can see that.
I'm done.
Yeah. Well, and I see that because, I've now done, as I said that night I came on to your show, I did SpaceCon in October, and then I did Trek to Dallas in November. And I keep on getting asked by other members of the groups out there. So and Ryan, was it Ryan? Yeah, Ryan T. Huss was giving me a hard time about, so you're going to come to STLV this coming year in 25. I'm like, I said, probably not. Unfortunately, I can't get away from work to go this year. But 2026, damn it, I am going. I don't, because I am not going to be working.
26 is going to be a big year.
I know. So that's why I'm not so unhappy about not being able to go in 25.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'll just live through everybody else that gets to go. Their pictures and videos and the lives we got when you were there.
I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
I talked to Ryan. I need to reach out to somebody at Creation. I want to get more permission to maybe do more videoing, maybe get permission to like walk around and talk to people and do like be like the
Okay.
official like, on the floor live
Well,
from Creation kind of thing.
well, Ryan or Creation would be the one, to do that, and they need that.
Yeah, that's the beauty. That's the thing about anybody, and I talk about this a lot when I do my convention 101 shows. But if you want to volunteer, like the best way to get asked back and the best way to like move up the ladder is just be respectful, do what you're told, don't whine about I had one bad convention experience where I was promised I was going to be a handler and they stuck me watching a door and I got really annoyed.
I bet.
Because I'm like I told them I'm like I am friendly with John Wesley Shipp's booking agent. I had met him. We had become friendly. I said I'm friendly with him. I would love to work with him. He knows me. And they stuck me in like these most ridiculous positions. And to the point where they actually kicked me out for what they wouldn't even tell me why they were making me leave. They literally told me.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, all right. I said, please, I even sent them a really nice email. Like, I'm really sorry. Obviously I did something wrong. I pissed off the wrong person. Please tell me. And they just ignored me. They kicked me out of all of their Facebook groups. I'm like, you know what? You guys are one tiny little convention in the grand scheme of things. And I'm just going to go where people, appreciate me. And, like I said, you have to, but don't ever walk into a convention thinking you're going to be a handler. Walk into a convention thinking you're going to be taking tickets or because you are behind all the people that have paid their dues and have been doing
Correct.
it.
Well, yeah, that's like the lady who was our, I guess you'd say she was kind of our,
concierge. Did you?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did VIP. She was our concierge at Trek to Dallas, and her name is surprisingly Stephanie as well. So I've got Stephanie's coming out my yin yang here, but she had been doing. But she said she goes to a lot. Like she's been with them for a while now, and but kind of like you said, if they have a worker and who's not going to, who's going to do what they asked them to do and stay, especially on that level for what she's doing in the VIP group, because you have to stay on target with the talent's time because they may be going they have somewhere else they need to be, and when they're behind, it is a domino effect.
Yep.
Big time. And as a fan, sitting there, it's and obviously getting to talk to you over the last, year or so, it's like, 10 minutes, that's all we get. But I understand and then when they're running late, and it's not as much on, say, like the panels that they're running a little bit late on a panel, but if they have a photo shoot they need to be doing, they've got to get there because one of the ladies in our group, something happened and they were scrambling to get her into her paid photo shoot because either somebody I don't remember, it was late. Something happened that delayed that actor to getting there. And it was, and I think it was Elias, because that's why when we were on your show when Derek was on your show and I was in the chat, I was making a comment. He said, "Oh yeah, we had to give y'all extra time because they were running behind for something happened." Oh, I know, we changed rooms. That was what happened. We moved to the VIP room. But anyway, so yes, now I have a better understanding of like, I would love to have them there for 30 minutes, an hour, but you can't. They've got to keep going.
Yeah, and and I say this too, and Derek has said it. This is part of their job. This is part of their income. So, they have their obligations. They have the panels they have to do. They have the photo op sessions. But if they're signing in a vendor room, then that's where their bread and butter is coming from. Plus, that's where they get and everything. So, but that's why I've always said, don't bother, don't pounce on somebody that's walking. because they're going somewhere.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's like, I remember, oh my God, it's kind of, I don't even know if I shared this that night on the show. I remember I was sitting in one of the chairs at Space Con and, just waiting for a line to get going or something. And Brent Spiner walks by and I'm just like, don't do it, and I didn't, and I waited for him to say hi and I didn't, and he just said hello. And I said, oh, yeah. And I said hello. And, but I was like, don't be one. And I wasn't going to be one, but he's like, don't be a fan that grabs them. It's hard.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
yeah. I'll say hi to people in passing. I think the best one.
Correct.
I think the best one, I was in the hallway at STLV. And that's another thing. I would love to just like put on, get a GoPro or something and just walk you guys down a hallway in STLV. But I don't even remember why I was standing there. But Donnie Most and Anson Williams walked past me from Happy Days. And I forget they had stopped for a second because it's so freaking crowded. And I couldn't help it. I turned around and I said, don't I know you guys from somewhere?
Oh, shit.
And they just troubled, but I didn't stop them. I didn't. Yeah. I felt like being goofy just to see.
Yeah.
And they kept going. But yeah, I mean, I've said hi to people in passing.
Yeah, and that's what I did too. You just say hi and just keep on going. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. I remember. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, probably, you were talking about that. I guess so far today, other than it was Star Trek 2, was getting to go out there and meet and get to watch Bill Mummy's episode get recorded with the decon chamber.
Oh yeah, for decon. I love Bill. I when I was working with Tony Todd, Bill was a couple tables away.
Yeah.
So I know Bill.
He was.
Remember me when I saw him at the Hollywood show, him and his wife. But I love Bill. He's fantastic. Oh, just so you know, newbie, get yourself a giant something and keep water in it. When you're doing these, because even when you're recording them, if you get that catch in your throat, you'll see.
I've got a cup here.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Giant water. Just keep water around because there's nothing worse than doing it.
Yeah, and that was it was fun. I keep on hoping, and I keep on every now and then tag Ryan and be like, so are we going to get Dallas again? Are we going to get Trek to Austin? And he just kind of, he's like, we're working on it. He's like, we're working on it. So
that has to be the line. A lot of people.
I know.
There were 2 shows, South Carolina and something else that got pulled.
So right now, Orlando and South Carolina have disappeared.
Right.
And I don't know if they're going to come back. I hope they do, but no one. I mean,
I'm just bummed. I'm really bummed I can't do San Francisco, but the timing's not going to work out this year.
Yeah.
Last year I got really lucky, and I literally did it last minute. I think I literally got the flight and everything the week, 4 days before I left. I told my boss, I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm going to San Francisco at the end of the week. So I have a great job.
So for those types of trips, that's when, for me, my technology that I wish that we had today, we transporters all day long.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because of that. Yeah, because then you could throw all your souvenirs on one transporter pad and you on the other, and not have to worry about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I agree. That's my one. That's my one technology I wish we had, besides some of the medical stuff. But yeah, if I could just, because it would make that drive to Dallas, that 7-hour drive there and back, a whole lot more fun, a lot easier.
Yeah, but it's funny. I wouldn't mind a transporter to get me from here to LA. But if it comes to driving, but I'm still a road trip person. So if it's drivable in a day, I would still totally do that. I would just love a transporter just when I need to get across the country.
Correct. And I enjoyed it. I mean, you're right. I like the road trips.
Yeah.
But when they're trying to get there, for me, I was trying to squeeze so much. I had squeezed SpaceCon, that trip to LA, and then Trek to Dallas, boom, 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 with 1 week in between them all. And I'm just like, oh my God, if I could have just beamed my ass out to LA, done the done the show.
Yeah, but you got to go, and I know that was something you really wanted to do. I have yet to be at a taping. My timing is bad. When I was in LA for the Hollywood show, I reached out to Dave Zappone, and I'm like, "You are taping?" He's like, "Nope." I'm like, "Son of a bitch."
Yeah.
The Hollywood show. This is the second time that I've been out there wanting to do a taping. Once when the Shuttle Pod show was still on, and then this time. So it's on my list. It's on my list to see if Dave will. I'm not a Patreon yet. They need. Yeah. Guys, I love you, Decon Chamber, but you need a $5 level. Right now, $10 isn't. I would totally do a $5 level of Patreon for them.
Is 10 the lowest? I can't remember.
Well, last time I checked, 10 was the lowest.
Let's take we got a few more minutes here. Just let me take a quick little peek because I do want to verify that. Because I think you're right. I don't think. Where we go? There we go.
Yeah, just right now because for those of you that don't know, when you are a creator on Patreon like I am for my show, when you patronize another whatever, they take your patronage out of your revenue.
Correct.
So they literally take it. So right now I'd be okay losing $5 to the Decon Chamber. And I know that sounds silly, but it's just because I would love more patrons. There's just so much more I want to do, and so many more shows that I would love to go to. I love having my own table. I love having a table. It's so much fun.
Well, and that's something I can throw out here as well on the Patreon side of stuff, and they added in this year. You can now gift memberships.
Oh. Cool.
Yes, you can now gift memberships. And speaking of that, I need to do that. Or I need to do that before probably tomorrow because I made a commitment to them that I would do 1 or 2 memberships for the show. I didn't say what level. I didn't say.
No, but still, the gift, just to gift something like that's amazing. And I mean, holidays are pretty much starting tomorrow, so.
Yeah, that's my problem. I still need.
Or year-round gift, depends on who you want.
Correct. Birthday, that's actually. Well, that's what I need to do. Actually, I still need to. Luckily, this will be posted after Christmas, so I won't get in trouble. I still need to go do. I just need to do one. I gotta get my gift for tomorrow night for our family white elephant. Still.
Oh, there you go.
But it's easy. I hate to say that.
I went to Target today. Like I got done work and I went to Target thinking I could do a quick.
Oh hell!
I actually went out without buying anything. I was like, I found like 2 things. They didn't have anything. I'm like, you know what? I am not standing in these horrendous lines for like the 2 things that I picked up.
Hell no! No.
No, and my way home, the road was closed. Like I knew this when I left. Like I couldn't do my little shortcut thing to Target because the road I would have taken was closed. So I got stuck on like the main strip, and it was 5 o'clock, and I'm like, so I literally put my cart back and walked out of Target without buying what I was there for because I'm like, I found out.
I get it.
And I'm like, forget it. I was just thinking, I'm not, So I was just like, I'm like, I had the appointment with you at 8 o'clock my time. I still need to come home and eat. I'm like, forget it. I'm not standing in this horrible line at Target for something I'm not even happy with. So,
I get it. Yeah, I get it. So that's what I do tomorrow, and then I gotta do that and drive to my relatives tomorrow. So it's not a big deal, but luckily laundry's done. I just got packed. Throw the dog in the car, and we got to hit the road.
What kind of dog?
Bear. His name is Bear, and he is a. When I got him from the Humane Society, kind of like he was the first dog, the first animal I've ever actually paid for or got from ever. I've never done it. Let me do this real quick. Let me send here. They say he's a Chow Shepherd mix is what I was told. So he is smart. Too smart for his own good, in my opinion, sometimes. Oh, and I have never had a dog in my entire life that is as picky about the food that he eats.
Oh, that's so funny.
He literally will stick his nose in his food or I don't want that. Let me see if I
Thanks
can
for
do
coming.
this. Let me see if I can share my screen without this. Let's see here. Okay, share screen. It's my first time to do this with this product. So,
You just gotta pick what you want to share.
yeah.
There you go.
So there he
Oh
is.
my God, he's beautiful. Oh, look at that face.
Yeah, I had to
Oh,
wake him up to take that picture because he's looked at me like, please stop taking my picture.
oh, awesome. He's awesome. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I always thought of as his Chow Shepherd mix. He's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm
And
actually
the only
the
problem
market
is he's a shedder. Oh my God.
Yeah.
His fur could be everywhere.
That's why I had a pug and he was easy, and now I'm thinking about getting a French bulldog because they're awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's the best. He's so smart, and he is sometimes too smart for his own good. And like if anybody walks down the road because the windows are just right his height, he can see outside. He barks. That's my road, people. Get off. So,
Yep.
but anyway, well, I think I'm going to let you go for tonight. But I appreciate you coming on, doing this for me, and we will definitely stay in touch. And I guess tell everybody where they can find you on all the socials.
Yay. Okay. So my show is Transmissions from the NX7062. It's live Monday nights, 10 p.m. East on YouTube. And I'm either the NX7062 or just look up NX7062 on the socials and you will find me. I just started on BlueSky. I still do X just because I have the followers there. But I'm on Facebook. I'm on Insta. So just look me up. And my next booth appearance is going to be at STLV. Yep. I'm going to be working Trek Long Island with John Billingsley, and I'm going to be working Shore Leave, but they have not announced who my person is. So, but find me at Shore Leave and Trek Long Island are two amazing East Coast Star Trek conventions. So just look them up too, and I will be there. But yeah, John Billingsley and Bonnie are both going to be with me in Trek Long Island, and it's going to be amazing. Or I'm going to be with them, I guess I should say. I'm going to be with.
Do you know when that is?
Yes, Trek Long Island is May. It's May 30th, 31st, and 1st.
Okay, I was just making sure. So good. All right,
and
so we got that.
I still have some free passes in my in my possession, and I am allowed to give them to whoever I want. Cool. So if anybody out there that sees this after it airs is interested in passes to Trek Long Island, it is in Hauppauge Long Island. It's a beautiful hotel. It's a great location. But if anybody's interested and they send me a DM and ask me if I have any passes left, I just might. So you'll have passes for the weekend, and then all you need to do is worry about finding a place to stay and getting there. But you will be able to get in all weekend. And it's great. It's incredibly supportive of the LGBTQ community. Library for the Kind, because the woman that runs it is a librarian. So it's very charity oriented, very Trektivism oriented. So it's definitely something that everybody should check out.
All right. Well, I hope everybody does. All right. Well, I thank you for being here. Everybody have a lovely evening.
Bye.
Hello, and welcome to the Transport Room. My name is Chris Garris, and I'm your host. Today, we are joined by my friend Jen from the United Kingdom. Hello, Jen.
Hi, Chris.
Hello. It's been a while. Haven't seen you since we were in Dallas.
I know, that feels like such a long time ago now.
So I want to thank you for agreeing to come on here and, just talk about Star Trek in general and how you got involved in it and what brought you to it, the fandom, a little bit about yourself, like you said, things you've done, favorite episodes, favorite series, all that type of stuff. So, I can tell you what got me started was actually Star Wars into sci-fi. We have to be nice. They're both good franchises. And as I was talking with someone recently, I think that's what got a lot of people into sci-fi and Star Trek, at least in our age group, and TOS for sure. But then when it came to series, my first real series to get to watch was Star Trek Next Generation when it came out. Because it was really the only one that was being broadcast on the local affiliates down here where I live. So I remember watching it after it always came on after the news. So I have to stay up late. And what would really be annoying was when they decided to preempt it for something else or who knows why they didn't show up, because it was in syndication. So, so what would be your favorite series if you have one?
Oh, jumping straight
to all this.
Jumping straight to favorite series.
Sure.
Okay, well, I mean, I got into Star Trek. My dad and my sister went to see Star Wars. So Star Wars was their thing. So Star Trek, being spacey, became my thing. Cool. My favorite series for such a long time, I'd have to say Voyager was my favorite series. And I know that
I did not know that.
Yeah. And I think that could be a bit controversial. As I've got more involved with the Star Trek community, it feels like Voyager wasn't necessarily the most popular choice. But yeah, that was the first series that I actually sat down and actually watched with intent. And what I loved about it is that it's about being pushed out of their comfort zone. When you think of Star Trek and they fly around and they get involved in stuff, they have fights, they make friendships and stuff. It's really easy to have that bravado of we're here when you've got the backup. So, if they get into trouble, they can put out a distress call and an ally or the Federation will come and help them. And so when they got pulled into the Delta Quadrant, they were completely on their own. All that backup disappeared. So, they had no friends. They had no idea where they were. And what I liked about that is so many people in life find themselves in the same situation at various points. And whether or not people get pulled away from friends, family, it could be losing their job. And in Voyager, when Janeway was in that situation, millions of miles away from home, all she had to keep her going was the knowing that her mission was to get the crew home. Correct. And the whole way through, she never gave up on that mission. No matter what was thrown at them, she had to find a way to deal with it without the help and the backup. And she had to create new allies and learn everything again. So almost everything that they'd learned in the Alpha Quadrant, they had to translate into Delta Quadrant. And I just loved that about Voyager, the fact that Janeway, she never faltered. She never gave up on her mission. And, and also the moral battles that she had.
Yeah.
Fighting between what's best for the crew and the people that she felt responsible for, and still operating in that old system of the Prime Directive as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, just being put in a place where space didn't play by the same rules that they were used to. So that's
a good way of putting it. Yeah, it really is a good way of putting it, because everybody, like you were saying, in the Alpha Quadrant knew about most people knew about the Federation, knew about Starfleet, and she did have the ability to send a subspace message, and somebody can help them out eventually, a lot quicker than 70 years, or 75 years. And that was really cool about the fact that she did not, most of the time, she stuck to everything Starfleet and the Federation. And she made that as very clear honestly, in the very first episode on Caretaker, that when they integrated the crews, they were going to run as a Starfleet vessel and a ship. And that was it. They weren't going to, just because they were thrown 70,000 light years away, just throw the rule book out the window. So, and that was, that helped. And I agree. Voyager was kind of a slow burn. And when I watched it initially, I was a little, I don't know. It took me a bit to get into it, but I actually do like it. I really did like it. And I've learned some stuff too, since being part of several other podcasts and Patreon groups, like the Delta Flyers. I was in San Antonio at SpaceCon convention in October, and I got to sit there and talk to Garrett Wang for a while.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And he let us know of an issue that happened after the pilot premiered. It was very interesting.
I feel like there's some juicy gossip that you're about to divulge.
It's not even really, I wouldn't say it was gossip, but yes. He said Paramount, after the pilot premiered, had a range of phone calls come into them, all from, "This is awesome. It's about time we have a woman in the captain's chair," to threats. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I when he said that, I was like, are you kidding me?
Threats because they dared put a woman in charge.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
it was crazy. So anyway, it's a little tidbit that I got to learn from him.
Wow.
It's interesting. I was shocked that would happen, but the world wasn't ready at the time. And I don't even know if they are still to the day, but we're not going to go to there. So.
Yeah. But going back to Voyager. Oh, go on.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, going back to Voyager, it was a testament to really knowing your values and sticking by your values and living by those values. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you did surprise me today, because I was not expecting that to be your answer.
Really?
Because of how we met. I was thinking it'd be that other show.
Right. Well,
Enterprise.
It is. It is now. It is now. Voyager for such a long time was number one, box set, the lot. And then this year, I took a massive leap of faith to watch Enterprise. And I had resisted it for such a long time because of Scott being captain. And I did not want to see Sam Beckett in a starship. And because I grew up with Quantum Leap, it was like, no.
Same here.
And I could not get past it. When did it come out?
Enterprise?
2001, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
and what we're now 2024. So it's taken
24 years.
over 20 years for me to get over that little small detail. But now I would say Enterprise is now my favorite. Voyager is a very close second, but it's just tipped over. I've watched it maybe the entire series maybe 4 times this year, and that's what's pushed it above, I think. And and the reason why it's overtaken Voyager is because it's set in a time that is so close to ours. I know it's set, in the future, but when you look at it, they're still learning. They're learning the warp drive, and they are starting that curiosity of space. And I kind of want to say we're not that far off. I don't believe we're that far off. When you look at technology today and how quick it's advancing,
correct,
and then you look at Enterprise, you can believe it. I think there's now that element of, do you know what, this could happen. It's not millions of years in the future. This potentially could happen. So Enterprise.
I agree. And I think that's why it has become one of my favorite episodes of series as well. Because we actually got to watch them take their first steps into interstellar space. And they stumbled. And they stumbled hard. But also, they weren't expecting it to be like that out there. I feel Captain Archer expected everybody that they ran into to be like the Vulcans and other races that they had met who were friendly and weren't always shooting at them, which wasn't the case. And it really opened his eyes. And as much as I feel like he had to suck up his pride to understand that, even it's hard to say this, that the Vulcans were right in some aspects because humanity was maybe not fully ready.
But do you think, though, that humanity would ever be fully ready to do that?
How would we?
You've got to go out there and experience it and learn how to approach everything, how to interact with these people by doing it. So.
Oh no, there's no way of learning. That's the only way. Is you're going to stumble. And
so
hopefully you don't start any interstellar wars.
So you genuinely think the Vulcans were correct to hold them back for such a long time?
Maybe not for that long, but for a while, because obviously we don't know everything. It's a show, but we don't know everything about it. But, they didn't even have photon torpedoes when they left, nor did they have all their weapons installed when they left. And during the Xindi incident, he made it very clear he wished he'd had those weapons before they left, which it also, it broke him. He grew, he changed as a character and as a captain. Now, do I really think the Vulcans should have done what they did? I have to say yes. It kills me to say yes. But in the end, I think it was for the better. It saved humanity, because could you imagine what would have happened if they would have gone out before they had Warp 5 and even more advanced weapons and run into the Klingons?
But isn't the whole premise behind the Vulcans is they were holding back progress? So they didn't want them to have the warp drive. And they were the ones that were stunting that progression.
Very true.
So if they hadn't have intervened in such a big way, they would have
that's a valid point too.
They would have had the technology. They just would have had it a lot sooner. So
true. And then again, maybe I don't know. But as we got to, was it the last season? We learned why. I don't know if you remember this part, but we learned why they resisted. The Vulcans resisted so much. It's one of the last scenes that Vaughn Armstrong was in when him and Ambassador Raval were talking, and Forrest asked him, "Are you afraid of humans?" And basically he says yes, because humans represented something that they remembered, which was Vulcans back when they were, fought all the time and didn't have logic. And what scared them was the fact that it took them 1,000 years, give or take, they said, to get over fighting and war, and humans did under a century.
Yeah.
So that explains why they were scared, because they said, if humanity could do that in 100 years, what will they do in 200 and 300 years? So I get it.
Yeah, but that's true. It is true.
It is true. So now I've got another question. So that's our series. But do you have a favorite episode?
Do you know what? I mean, the very, very superficial, high level one would be anything that had the guys in the decom chamber, or honestly, that's the superficial one.
Shuttlepod 1 would have probably been a great episode. Was it
Yeah, there were. I mean, you got the two great guys together, but they were covered up in blankets. So I'm thinking more when they're on the desert, for example, playing those kind of episodes. But that is just the superficial response. In terms of favorite episode from a deeper perspective, I don't, because every time I watch them, I will say a different episode is my favorite, because it depends where I am in life and mentally to the episode that I'm watching.
It's understandable.
Yeah, I don't have if I had to pick an episode to watch over and over again, it would be I've forgotten what it's called, but it's the desert one.
Yeah, I don't remember the episode but the name, but I know what you're talking about.
I'm trying to remember the aliens that were in it, and
I'm gonna say for a good episode that I really like was the Borg one called Regeneration, when they meet the Borg that were on Earth from First Contact.
Yes.
So I loved that twist. I really loved that twist.
Yeah.
It was good. And then, that's probably my favorite one in that regards. But then a good solid one was the one when the Ferengi board the ship. And we don't know it's the Ferengi. Well, they don't know. We do.
Yeah.
And they still give him a hard time. They give Connor Trenier a hard time about that episode. He's running around in his blue underwear. And that was so funny. Even to this day, he still gets a hard time about that. So yeah, those are mine. Speaking of the guys, did you have fun in Dallas at Trek to Dallas last month?
I did. I I did. It was brilliant, and it was so good to the point where I'm a little bit nervous to go to another Star Trek convention. And I've heard people say this before, you have to go and experience it to understand it. But I feel I'm still having trouble putting it into words how I felt while I was there. There was one day, I think it was the Saturday night, and I walked back into my hotel room.
Yeah.
And I, walked in, put my bag down on the bed, and I just stood there and went, what a surreal day I've had. Has this day just actually happened? Because there were so many surreal things that I could never have imagined happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just...
It is a very eye-opening experience. Especially at this one, because, I went to SpaceCon just before that, and it's more of a autograph. They don't have like the meet and greets quite as much. You can do your, your photo ops and all that stuff. But because it was at a convention center, once you left, you left. And that includes the talent. Well, when they're at a hotel, you're there with them.
You're just randomly getting in the lift with them. And you're like, oh, hello.
I know.
Or randomly outside getting some fresh air, for example. Or at the bar.
Oh, my God. That was cool. That was probably, of all of it, the coolest part of it. Like, I didn't go say hi to her or anything, but I saw Tawny Newsome just sitting in there, just chilling, having a drink. Doug Jones, which I know now I could have got up and said hi to him, and he would have given me probably a free Dougie hug.
He likes his hugs.
Oh my God, does he love his hugs? And he is such the sweetest person. Oh my God, so nice. And then, because we both got there Thursday. You got there before me, but I got in Thursday finally. And I'd been texting some people to see if they were there or not yet. And, I was told, they said, yeah, Connor and Dom were there, and some other people were showing up. And sure enough, we walk into the bar. There they are, just sitting there talking. So I was able to say hi to them. And,
well, I first met them in the lift. Was my first encounter, and it was you kind of go around the corner to go and get the lift.
Okay.
And they were both stood there. I was like, oh my gosh, of all the people that I could share a lift with, they're there. So I was just like, hi, I am Jen. Patreon member. And
so that explains something, because I didn't know
the conversation you had with Connor.
Yes. Yes. I didn't understand that. When I got there and was talking to them, and I'm telling them, hey, I said, hey, we've got one of our decon members is over here, and she lives in the hometown that Dominic grew up in Dominic's hometown. And Connor made a comment, we said about that. I didn't realize you'd run into them in the well, I'm gonna call it the elevator. I know it's the lift over your world.
Yeah.
The lift. And okay, so I didn't realize that. Okay,
yeah, so
that
the three of us got in, and then a load of other people got in afterwards. And I think one of them was English. I couldn't tell you who they were. And it was after Dominic had got out, because he was on a lower level than Connor. And then Connor just said, oh, so where are you from? And I was like, oh, from, where he's from. And he said, oh, have you told him? I'm thinking, nope. And he said, you should. And then it was his turn to get out. But somebody else in the lift, the lift was quite crowded at this point, actually said, really? Poor you. Because of the place, like in terms of where we live. And I was like, yeah, I know.
Hey,
You will, you know, it
well,
happens.
I'm glad that worked out.
But
I'm glad that
yeah,
worked out because I
yeah.
was, like I said, went over there, talked to him, and then, luckily I had already met them. Like, what was it? 2 weeks prior out in LA. And so they knew who I was, which is kind of cool. And when I told Dominic, I said, hey, she's over there, and he's like, oh, well, and anyway, Dominic, that was so fun. And I just loved watching the two of you talk and get to interact. That's when I went and sat with somebody else.
I was going to say, I looked up at one point and I thought, Chris is gone, because I should have said it at the time. I apologized because we were talking Leicester. So,
that's fine.
It worked out. We were talking Leicester, and it was at that point where there was one point where I actually said to you, do you understand what we're saying? And you're like, I haven't got a clue.
Oh,
because
I didn't have a clue.
Trying to explain how Leicester people talk. Honestly, it's like a different language. And
well, yeah.
And then we went off again chatting away, and I looked back and I'm like, oh my gosh, you've disappeared. And then I came and joined you. I think you came back and got me, and took me back to the bar to join you with the people you were talking with. But it was like, oops.
Oh, that's funny.
So I apologize.
And that was funny
for that
because Dominic was sitting there explaining that to me as well, like words, and I'm like, okay, that's a whole nother language. I'm good. It was just funny, but no. And I hear with you about just conventions in general. I'm like, okay, I've done it. Do I want to do it again? And at that moment, while we were there, my answer was going to probably be not really, but I do want to go to STLV. I do want to go to Vegas. I'm not going to get to go in 2025. It's just not going to happen. But for sure in 26, I should be able to go. Because that's the mecca of conventions.
Yeah.
And we probably both need to figure out how to get there in 2026. So we got time.
Well, I'm actually, I'm hoping to help out with the Olympics in LA, and that's in 2026.
Oh.
So, maybe I can,
stay.
Sort of halfway be there, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 18 months or something to sort that out. So.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, I agree. Okay. Well, I think I know the answer. I'm going to guess, but I'm going to let you say it. What piece of Star Trek technology, if it existed, would you want to have right now?
Right now, this second.
If you could,
right now, this second, in this moment in time, I would say a replicator, because I am starving, and I could just say, pizza, please, pepperoni, and I could be sat here eating.
Yeah.
That aside, if I'm not hungry, then definitely the transporter.
Yep.
Why would you want anything different? Because that ties into not having to worry about flying. Oh, the conventions here in whatever state, or Vegas, and being able to just beam yourself there and beam yourself back, and going to New York, for example, for lunch with friends, as an example.
Well, I know.
Instead of it taking 3 days out of my calendar to do lunch.
I know. Exactly. And that was like, I had someone ask me if I was going to go to the Voyager documentary, and I couldn't. It's not that I couldn't, afford the ticket. I couldn't afford the time because it was the week before. Well, the LA one was the week before Trek to Dallas. So I could not be out of town, because now we're going, that's again 2 to 3 days off, give or take. And I'm like, I can't do it. I can't be off from work and another airfare and all that stuff. But hey, if we'd had transporters, I could have just been like, okay, I'll be there. I'll beam in it 7:00 for dinner or whatever. Yeah, that would be the fun. And I forgot about replicators. That'd be cool to have too. Just be able to say tea, Earl Grey hot, or like you said, a pizza. So that's definitely one of the two techs that I would love to have right now. Now I do hope I would love.
But you saying that things like the medical tricorder, for example, things like that would be revolutionary, and I think that would be have a bigger impact on the life we have today than being able to transport places. But just to be able to say, oh, I've got a headache, and they can diagnose you and go, oh, you've got this ailment, and then give you an injection to clear it.
Correct.
I think that would be amazing.
There's one scene, and it kind of hit home a little bit actually. In the regards to medical, is in Star Trek 4, the one with the whales.
Oh, it's my favorite film. Again, controversial. Yeah. It's my favorite film.
I don't know. It's my favorite. Period. I'm gonna go with it. I'm one of those. All the evens were the best for me. Anyway, but no, what I was gonna say in regards to the medical technology, when Bones is talking to that lady in the hallway, and she's like, I'm here for kidney dialysis, and he gives her that stuff, and then a few minutes later, doctor gave me a pill and I grew a new kidney.
Yeah.
My mother had to be on dialysis for a little while. Yeah. He could have given her a pill to heal her kidneys. That would have been awesome. So yes, I do agree with you, especially on the medical stuff. That'd be so nice. It'd be so helpful. And no needles, just hypo, and it goes right on in. That'd be so nice. Oh, and so I guess this might be a little bit of a philosophical question. I don't know, and you may or may not be able to answer it. Do you think we will ever be able to get even remotely close to Gene Roddenberry's vision of the future?
Yes, is the short answer. I think that we have the capability and the curiosity in order to make it happen. If you look at how technology has grown in the last 10 years, 20 years, I don't consider myself old, but I remember having a black and white TV at home where it had no remote control, and getting a TV where you had a remote control was groundbreaking. Getting a VCR thing, stuff that and you look back and you think, oh my gosh, that's decades ago, back when the dinosaurs were around, kind of mentality. But it wasn't that long ago, and you think of how quick mobile phones, going from the flip phone where you had to have the aerial going up, and look at what you can do with a phone now. So I definitely think we have the capability to do it. Whether or not we will be able to achieve it before we self-destruct is another question.
Correct.
And it will take, if we can get over ourselves and look after each other and look after the planet and still be here in thousands of years' time, then yes, I definitely think we can get out and explore space. It's what we'll find when we get out there.
Get out there. Exactly. Well, and that's something when we were in one of our rooms in the convention, talking with the concierge that was with our group about, are we going to have the hard reset that they predicted in Star Trek? I hope not. And I've talked to some other people, and they don't think we will. And that's the case. So, but yeah, I think we have the ability to get there. Now, will it be in my lifetime? I don't know, probably not. But hey, may get lucky. But some of the technology we'll see, obviously.
Yeah.
And every day medical technology is getting better and better. I mean, I know someone who they straight up told me that their oncologist told them that if they'd been diagnosed with the cancer they had 10 years prior to that, they would have been told, getting your affairs ready. But today, but when this person had it, they're like, okay, what good chance you're going to recover from it,
Yeah.
So, and that was just 10 years. So yeah, it's just crazy. So that's that. Yeah, it is good. And that's where I hope we can get to there, and just not blow ourselves up or anybody that we meet out there.
Yeah. I think we do have to go a long way out to find somebody of the same, I was going to say of the same capacity, of the same forms, but what I mean is that's not a microbe.
Yeah. So, okay, this is kind of it's not completely off topic. It's still space-ish and related. And this part may or may not stay on here. It may go on the Patreon side later on. What do you think about all of these orbs or aliens, supposedly UAPs, that have been showing up everywhere lately? I don't know if you've been keeping up with that or not. It especially happened over in the UK a couple of weeks ago.
Really? I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, look it up.
I've been so engrossed with work that everything else is taking a back seat. So I will have a look at that.
If you want to watch a video, go look up the Angry Astronaut. He has, and I know we watched the same stuff. He has a whole video on that, or a couple about that. And it was going over the UK and some of the bases, I think. And so, it'd be interesting.
I do think there are things that potentially have come here. I don't necessarily think Little Green Men, for example, but
no,
I've seen some stuff. Not when I was growing up, but I was probably about 20. I've seen something that looked like a spaceship, and I know I didn't imagine it because I had my friend with me, and it originally we thought it was the moon, but it was just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And the fact that we had each other there to say, "Are you seeing this?" It's like, yes, but it was before the times of mobile phones, so it wasn't like whip out your phone and
exactly
stuff. And it was just getting bigger and bigger, and then it just kind of moved. I grew up in Kent, so it's in the countryside, so it's quite isolated. And my dad has also seen a UFO, the one that's quite well documented in the 1960s, because it nearly hit a plane, a commercial airline. So everybody on the airline saw it. A lot of people down on the ground saw it. So there's definitely stuff up there. Now, whether or not it is stuff coming from far away or not, who knows it. But if it's not, then that's kind of an indication of the technology that is already in existence that we just don't know about.
Correct.
So either way, there's stuff happening up in space, I think.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, there's too much space for there not to be other civilizations out there.
Did you at the convention, were you there at the talk? I don't know if you were in one of the meet and greets when the astrophysicists, I think they were talking about space. Oh my God.
Okay. That's it's my own fault, because I was more worried about getting autographs at times. I did not always make it to the panels, and I would have loved to have
Right.
heard that one. And also, because I paid the money to be the VIP package. We were always we actually kind of had a timeline for our stuff. Not always, but sometimes we'd get done and a panel was already going. And so I would just wait for the next, because the thing is, the person that was talking at that panel was probably going to be our next meet and greet.
Yeah.
And so I didn't want to miss it. So, but tell me about that one, because I did not get. Was it good?
They were so interesting, honestly, and they explained the science behind. Is there the possibility of life out there? And you could do a whole video on it. To be honest, it was so interesting about the conditions have to be right, and if you look at X, Y, and Z, you can see and how that is in our little solar system, and then you multiply that by the galaxies and how many there are and stuff. There is definitely a high probability that there is other life forms out there. In terms of why they possibly haven't made contact, is because they're so far away. When they're looking at the Earth, they're probably seeing the dinosaurs. So they think that we're not technologically advanced enough to accept them. And when you think that back to Star Trek and the Prime Directive and everything, where they do not interfere with cultures and forms that don't have technology. And that's the answer that they gave to why has nobody made contact. Because when they're looking at us, we're still 2, 3, 4,000 years. In fact, I think they even said it's like 30,000 years in the past. So they don't know we exist yet.
I can believe that. I can see how that works because of the time the light travels and all that stuff.
Yeah. It was fascinating the way they explained it. And
I wish I'd have been to those.
It was amazing. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I told myself this time it was the autographs and all that stuff. But the next time I go, I'm going to do the panels. But that one would have been a cool one to have actually watched and listened to.
Because they were linking today's science, etc., with Star Trek, because they were both Trekkies anyway. It was bridging that gap between the two. It was fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
That'd have been so cool to listen to. Yeah, there has to be something else out there. And like they said as well, that would have been a good panel. Oh, next time.
And it'll be the same for us. If we're looking out into the world, we probably aren't going to see if there's somebody there because, again, it's 30,000 years prior.
Well,
so,
and to go along with the Prime Directive of non-interference, why would you want to talk to a civilization, a race that cannot do what you're doing? Because you could contaminate them. And if they're not ready for it, it could cause a lot of other issues. So I have to agree. I mean, even though the Prime Directive is cumbersome, it makes a lot of sense. And you can tie that back to a very specific Enterprise episode. And if I remember it's correct, the episode was Dear Doctor. And it is the one where Phlox, or the Enterprise, goes onto a planet and there's two races. One is more advanced than the other. And Dr. Phlox determines that the lower race is evolving and that the disease that is, wiping out the advanced race, you know which one I'm talking about now?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Phlox is asked to find a cure. And he finds it. He figures it out. And he goes back and forth on whether or not he should tell Captain Archer he found it and he figured it out. It is a very good episode. That's one of your thinker episodes because T'Pol makes another good point to the captain is that if you do this, why is it his decision to interfere with that civilization's evolution? And it's not. And she said, look how long we've been on Earth helping y'all. And he decides that he's not out there to play God. And I love that line. He goes, he's telling Phlox, until someone gives us a directive on what to do and what not to do, I'll have to be making those decisions. And so that was perfect tie-in to the future Prime Directive. And another one of those, the Vulcans were right again.
Yeah.
I know. It's a thinker.
I mean, that's what Star Trek is, though. The underlying current are those moral dilemmas in their world. Like we can do this and we can save thousands, millions of this race, but we're interfering with their natural evolution because, you know, especially when you look at Earth, nature has a way of acting. It's very finely balanced. So if you got somebody that came in and goes, do you know what, we're gonna do this, and it will disrupt the balance and disrupt our natural course. So very tough decision.
It is a very tough decision, and it's also a tough decision that we're about out of time.
Okay.
And so we have to start ending it here, but I want to thank you for joining me today and for being willing to do this.
Thank you for having me.
It's
been fun.
Your interview number 2. So we're growing. It's going to take a while, but that's the whole process of this channel. And I just look forward to seeing you again. And hopefully we will run into each other in STLV one of these days.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. 2026. You heard it here. We will both
That's right.
be there.
We'll be
Start
there.
Saving.
All right. Oh, yeah. Start saving. Well, I appreciate it.
Okay.
And I hope you have a good evening, and I will talk to you again soon.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye. Hello, I am your host, Chris Garris, and you are watching The Transporter Room. Today I have the pleasure to speak with TJ Jackson Bay. TJ is one of the associate producers for the Seventh Row podcast. Thank you for making the time to come on the show. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Peaceful greetings.
Thank you. And to you. So before we get into the meaty stuff, how was your holiday? Do anything fun? Work?
This is what I've been telling everyone. I said I had a very restful day, and it's all that I wanted for Christmas.
Hey, that sometimes is more important than anything else. I was which was not bad. I drove up to my relatives on Christmas Eve up in San Antonio, stayed there, and then came home the day after Christmas, and then kind of slept for a while.
You go to the Alamo?
I've only been to the Alamo like once, maybe twice in my entire life. You know, I just unfortunately when I go to San Antonio, it's usually for family events since that's where most of my family lives. So I just go to the house, we do our stuff, and then I come home. So oh
I
yeah,
think
I've done some touristy stuff.
I think San Antonio is also the home of the first Church's Chicken.
I'm gonna Google that real quick. First, now I want to know Church's Chicken. Let's see where they go. 1952 in San Antonio, Texas,
Wow.
by George W. Church Sr., a retired chicken incubator salesman. Whatever that. I don't know what that is, but I guess okay. See, you know more about my state than I do at times.
Maybe so, or maybe I just know more about Church's Chicken.
Yeah,
Uh,
the nearest Church's Chicken for me is in another town about 15 minutes away.
we don't have them here, so it makes me sad.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I have to say this. I'm more of a Popeyes guy.
Oh, Bear likes that.
Gonna have to edit him out. But yeah, no, I've been more of a Popeyes guy over the years. But I don't know.
Popeyes does have, if you've ever tried them, the ghost pepper wings.
I want
don't know if you
to.
tried them recently. You don't want to.
No, I do. Oh, no, you're saying I don't want to.
Well, they're not overly hot. It's a good flavor that I like. And I tried them before and they didn't really hit, but I tried them again a few months ago. And they were just like the best thing on earth.
Really?
Now, I haven't had any in a while, but yeah. So there's your Popeyes.
I may have to go there tonight now. Now you've tempted me. Now I don't think because you're in Missouri, right?
Yes.
So y'all don't have Whataburgers up there.
Well, actually, they have them now. Yeah, they're in town now. In this town, anyway. Yeah.
I think when I was going to SpaceCon. I got to my relatives kind of late because I was staying at their house. It was in San Antonio, and I stopped at Whataburger because I may get chastised for this in the chat later on when this goes live. But I'm not the biggest Whataburger fan.
Every time I see those posts about what's someplace that's overrated, that people just like swear on, Whataburger is always in the list. That's not what I put in the list, but it's always on there. And I don't put it on there because I don't want to get, I don't want that heat, man. I don't know how people like that.
So I didn't want a burger. I was like, I'm going to try their wings because Whataburger now does water wings. They're boneless, which is what I like. And oh my God, they were actually good. For fast food restaurant wings, I was flabbergasted. They were good. I haven't tried them since, but I may have to try them again one of these. But yeah, they were good. So okay. I can say you may have to give those a shot too one of these days.
Maybe so.
So we're here today. I've been talking to fans that I have now met through, you name it, Instagram, Facebook, Seventh Rule members, and all that stuff, through other podcasts that I'm in, to find out, what it was that got them into Star Trek. What was their gateway to the Trek fandom. And, like I told people earlier, my first foray into the whole sci-fi thing was Star Wars. That's what got me started, which then led me to Star Trek. And I've been just Star Trek fan ever since. And I'm still a Star Wars fan, but Star Trek, I don't know. I like it better.
Now you're asking for the heat.
Eh, it is what it is. So that's what got me started. How about yourself?
Myself, I would say I was probably around 4 or 5 years old. I'm definitely on the younger side, 4ish. And um, let's see, let's give away my age a little bit. Back in my day, there was only one TV in the house. And so that means if my parents wanted to watch a thing, or definitely my mom for sure, if we were around the house and the TV, was a thing, well, I couldn't watch cartoons all the time. And believe it or not, back then, parents didn't always give in to the kids. My mom
Yes.
would put Star Trek on whenever it was on TV. And if I wanted to watch the TV and that's what she had it on, that's what I had to watch. So I started off not liking it because it wasn't cartoons, right? And here's what changed, and it was as if someone flipped a light switch in my brain. One night, I had a dream, and in this dream, I am standing on the outside of the Enterprise, like we're standing out on top, like it's a patio deck or something.
Okay.
And Captain Kirk is there, and I think he had like a dog or something. He's playing with it, talking to it, and whatnot. And I mean, the dream was very brief, but in that dream, I decided, it's not so bad. And so I woke up that day, and the next time Star Trek was on TV, I was all for it. I started watching the show.
Oh wow.
What I learned many years later, um, after years and years of watching Star Trek, is that my mom isn't really that big of a Star Trek fan. She just wanted something wholesome for me to watch, and that's why
Oh,
she
okay.
would put it on the TV. Because she wanted me to have something that had some kind of message or moral, or other than just junk
Yeah.
on the TV. So I'm grateful for that. And I cannot tell you how different my life is from that just very, very simple yet profound decision by my mom.
Oh wow. That's amazing. So was it TOS or TNG that you had to watch?
It was the only thing that existed then. There was no TNG.
Okay.
It was only TOS. That would be in the 80s, the early 80s before. So when TNG came out, I was excited about that. I didn't hear or see, as a kid, any of the, this is, not my Star Trek kind of thing. I'm like, hey, this is more Star Trek. Great, let's go.
Yeah.
And so, I watched that from start to finish pretty much whenever I could. DS9 and the others began to come out, and I was like, man, this life is good.
Well, see, I was not lucky enough to have all that here, because where I live, the town I live in, our main affiliates come out of Corpus Christi, Texas. And as far as I can remember, the first Trek that I could watch on TV was actually TNG. So I never got to watch TOS. So I actually started with TNG.
Okay.
Then it was later for me before I got to watch DS9, because we just didn't have, Corpus had, ABC, NBC, CBS affiliates. And they eventually got a Fox affiliate, but it was only over the air, and it wasn't on our cable company, wasn't carrying them. So when stuff would come out on there, I didn't get to watch everything as well. And sure, not UPN. I did not get. I actually, I don't even. I'm trying to remember when it had to be late '90s, maybe early 2000s, late '90s or 2000s. I had satellite, Direct TV, Dish Network, and because we did not have an affiliate, I was able to do the paperwork or submit the requests to be able to get the New York and LA feeds of UPN
Okay.
and at the time the WB, which then became the CW. So that's when I got to start watching Enterprise. I actually got to watch Enterprise when it came out. It wasn't until streaming when I got to watch DS9.
Wow. Wow. I feel privileged now. So now when you say you got direct TV, was that the
Satellite.
big
No,
deal in
no,
the
no.
backyard?
The little
No?
satellite. The little
You got
ones.
the little
I
man.
start with the little
Okay.
ones. Yeah. Now my
Okay.
relatives, he had the big dish back in the day where it moved and all that stuff. Which
Yeah, I remember those.
I
We
remember
never
those
had
too.
one, but my uncle had one, and so I
So did my
was
uncle.
just fascinated by that thing. I was
Oh,
like,
it was so cool.
can you talk
I'm
to
not,
the aliens on that?
I'm not
That's
gonna
nice.
lie. I know. I loved. I'd stay up sometimes late at night, and I'd just be moving to the different satellites, looking at different
Just
just
to
to
make
see
it.
what's out there. Honestly, to see
Oh,
what's out there.
yeah.
And so yeah, so TEG was my first show. Obviously, I watched all the TOS movies, and it's only within the last several months that I've started watching TOS. I'm watching it with a
Wow.
group recent. Well, correction. I'm watching it with two groups now.
Two groups, okay.
The Seventh Rule. So I came
Yes.
in. I came in midstream on that, but I'm with
Right.
this on the Search for Trek Patreon group. We're actually doing a run to series, and we started from TOS from the unaired pilot, and we just finished another episode a couple nights ago, or just before Christmas. So we're still in season 1.
I'm excited for you.
It's actually making me watch it, and by getting to watch it with a group, it's making it better to watch because there's actually a couple of the members that are on the Search for Trek watch party that watched it originally when it came out,
Yeah.
when it originally aired, and that they have been TOS fans since the beginning. So getting to hear their perspectives on TOS back then and how it still stands well now. Yes, there are those episodes that have not aged well at all. But
Name
that,
one.
oh gosh, like was it iMud or Mud's Women is a little crazy there.
I mean, yeah, it's 100% misogynistic, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and
yeah,
even the
yeah,
Kirk stuff,
okay.
and when I say they haven't aged well, it's that stuff.
Yeah, there are some elements. There are some elements, and again, as one of those that watched it when it was the only Trek there is, it's like near and dear to me. So it's almost like I it's funny. It's like that friend that does things that are
Correct.
not socially acceptable, but you still like them.
and that's the way I look at it. I like it. I still like the episodes, and for the time when they were aired, that was okay. Or I mean, that was accepted. Maybe not okay, but accepted. And I would say this: more good has come from TOS than has not.
Yeah, look at all we have for that, and I'd also say, I think what's valuable about keeping those things are that we can have the discussions about how times have changed, and I mean there are things still in society now that still could change,
Yep.
To reflect a better future for ourselves. So I think it's important to keep those things so that we can have those talks, have those discussions, recognize, hey, okay, that's actually not okay. And and be okay with that, to have that talk. I think that's important. A lot of people, hold on to how things were in the past and still think that those things are okay. And it's important to talk about it in a civilized way.
And it is, and that's one thing I think helps with Trek fans is that for the most part, we can all talk about just about anything and really hash it out in a constructive way. And I have learned that through with like the Seventh World group, with our group of friends that we discuss top. I mean,
Yeah.
we can have discussions, and we have had discussions for hours after the fact of an episode we just reviewed or whatever. And it has made me grow as a person to meet all of y'all and to look at Star Trek episodes and stuff and movies in a different way, and to pick up stuff. And I can give a perfect example recently that we watched was I'm forgetting the name of the episode. I should not, but it was the episode when Dr. Crusher learns about the Trill. Well, they're the first time we meet the Trill.
Okay, the host.
And I want to say it was as I was preparing for our review, it wasn't until literally like the third time I watched it, and I realized what Dr. Crusher was saying at the very, like, literally right at the end
Yeah.
about,
Yes.
in a different setting, time, whatever, I was like, oh, wait a second. That's the best they could say at that time about having a
Yeah.
same-sex relationship. And when I watched that episode all those many years ago as a kid, pew, right over my head,
Same.
no clue what they were talking about. And even to this day, it took me multiple times to watch it and then realize, oh my God, that's what they were talking about, or she was talking about, and that was all they could do.
Yeah, that's as much as the censors would allow.
Yeah. And so it's those types of things that these episodes and series help, I feel like, people grow and realize what the heck they're talking about. And we need to look at this and how are we still having these discussions today?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, those are the eye opener episodes, for me personally. Um, and then I would say, so we know it sounds like now TOS is your go-to show. Was your go-to show originally?
Yes. I've been with the with Trek over the years. Now, it was a while later before I even discovered the animated series or even knew that exists. That one, I think it didn't replay as much. Yeah. But I have watched, I think, every Star Trek that has aired and a little bit more.
Oh wow. I haven't even
Um,
done the original animated series.
right.
Now, have I watched Prodigy and Lower Decks? Absolutely. And they are phenomenal. I never thought. So I gave a good friend of mine. He was like, not with Star Trek. He said I needed to watch the Star Wars animated ones. And I'm like, really? Animation? Cartoons? And no, they were actually what I have watched. I think it was the Clone Wars was actually very good. And what I liked about what they did is they were able to fill in gaps that they couldn't do in the movies, and they would tie
Right.
stuff to the movies. And that's what I'm liking about Prodigy and Lower Decks. They're able to do stuff they can't do in live action.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. Those of the Lower Decks is just phenomenal show.
Oh, it has been.
Both of them, Prodigy, phenomenal show. I've loved the stories that they told. I love Prodigy, especially because, even um, as a Nickelodeon produced show that is, marketed to children, I think it tells a story that anybody can watch, and I'm grateful for
Agreed.
that.
Agreed.
Yeah,
100%.
it adds very much so. And again, as someone who's watched every Star Trek that's aired, it adds to the story, in a valuable way, I believe.
No, agreed. And it's not for kids. It is for kids, but it's not.
Right.
Yeah. It's a it's a good series. Um, Now I'm gonna have to say, as for my preferred series, I think I've probably shared this before. It is really Enterprise. I don't know. I think what I liked about it so much was we get to see them. We get to see humans make their first trek out into deep space.
I see what you did there.
That was not intentional, but I
Yeah.
saw it in my head and it kept on coming out. But make their first foray into deep space and literally watch us stumble, sometimes bad.
I do wish, I wish Enterprise had a longer run. It's a very, very good show. Um, and whenever someone asks me to, list the favorites or rank the shows, I'll go as far as the top three and maybe an honorable mention. So that's going to be number one is always going to be DS9, and number two is Enterprise, and really everything after that is just
Honorable mentions.
not necessarily honorable mention. Like, I don't have a least favorite, right? I love them all. And so I actually tried to make the whole list one time, and so as I filled out the rest of the list after one and two, well, I think that at the time there were like 11, and whatever number 11 wasn't like,
It's not that it's bad.
yeah, it wasn't like I didn't like number, that's just something had to be there, right?
Correct. Well, yeah. I mean, I would say Enterprise for me, and then I'm actually going to say DS9 because, like I said, I watched it. It took me, and I probably not just me. When I first started watching it, I was like, okay, this is, eh. But as it progressed, and I actually watched the series, oh my god, that was such a great series. Um, the character building, and yeah, just the whole thing was great. But then after that, I don't know, Picard.
Let's see, you were talking about, having to watch DS9 years later. So, and part of my DS9 story is, well, I think, that was, came out around, my teens, as I was growing up. Same thing with Enterprise. Like, after that, it was kind of like my early adulthood. But with DS9, I think up to maybe season 5 or 6. And after that, like, my memory gets fuzzy. I didn't like the 6th and 7th seasons. I didn't really get to watch them, as they were coming out. It was years and years and years later, when I was able to actually sit down and watch the end of the series. And the funny thing was about that, I mean, it's phenomenal episodes like Far Beyond the Stars,
Oh yeah,
that I discovered later. And like, I was floored by that one. And actually, when I got to watch the complete DS9 series is before Paramount Plus and what was the CBS version of that
CBS All
called?
Access.
All Access. Before those things existed, StarTrek.com hosted all of the episodes on the website for a while with commercials. That was fine. That's where I finished
Really,
watching
I didn't know
DS9.
that.
Yeah,
Oh, I did
it
not
was
know they did that.
probably mid 2000s. maybe a little bit after 2010 or before. Yeah, right around that time.
I had no clue. That's actually good to know. I think I want to say by the time I watched it, it was on Netflix.
So that's how I finished the Enterprise series, which I also didn't get to see, to the end. Was Netflix, but not the Netflix that everybody knows. No, they mailed me
Oh my god!
the DVDs one at a time. Actually, I think I
Ah,
had my subscription. I could get like 3, so I would get like a movie, and part of the Enterprise, season or
oh
whatever.
wow! You did it the old school way.
Yeah, I would get 2 because I would send one back and start the next one, and by the time I finished, the other one would have come, in the mail. That's how I finished Enterprise.
Oh yeah, no, I was streaming when I did it. No, no, no. I mean, I did the disc back in the day, but yeah, it was streaming. Oh my gosh, yeah. And actually, another good episode, and they're all good, but uh, in the pale
Nope,
moonlight.
no, they're not.
Well,
They're
okay, they're not
not.
all good, but I'm looking at
Yeah,
so like in the pale moonlight. That was
yeah,
another.
that's a heavy hitter.
That's a heavy hitter, and then um, another episode that actually made me go watch TOS of DS9, and it was because I wanted to see how they changed stuff with Trials and Tribulations
Yeah, that's a good one. I remember when that one came out. Yeah.
and how they integrated stuff. I wanted to see, okay, what did they change? What did they not change? And the scene that really got me to make me watch it was when Bashir and O'Brien are in that lineup and Kirk is, giving them a
Yes.
talking to. And I was like, okay, I got to see how they did this and what they did. And that was phenomenal. Now,
Amazing.
I from a technical perspective, oh my god, Now I do wonder how the actors that got cut out felt about that. They got overwritten, but hey, they're still on TOS. They got the original,
Yeah.
it's alternate version. But yeah, so those are some of the good DS9 episodes that um, I think it might have been it might have been us talking one night when I made a comment about the first episode, Emissary, and I got educated, and I understood because I originally thought, how dare Cisco not show?
Oh
I think
no,
it
yeah.
was you that
Yeah.
educated me that and I was like, how dare Cisco not show Captain Picard the respect that he deserves? He's the captain of the Enterprise, but somebody made explain, and I was like, no, you're right. It's not that he was mad, and he had a valid point to still be upset because of what happened, and so I got it. I understood. Okay, I get
Yeah.
it. I get it. Why he's upset with Captain Picard. And
Yeah, it was an unresolved issue for him.
correct.
And I'll throw this teaser out here.
Uh-oh.
So if you guys have not read it, the autobiography of Captain Benjamin Sisko, I encourage you to get that book by Derek Attico. It addresses that. It addresses that scene between Captain Sisko and Captain Picard. And that's all I'll say about it. Go get the book.
Okay, hold on here. I'm about to go Google that right now, just so I have it for myself. What was it called? The biography
Of Benjamin Sisko.
Okay, because now you got me kind of interested. Cisco. Okay. All right, Benjamin Cisco. There it is. That's gonna have to go on the list. That's cool. Again, here we are, a series or a franchise and we have people writing autobiographies of characters.
Yeah, I think there's one for Captain Janeway too, but I haven't read that one. But definitely, yeah, the Captain Cisco, I got that one. Like, I pre-ordered it,
I get it.
and I was not disappointed at all. As a matter of fact, it exceeded my expectations.
How many conventions and cons have you been to, Mr. TJ?
Okay, so it's not going to be as many as you think. Let's see. So I started with the very first Star Trek cruise that's put on by Entertainment Cruise Productions, ECP, based in St. Louis. But and it's a funny story how that one kind of happened too. And I think that was somewhere maybe around 2013, 14, somewhere. I didn't know anything about it. I'd never been to a convention. Been, many, many, many moons since I, had any kind of group of fans. So there's another story to go back to. But anywho, with the cruise, I was visiting my mom's house. So I'm at my mom's house and I'm in my old room, and I think I was getting ready to lay down or something, and I pulled up Facebook just for a minute, and one of my high school friends had reposted or shared an article that says William Shatner is gonna, be at the helm of the very first Star Trek cruise. And I was like, oh, it was a news article. So I looked at it, read it, and I was like, oh, when is this? Like, is this in the past? Like, this is something that happened before? Or, and it was like, coming up and and go here, if you're interested. So I went to the website, and I'll be doggone, they're selling tickets to to this cruise. And I had only ever been on one cruise before, but I loved it. I never repeated the experience because I didn't have any travel partners to go on a cruise. And I was like, I could go on a Star Trek cruise or a cruise with a bunch of Star Trek fans and be at home. So normally, that's something I kind of, would think about and ruminate for a little while and to make a decision. But literally in that click from that, I mean, this is me going to bed, right? Pull up Facebook, see this post from my classmate, click the link, bought the ticket on the spot right away.
Oh, wow.
with no thinking process whatsoever. Like, I gotta do this, like it was meant to be, right? So I've been on each successive cruise, but in that time is again, that's when I began to connect with other Star Trek fans. So in that time, I had the good fortune to meet Homer Frizzell and be reintroduced to the Seventh Rule. So when they were launching the Seventh Rule, I was aware of that campaign, as well as What You Leave Behind. I was aware of those campaigns, but wasn't really able to participate at that time. But when I ran into Homer, I started listening to the show, and it was that, long story short, it was that group that convinced me to go to Star Trek Las Vegas.
What is it about that group?
They're a bunch of corruptors.
They are. They are. And that you are correct. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, you're right.
I just had to add that on, in the best way. That's what got me going to the convention. So I've been to maybe 4 Las Vegases. I think 8 cruises, with another one coming up in a month or 2.
I've been in February.
Yeah, late February.
January 1st. Okay, late February. Wow.
Let's see. And then there's Star Trek San Francisco that they did last year, which is repeating.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not going to that, but I
like that one. I like that one because Actually, the atmosphere reminded me of the very first cruise, which was just a little bit smaller. Like, I mean, Las Vegas, big.
Oh yeah.
The cruise nowadays, big, but the very first cruise was a little bit smaller. It was on a little bit smaller ship than the one they use now. It didn't have, as many of the actors, and the environment was just a little less formal. A little less of the big show. And I enjoy that. I like the big show too. It's not one is better than the other, just different.
Yeah, see, that's how I was. So I've only been to 2 actual conventions so far. I went to SpaceCon back in October. That was up in San Antonio. That was my very first convention.
I wish I could have gone to that.
But it was fun, and it was overwhelming at the same time as a first-time convention goer for me.
The first one is, yeah.
And it was also not just Star Trek either. It was Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate. I mean, all of those.
Yeah, that's what made me a little jealous. Like, what Stargate people there? I've
Yeah,
never
there
met
was.
anyone.
And then in November, I went to Trek to Dallas by creation. And that was a lot more intimate. And what I like about it over SpaceCon, like SpaceCon, don't get me wrong, but because it's at a hotel, most everyone's staying there. And so your interaction with other Star Trek fans is phenomenal. I mean, I talk to people I, had never met except through like this. It was awesome to get to meet some of our members in person. And because it's at a hotel, a lot of the fandom, a lot of the actors are staying there as well. Which was cool because you can sit there and I can say this as being from my first convention. They, at least the ones that I talked to and met, are just down to earth people. And I'm going to have to say, and we'll tell them this later on, but Sirach Lofton, oh man, just the nicest.
A1 from day one. That's right.
Oh man, he is the nicest. And I'm not want to, say the other people aren't, but Sirach is just gold. He is so sweet, kind, and just the nicest person out there. I'm gonna say Doug Jones may give him a run for his money, but because you got those Dougie hugs, but he's I love Sirach. When he came and talked to us in our meet and greet, because I went ahead and did the VIP for my first time go around, and he sat there and talked to us for like 45 minutes, and that will be a just conversation that I will never forget.
Yeah.
So those are mine. I'm not going to make STLV this year or in 25. Can't do it. Not going to be able to get away from work.
Be there in 26.
But I will be there in 26. Actually, the lady I was talking to just a little while ago, we're both going to we're going to go in 26. And she asked me, why is 26 such a big one? I said, it's the 60th anniversary. And she's like, okay. Yes, the 60th anniversary. So yes, I will be there. I'm going to be there. I'm making that commitment.
Looking forward to it.
To be that and to meet more people of our group. And the only thing I wish we had, and this is my, not counting medical technology, if we had any Star Trek technology I would love to have right now would be a transporter, followed by a replicator.
So transporter ahead of the replicator?
Mainly because I'd want to be able to get from here to Las Vegas or LA or wherever, just walk on, beam in, and you beam your stuff back at a separate time as well.
Well, what if they make those tunnels where it's like 15 minutes or whatever?
Okay. I'm okay with that.
You take that? You take that?
Absolutely.
Take that and a replicator?
I'd do that too. I just want to not be. Not that I don't mind road trips. I like driving. I like road trips, but
we got airplanes, Chris.
I understand that as well. But airplanes are also kind of pricey, and it's not really it's not the price. It's the convenience of time. That now again, when STLV rolls around in 26, I probably won't matter because if I'm going, that means I retired by then. So I'll have gobs of time on my hands.
You're gonna road trip it to Vegas. Wow.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I actually have thought about that, but I'm more than likely gonna just hop on an airplane. But if we had a
Okay.
transporter,
But if you had a transporter, you could do that.
do that in a minutes, in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
And I could do it while working because I could beam out
You
there.
just transport back home.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what if you ran out of transporter credits?
Hey, they don't have money.
I mean, you just talk about how expensive flying is. How expensive do you think a transporter is going to be?
I don't know. That's actually a good question because I have no clue. I've always wondered that, and I've never researched it to know if they can just transport unlimited for no credits or cost. I don't know. That's a very good question. So, but those would be my technologies. I don't know, what would yours be if you could have some Trek technology that obviously medical.
Let's see. I mean, I think I'd be keen on the warp drive.
Yeah.
I'd just go out there for a little bit.
Warp is definitely way up there.
I mean, again, I like going on the cruise. Can you imagine if the Star Trek cruise was okay? We're gonna fly to Alpha Centauri and back.
Okay,
in a ship.
That would be cool. I'm not gonna lie, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be very cool. So, warp transporters, I'll take those two.
The way things are going now, I'm wondering if now I don't have to land on the thing, but I would like to go up, fly around the moon, and come back. And
yeah.
I'm wondering if that'll happen in my lifetime. They're really pushing this technology these days. So
I suspect that is a yes. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I suspect it'll be later in my life, potentially.
Yeah, definitely. Like it'll be that. Maybe it'll be the thing that kills me. Oh, this is so great. Don't take me back. I'll just expire here. And they'll be like, no, we don't want people to know this is a death flight.
Love him or hate him, it's the company I like. SpaceX is definitely going to be helping us get to that part, along with other, space companies and rocket companies.
Yeah.
It's just, it takes time. As they always say, space is hard.
I wrote an article recently for Vibes magazine, which is a school of metaphysics production, and in it I was talking about like my childhood fascination with space and traveling in space and all of that. And I remember, as a kid, seeing the space shuttle launches on TV and things of that sort. But I didn't. Again, I was a kid, so I didn't know. Like I'm watching that, and then there's this Star Trek, right? I'm like, oh, okay, cool. We're space-faring society or whatever. But I didn't know they weren't going past low Earth orbit. Like I was like, oh, I thought they were gone. Like
that's Elon's biggest thing is he wants us to become multiplanetary. We need to become multiplanetary in the long run, and so.
And again, that's probably going to be a longer journey than we're really conceiving of to become multiplanetary. I mean, but I think it's important, like you said, to take these first steps to be able to get to, a planet like Mars or Titan, a moon like Titan or something like that, or I mean, just our moon. Like we haven't been there in a while.
I know, and that's my thing, especially when it comes to current space flight. And I'm
Send me
a
to the moon, like I know it's like it's
yeah, I
right
know
there.
it's somewhere up there. But I actually I watched the Angry Astronaut, um,
Yeah, I've
and
watched him.
I'm one of his Patreon members, and you can submit a question every now and then, and so I submitted um, a question about, and I'm not going to give you the answer because it's been a while since I watched it, about you know why did we stop nuclear, the progress on nuclear propulsion. I mean, I know it's the bad stuff, the bad part of it, the cons of it, but the pros of having the faster ways of space travel, you know. And so I asked him to make a video about that and do research on, and he did. And they just, they cut it out mostly for funding.
Yeah.
Not much, not environmental, not, they're worried about it blowing up in the atmosphere. It was mainly due to funding. And they wanted to move on to something else. And I was like, oh my God. Once again, the almighty dollar.
If we went to an alternate timeline in Star Trek, and that would be the reason like Zephyr Cochrane never made the first warp flight. It's like, oh, yeah, he decided to do something else with this money or resources or whatever.
A great series to plug here. And I don't know if you've watched it, but I bet you have. For All Mankind.
Oh yes.
The alternate What If.
That's amazing show. Which I know they're producing a new season, so I'm
yes,
excited
they are.
about that.
I'm so looking forward to that. And I hate to say it, watching that series, I love it, but at the same time, I'm sitting there like, oh my God, if we had
What
just
could have been, yeah,
kept going. But anyway, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Show. You got to give a shout out to Mike and Denise Okuda, as producers of that show, or I'm not sure exactly what their title is, but they're heavily involved, and I think that that's reflected in the product that we see.
Oh yeah, yeah. I had not had Apple TV. I got it for some reason, 3-month free. I got free. Never canceled my subscription, and I'm thankful I did because great series. I am so looking forward to the next season to come out. But yeah, again, it's one of those things. It's one of those thinkers. The what ifs. What if we had not stopped? And it's also, got some other. It's got a lot of Star Trek behind it. Ronald D. Moore is one of the creators.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to see if I can find what the Okudas, if they are, what their official title are. But it's definitely the special effect, or the the effects and all the
graphic artists,
graphic artists, and all that stuff. Because that's how we got the LCARs and other stuff.
That's why they call them Okudograms.
That is correct, my friend. But oh well. Anyway, I hate to end this. I could go for another hour, but I don't want to take up too much more of your time on a Saturday afternoon.
Do it again, Chris.
Huh?
We can always do it again.
Oh, we will definitely do this again. We will definitely do this again, TJ. And so I appreciate you doing this. And I will see you on our next either roundtable or free for all.
I'm going to throw one more thing out there. For those that don't know, I'm a newly minted aspiring voice actor. So anybody that's listening that needs a voice actor, get in touch with me. I don't have my website set up yet. It'll be set up shortly. And so, at some point I'll drop you some contact information there to maybe we can add it to the description or whatever the words below this wonderful video. Thank you for having me.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest joining us, Rachel Amber Bloom. Rachel is one of the hosts of the popular YouTube channel, Tex-Trek. Thank you for coming on the show today, Rachel. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Not too bad. It's, the last week of vacation for me. So, as I think, like you, we have to all go back to the real world next Monday.
I know I have to do something to earn money again. That's rude.
I know. What is that? I don't understand that. It's not fair. Um, I mean, I'm pretty sure the person that won the Mega Millions on Christmas Eve they got a really good present.
Yeah, I did. I remember seeing something before. They're like, everyone suggests remain anonymous.
Oh, absolutely.
Do not tell people.
No, I agree. Now there will be signs.
Yeah. I was like, there would be signs of all of a sudden, I just have the nicest uniforms possible.
You'll be going to the studios and being like, "Hey, I need a studio model."
All of a sudden, I'm like bidding on Hollywood memorabilia.
Oh, well, I know. Did you? I think you probably did. Um, was it the phaser? Oh, or something from the TOS phaser went for like almost $1 million.
Oh God, I did see that one. I got distracted by the ruby red slippers that were like insane. I mean, that pair does have like a history, but I was like, I really hope they end up in like a museum and not someone's like private collection.
I know. Oh yeah, there it is. TrekMovie.com.
Here's the thing about like a random phaser is one thing that I do actually believe that like some pieces that are like so important to like movie history. I was like, no, if I got it, I wouldn't keep it in my house. I would give it to a museum.
Well, yeah. So I just found it on TrekMovie.com. His long lost hero phaser sold for $910,000. And then coming in a close second was Captain Kirk's communicator. It sold for a record $780,000. So 1.7 million.
Never had that kind of money in my life.
Even I'm sorry, I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I had that type of money, would I do it? I don't know. I don't think I would, but just to be able to have the idea of doing it.
Got that kind of money, was able to purchase those kind of things, they would end up in museums because I actually think that's where stuff like that belongs. So it can be enjoyed by as many people as possible. Like I'm glad. Well, I'm glad like there's a pair of ruby slippers in the Smithsonian and like the Hollywood Museum, the Oscars Museum. I don't know actually what that museum is called. There's one in LA that has a pair of ruby slippers.
So how many pairs of the ruby slippers were there made? Do you remember? I don't.
I think there are, if I remember correctly, 4 surviving.
Wow.
One is in a private collection. One is the one that was just sold. And then 2 are in museums. There might be more, but I think there were more that were made. They were just
Yeah, messed up. Or
there is no Tin Man costume because they didn't really save things at that time, so it was like melted down to use for something else.
I can believe it because you're right. They did, and that actually can lead us into even to Star Trek because that when they were done with the series or whatever, and that set they were done, they would destroy that set.
Yeah, they're like, we're done with this. Why would we keep it? Like, or accidentally steal something from Roddenberry. But
well, and I'm sorry, I said TOS. I meant TNG. That's why they had to completely rebuild the Enterprise D bridge for Picard season 3.
Because none of that stuff was like laying around still.
Nope. But I think they actually have. I think now it's like a permanent spot at Paramount.
I don't know if it's a permanent spot. I think they at least have kept it so like if they need it again, they like can put it back up. I'm not sure. I'm not actually rich. I can't just wander the Paramount lot.
Yeah, me either. At least not yet. Maybe one of these days. But not now. Not till both of our podcasts become, million plus subscribers.
That's yeah, that's definitely gonna happen, right? One of the podcasts I'm on will.
It's gonna happen. We're gonna be positive. We're gonna have those million plus viewers or subscribers and tens of millions of viewers of subscribers and everything and views. Speaking of podcasts, so I know you're because that's how we met was through Tex-Trek and then through Tex-Trek. But I know you do some other shows. If I thought you've told me before.
I was made another show at Masks of Mayhem. It was an actual play podcast where we play Mutants and Masterminds 3rd edition. I got the 2MM initials right. Yay. We've been going for about 6 years. Haven't quite hit that million subscribers, but it's a lot of fun. I do it with right now my friends RC and Dan and other friends have come and gone, and they're always welcome to come back, but sometimes life gets in the way of wanting to do a podcast. But yeah, it's a Mutants and Masterminds is a superhero based RPG, so we're using it to tell like a superhero story.
Okay. So I guess so. Did you do that? So you did that before Tex-Trek, correct?
Yeah, that was like 6 years ago, because I met Fathery, which is weird because Father and I both live in Austin. That's as far as I'll go with my location on a podcast. We met like during the pandemic on Twitter because I was on another Star Trek podcast, Discotheque, which I still me and those people might are thinking about doing something else. But then Father just like reached out, was like, "Hey, you want to come on my podcast?" And we're also in Texas, and Father and I like, "Wait, we're like fairly close to each other." And then I was like, "Oh, nerdy IRL friend, I want that." Like,
Well, and so that was how I was searching Patreon. While I was trying to figure out how to do this channel and all this, I just was on I was on Patreon and I was doing like the Star Trek or Trek, and I was going through the lists and I see this Texas shaped logo.
there was kind of I was just like, "Oh, look, Texas. Oh, friends now." Like we're friends. It's like that was years ago now, but
Yeah, well, but no, that's exactly how this got started because, nothing wrong. I mean, I support the other podcasts that I support, but I was like, I have to join Tex-Trek, period. It's my state.
because and I've talked about this before, that I got into the Twitter, the Trek side of Twitter. I'm gonna call it Twitter. I don't care what Elon Musk wants me to call it. I have my slightly controversial what I'll say sometimes, which is if Elon Musk stops dead naming his child, I'll stop dead naming Twitter. For Discovery, because I tweeted about Discovery, and then an official account that exists under a different name now, retweeted that. But then, especially like during the pandemic, I got so much closer to all those people because I was like, I'm so bored. Like,
And I'm surprised, now that you say that, I didn't get into any of this stuff until after the pandemic because I actually was still having to work. Like I actually had to go into work. Yeah, so I didn't get to do that.
I had a job that was at home, and then I had a job I got laid off from. So I got laid off during COVID. It happens to everyone. But I was just very much like, I am bored in my house. Like,
Okay, so that's how. So y'all basically became Twitter friends, and it worked its way to Tex-Trek, and actually I'll have Fathery on Wednesday 2nd. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's Thursday. 2nd's Thursday, right? Yes, the 2nd. Yes, he's coming on. I think the 2nd, whatever day, sometime this coming week. And so we'll get to talk about Tex-Trek and all of his stuff and how that came about.
I don't because Tex-Trek was going on for a while before like I was popping on there.
So your main feed initially is the first reaction.
Yeah. So at first it was just Father was inviting more and more people onto the main show, and that became like unfeasible with how many people were like regularly coming on. Because it was like, because Father edits those shows, and just like, I think the last is like for Picard, Picard season 3, we had like 5-6 people on, and it was just a lot for him to edit. And so he was like, what if we did like a first reaction show, and like also people like want to talk about it right away. And then he was like, hey, would you want to host that? And I was like, sure, that sounds fun. I joked that I just like, a friend had a Star Trek podcast, and I was like, I'm taking your audience, thank you. I'm like, thanks for that.
Well, no, and it is fun, and I was so thankful that when he started putting out the on Patreon, well, not Patreon, on the Discord for the Patreon for other people to join the first reactions. And so, luckily, so I hadn't done a first reaction before, but I'm on the 7th rule, and so we do almost sometimes twice a week recordings, but they're just reviews. They're not first reactions of the show. Like we're actually starting season 5 of TNG right now. Like we have a recording tomorrow.
It's interesting because the joke is that the first reaction streams always go a little off the rails, but because we've also occasionally I've watched the episode for the first time like 2 hours before the recording, so like
that was I'll admit that was me. I think the first time I joined on the first reactions because I didn't have time to watch it a whole lot and really dive deep.
They're on Thursdays. I have a full-time job. I usually try to watch them during lunch and then try to watch them. I am often watching it the second time while I'm doing my makeup.
Okay. I get it. Not the makeup part, but yes, I understand. Well, and that's what
I'm also like, I'm pale as a ghost. So like if I don't, like I just wash out.
Be blinding.
Yeah.
Well, and that's like that's when so when I started getting on these with you, if I got up early enough, I'd watch it before I went to work just to get an idea of the show. And then luckily by the time I would get home, I still had time before we would hop on if I remembered to do it or I wasn't doing something else. Or I would, like you, I'd come home from lunch and watch it again to see what was going on.
My job is hybrid, so I'm home. I've said like Thursdays are a day I'm home, so I can just watch the episode and not deal with that. There was a second, and we do not need to go. There was a second where my job might be going in 100% fully in office. It lasted like a week. It also involved a snowstorm. It's not a story for the podcast, but it's a story for later. But I had the plan that I was just gonna like bring my iPad to work and like just watch it. My office is not close to where I live in Austin. It's in Austin, but not close. And Austin traffic is bad. If I time it wrong and I leave during rush hour from work to get home, it can take me over an hour. And it is in the same city. Like, yeah. I could tell you more specifics, but yeah. It's Austin traffic is bad. So my plan was just to be in the break room with my iPad, just with my headphones. Like,
you might as well just leave an hour later or whatever, because it just drives me at the wall. But yeah, that could go down a whole.
My first job out of college was a job that easily could have been a remote job. They insisted on an office downtown. I would occasionally just go to the movies at the Alamo Draft House. That does not exist anymore. The Ritz. That was one of the ones that closed during the pandemic, just because I was like, I took the bus
To work?
Yeah. They did not pay for my parking, and they did not pay me enough for the $200 a month parking fee. It was $40 a month for a bus pass and $200 a month to park.
What got you, or what led you to Star Trek or sci-fi?
Mainly Star Trek. So I guess my dad, So my dad, sci-fi in general especially, but my dad had DVDs that I don't even know what DVD set these are. He might still have them. I'm not sure. He probably got rid of them at some point. There were just a couple episodes of the original series episodes per disc. And he didn't seem to have all of them. So I caught those when I was like way younger. But the thing that this is gonna be when I was like middle school, and this is the context that I'm also a military brat. So like this was happening in Japan. I would get home. My brothers are older than me, so they were both in high school. I got home like an hour before them. I think maybe they had sports after school or something. And Spike TV had TNG reruns.
Oh yes, I remember that.
And I was able to watch like an hour. And sometimes only on Fridays because I had other stuff going on. Sometimes I would watch an hour and then run across the street to Girl Scouts. Because the Girl Scout leader just happened to live across the street from me. It's convenient. And then it was funny is they often would play Deep Space Nine after that. And Deep Space Nine is now one of my favorite. Deep Space Nine is not a show you can catch a random episode on and have any idea of what's happening.
I would say for sure probably after they got the Dominion War started. Prior to that,
the only because I would just catch random ones. The one I really remember catching part of, because when I got to the episode, I was like, "This is what was happening in that episode." Was that one where Kira's stuck in a cave and it turns out to be the female changeling lying to Odo?
I know. I've seen it.
Oh God, I wish I could remember what that episode's called. That episode, I randomly caught that episode. I was like, "What is happening?" TNG being way more episodic. Appealed for the I could only watch for an hour because I was a middle schooler who only had control of the remote for an hour. And so that was like my main way into TNG. And then like I would say that it was like always it would be like, yeah, Rachel likes Star Trek, but it was also this was the time between Enterprise probably would have been airing. We didn't have I was living overseas. We didn't have UPN. So I like wasn't watching it. And then it was so then I was just like catching up with Star Trek on my own, and then would be like in nerdy spaces that I have a complicated relationship with Harry Potter now, but like that would probably be like my main fandom during high school. And then it'd be like, oh, I also really like Star Trek, and occasionally people would be like, me too. And then when Discovery popped back on, when Discovery came on, I like had tweeted about it. Like this is like what I tweeted. I've been a Star Trek fan for a decade, and this is the first time I'm able to watch a show live.
I'm almost there with you because, if I remember correctly, and this is what I've said before, the only series that I was able to watch when it was broadcast was TNG because you lived in another country. I just lived in a smaller market. And so our Corpus Christi market didn't get everything.
Yeah, of course. The Corpus Christi did not get UPN. That does not shock me.
And that was the thing. So story on how I finally got UPN and then the WB was when I finally got satellite, Dish Network and DirecTV, since we did not have either of those affiliates here and didn't live close enough to pick it up all over the air from another town like San Antonio or whatever, I was able to get I'd get a waiver so I could get the New York and LA feeds.
Oh, nice.
So that was how I got to watch Enterprise. So of all of the series, the only ones I actually got to watch when it would release was TNG. Everything else was later. Most of it was streaming. Like I did not get to watch DS9 until it was on Netflix.
Say I watched Deep Space Nine on Netflix.
That's
which I think actually helped me because I think Deep Space Nine of the older Star Trek show leaned itself to streaming more than just with like there's a storyline and it's a lot less episodic.
Mm-hmm.
It was also like this was like I also like got really into Buffy the Vampire Slayer in high school. It was still in Japan. I got it like I lived in Japan and then moved to Hawaii for a year and like came back. Yeah, I moved a lot. Like this might be part of I moved 9 times before I started high school.
Before you started high school?
Before
I
I
don't think
started
I
high
even
school.
knew that. I
Yeah,
knew it was a
like
lot.
so it comes up if you're telling parts of my life story. Where were you living when that happened? But like I watched all of Buffy because the library had the Buffy DVDs. They didn't have the Angel DVD, so I didn't watch Angel till I was in college and because Netflix wasn't in Japan yet when I lived in Japan. It was like me in high school was a very weird thing where it was like the streaming was starting, but it wasn't like accessible yet. And like there was like a thing where like we would have Hulu and then Hulu would be like, "No, you're in another country." I was like, "But I'm not. I'm like on a military base." Like and now you actually can get American Netflix on the base, but like and it was like not I watched things illegally in high school, a lot of it. Because it was at the time where the internet was caught up, they assumed everyone was streaming it, everyone's watching it right as it aired, except I was in a different country. So like I got spoiled on something on the first season of Once Upon a Time, but during my senior year of high school. Something got spoiled because I went on the Wikipedia page for Once Upon a Time, not realizing the episode had aired in the US already. And it got spoiled for like the identity of a character. I guess this aired in like a decade ago. I probably can say August of Pinocchio. Shocking. But that like literally had probably aired like 20 months before, and I was in school. Like
Shouldn't have been on the internet.
oh, my teacher didn't care.
Uh-huh.
I know what class it was because that teacher did not care. It was like a movie making class, and like
Yeah.
as long as you've got your work done, he was like, I don't care what you're doing on your extra time.
Correct.
Go on Wikipedia.
That's funny.
I think it's too late to get that guy in trouble now, right?
Slightly, yes.
You're
You're
think he might
good.
still be at the school.
Yeah, you're
I
good.
won't say his name. I think anyone who went to that school could probably guess who it was.
Yeah. Well, we're okay. I think it'll be a while before this is found.
Yeah.
So I think we're good.
He actually, though, because some of my friends in high school watched Star Trek. At one point, we were having like, I think we had like a track meet happening at the school, and some people were like watching it, and me and my friends were like talking to him in the classroom instead. And he was like, I don't now that I'm older, like he probably shouldn't have worded this like this, but he was joking. He was like, "Oh, what's in that box?" He said nerd porn, and we were like, "What?" And we like looked, and it was old school TOS VHSs.
Oh, nice.
Like you could still see the strings and like, and we're like, "Hell yeah!"
Well, and I've been watching TOS because of I'm with the Search for Trek, and so we're going through. Well, Search for Trek, we're doing what's called Run the Franchise, which is we're watching every episode, everything, and we're still on season 1. And then with Seventh Rule, we do TNG and then like one TOS.
Watch order probably seems insane if you ever like went and looked, because like I would like, especially now, like I'm watching like TOS say, and then I'm like, well, I'm just gonna go watch the new stuff that's coming out. Like I'm not gonna wait to get there.
If I'm gonna watch it now, it would be. I'm not gonna do it in show release order. I'm gonna do it kind of chronologically. So that would be Enterprise first.
I would say, and a lot of people know that Enterprise is the show I've seen the least of. So I do need to go. Look, some of Enterprise is not aged well.
Okay. We are going to be on we're going to be getting together and do a watch party of all of Enterprise and review that sucker.
I would say I was a little taken because I went from Voyager to Enterprise. How Enterprise writes women has aged less well than Voyager.
Well, correct.
Before it,
but TOS is even harder. That's like we just.
I think I was prepared.
True for TOS
that, because TOS came out in the 60s.
No,
and,
you're
like,
right.
There's some stuff, and I like know history, and I understand from a historical standpoint that like mini skirts were part of the women's lib movement and were seen as feminine. Like was a feminist statement to be wearing a mini skirt. And
Yeah.
I understand that.
And
I
that's
was alive when Enterprise came out.
correct. Well, and that's like actually we just did a review yesterday. I think it's Friday's Child was TOS, and it's going to be interesting when that first reaction, well, our reactions review comes out, because the way it's done is we have our free for all, which is everybody gives their review or what they thought about that episode, and then so that part's put out on the YouTube, if about several weeks later. But then we have just the private for Patreon members only is the things left unsaid, and that's you got to be a Patreon member, and so when we were starting off our review yesterday, the first person's like, "Well, I got more stuff to say and things left unsaid," and had a few good comments, and then it got to me, and I was like, yeah, basically what she said. Yeah, it wasn't okay. Didn't really age well." Um,
And I mean, all of them have stuff that haven't aged well. Like,
and so, but then we got to the things left unsaid, and that's when I was like, and I think it was Sirach. He beat me to it. This when we were talking about this thing with Dr. McCoy, and he slaps a patient, a pregnant woman, and and she was slapping him, but I was like, oh my god, that's holy wow. So, but yeah, and but that's what I like about this whole thing that we do between Tex-Trek, Decon, Seventh Rule, all of this is that we can actually sit down and talk about, okay, maybe it hasn't aged well, but did we learn from it? And some stuff, yes. And then there's still things we're working on.
there's to some people this is sacrilege, but I do have a doc, which is like such a weird doc because it was made like just for a friend, and then I keep giving it to more people, and it's a doc, and it's TNG specifically, and it's like episodes you might want to skip and why. And the first thing on there is Code of Honor, and others are just more like trigger warnings, like uh violations, for instance, isn't necessarily a bad episode. However, if you go into violations not knowing what it is, you're like, oh my god, like.
There was another one that we just reviewed recently. It was the host, the first one with we actually meet the Trill.
Yeah.
I had not. I watched it when it came out originally, and so I was probably mid-teens ish, not quite. I was in high school, and I didn't think anything of it. It's like, okay, episode done. And even now, when I was watching it for review, I think it was like the third time I was watching it, I was sitting there and I was like, oh, wait, that's what she's talking about. Was when it's at the very end, when the new host comes out, and it's a female instead of the male. And Dr. Crusher says, if it was in another time or whatever, I can basically, she was alluding to if they same sex relationships, and that was, even in the early 90s, that was as far as they could go. They couldn't actually say anything else. And then we get DS9, and then you can start saying more stuff and showing more stuff.
Well, I remember because I went in to the Outcast knowing, well, one, I once heard someone recently describe the Outcast were so worried about making a gay, like about their gay allegory, they accidentally made a trans one.
Yeah.
But I do warn friends about the Outcast because I remember being so depressed that the ending is like conversion therapy works.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, I hate that. Like,
yeah.
I was like, it's not like a badly made episode, but it was just like such a downer. Like,
yeah.
So like, especially like friends I've given that list who were like trans, and I'm like, hey, this is like the end of the episode. This is what's implied. Protect your peace as you're going and watching it. Like, you can skip this if you need to.
Well, and there was an episode of Enterprise that I didn't I didn't. I mean, I like it. I like Enterprise, and it's Cogenitor, and it's not that I didn't like the episode, like per se, the feelings behind it. I was just getting mad at Trip because he was again. We didn't have prime directives and all that stuff, and he's trying to, you know, teach this person who, but he's interfering with their race and the way they do this. This is their society, and the whole time I'm like, oh my god, Captain Archer is struggling. He is trying to have a great, and he's actually having a great first contact, and he comes back to what he did. But now I understand why that episode got written, and it was because of Connor Trenier. He actually, I don't know if it was on Decon or talking to him in person. He said that by that point in the show, they really hadn't had a kind of a serious Trip episode with Henry, and so he actually wanted it something like that, where he kind of got in trouble or whatever. But yeah, so when I learned that, I was like, okay, now it's not quite as bad. I still was just like, "Ah, you're making your captain's job harder."
I think my least, oh god, my least favorite episode of Star Trek is I think it's He Without Sin, or as I like to call it, Worf has a backstory, so he ruins everyone's vacation.
Oh, so that's the one when they go to
They go to
Ryza.
Ryza, and he joins a terrorist cell.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
Yeah. Also the one where Alexander Siddig should have been with his wife and child instead of filming an episode of TV. But I was just like, I was like, Worf is a stick in the mud. He's not this much of a stick in the
No, he's not. They really did go over.
No, but I'm going to travel soon, which you know. But one of the people I'm gonna see, they were recently in England because they're a married couple. One of them is English. They were home visiting family, and they I bought them. I ordered some stuff from the Taskmaster website to send to them in June when they were back in England, because when I looked at the shipping for the Taskmaster website to the US, it was bad. Like, I was going to order $70 worth of things.
Uh-huh.
How much would you guess the shipping is?
I'm gonna say $70 worth of items, probably about $100.
It was less than that. It was like 50.
That's still crazy.
Yeah, crazy. But I really wanted that board game. My friend has been holding that since June. They live in a different. I can't just drive there. So But one of the things, if you see me at a con, one of the things I picked up is I got the card game version of it and the normal board game, because I was like, oh, the card game version's perfect for cons because I just throw it in my bag. So if you see me at a con sometime this year, I might make you play Taskmaster with me.
And actually, now that's a good one. That's a good segue into cons. So my first one, well, you met me at my first con, which was Space Con in San Antonio in October. So that was my first, and then Trek to Dallas was my second. But I have a feeling you've probably done maybe one or two more than that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
a little more. My first Star Trek specific con was only last year, which is Vegas.
Oh, okay. That's right. You'd go to STLV.
Yeah. I've only gone once.
Yeah.
I discovered the FOMO's so much worse now after I've gone once.
That's funny that you say that. I had someone else say Matt Borman. We were talking one night, and he told me he said, you're going to go, and then when you get home, you're just going to be kind of depressed.
Yeah. Oh God, I didn't even have time to be depressed until I got back from STLV last year, because I immediately had to get back to work.
Well, that helped.
It did not help my tiredness. My flight got delayed a little. I didn't get home till 2 in the morning.
Oh my God.
I
had to be at work?
Someone, luckily remotely, and luckily I got to control when this was. a different trip. I had gone to New York for a friend's wedding. I luckily got in the middle of the day, but had gotten sick. We all got sick at this wedding. We all picked up a cold, and had to train someone in a different country. So I had to train in the morning because
time zones.
Time zones. I was so out of it. It was also a thing where they someone had been like, by the way, this person's starting. I was like, cool, I'm gonna be in New York when the person's starting. Like, I was like, maybe you should look at my calendar.
Mm-hmm. So STLV was your first convention.
My first Star Trek
convention.
I've been to some around the air. Like there's a lot of anime conventions in Dallas and like in Texas, and I've gone to ACON a couple times. And I've gone. This isn't really a convent. There's like also a TV festival called ATX Television Festival that happens in Austin, and I've gone to that a couple times. That wouldn't necessarily encourage like cosplay. You're also in the middle of downtown Austin, and it's summer, so like too hot, and you're like moving between multiple. That is the one they did like a Gilmore Girls reunion, a couple years before like the revival. I got to go to that. That was cool. They did like
Lucky.
the West Wing the next year.
Oh,
like Ugly Betty.
That sounds kind of fun.
So yeah, I would say the cons is, and then I think it was like what happened is they got more into like I want to start doing cons again, bored over the pandemic. I know I did a lot of like virtual conventions over the pandemic too, and so that was like, this is fun. I want more. And yeah, that's the problem after you're like you start going to more. You're like, oh no, I forgot that's fun. Like
I know, and I'm already getting a hard time from people who other groups are like, "You're going to STLV, right?" I'm like, "No, can't go in 2025. Just work's not gonna make it happen."
no, you have to go. Like though, what happened this year is it didn't end up being that STLV was my nephew's due date. Like that weekend, and I was like, I'm gonna regret it if he ended up coming that weekend. He ended up coming before that, but that time it was too hard to like. But I was like, I'm gonna regret it if he comes and I'm in Vegas. Like, well, especially because I'm like the family member that lives closest to them. So like,
Okay.
if something like happens and they like need help,
Yeah.
I would feel
Okay.
bad if like they have to call people who live farther away because I'm like getting drunk in Vegas. Like,
Okay, I get it. Yeah. Well, my plan is 2026 now.
my plan, I'm hopefully 2026 too, but I'm gonna try this year. I didn't do it last year, so let's save some money.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna do STLV. My goal is 2026, which is even be better because it'll be the 60th anniversary of Star Trek. So it's gonna
Yeah.
be a big. It's
Oh my god.
not that they're already big. It's gonna.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're gonna outdo that. I mean, but they'll do
It might be
something for 60th.
interesting to see like if they end up trying to do like the official convention again.
Hmm? Oh, what? Yeah. Well, it'll still be. I think it'd be Creation will do it.
Well, no, because Creation had an official one, and then what STLV was official, it's not official anymore. So I don't know, which is why officially they do not say Star Trek Las Vegas. It just says STLV. What does it stand for? Shh, don't think about it. And then it says like, they'll say something like Trek to Dallas or like, which I guess is like interesting because also now you can have like there are like Galaxy Quest people at them or like Orville actors, and I don't think if it was an official Star Trek convention they could have that.
I don't know. I really don't know. But you're right. I remember just seeing some other franchises there, even at Trek to Dallas, but not many, obviously. But we had that. But then you have SpaceCon, which is basically just it's not Comic Con, but it's SpaceCon, which had all of them.
It was just like, if they went to space fictionally, they can come here. Because I was staring at Josh Brolin, a picture of Josh Brolin. I went, Thanos? We're just saying Thanos, right? That's the only time we went to space, right? We're like, okay, yeah, sure. I would say, like, I was only there for a day, so none of the, like, Star Wars people seem to be there yet.
No, and that was how they designed that one. It was all the Star Trek people were mainly Friday, which is the day that I went. Well, I was
The day we ran into each other.
the way we all ran into each other and met for the first time, and I met Fathery, and I'm not going to call him by his first name because that just feels weird.
I think I said like I did once. Oh, I think we were doing interviews. Someone else called him Steven. I called him Steven and went, like.
Yeah, I'm already sitting here thinking like, what am I going to call him when I introduce him? I'm going to have to be Fathery. It will not be Steven. Like, no, he's Fathery.
This is like if you ever meet like him in person, he'll go, "I'm Stephen Fathery." Everyone calls me Fathery. That's how he introduces himself. Like,
And yeah, and you actually told me that one night on one of the first reactions. Well, before the show started or after the show started, we were talking about that. But yeah, no, it was fun. I enjoyed. I can say now, having gone to 2, I can say if the next time I go to like a creation event, which I really, really, really hope they come back to Texas with Trek. I don't know if it'll be in Dallas.
I haven't seen anything officially announced for them yet, and I'm like, please.
I keep on poking at one of the guys that works for creation, and I'm like, hey, Trek to Austin.
Oh, it's so easy. Oh my god, I wouldn't have to get a hotel. Oh, just drive.
And I would stay at my family. I'd probably just stay at my. Well, no, I'd get a hotel because I want to hang out with all the talent.
I will say I don't live close to downtown.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was going to say in comparing SpaceCon and creation events and Trek to Dallas. I mean, SpaceCon, awesome, fun. It was a great experience for my first time. But what I prefer about like the Trek to Dallas and the creation ones is that since it's at the hotel, you're all kind of self-contained with all of the talent. And so you literally will run into them in the bar.
Oh no, you would run in
the elevators.
I shouldn't tell that story recorded.
Yeah.
I will say I saw a Star Trek actor leaving somewhere in Vegas so drunk.
Well, and that's what I like. I didn't get to. I saw, like, for example, I saw Tawny Newsome sitting in the bar, but I didn't go talk to her because I'm not gonna. I didn't want to, interrupt her. But and even though I didn't talk to him, but I'm like, I was okay. I'm sitting there. Saw Tawny. I saw Doug.
You met my friend Kristen.
Yes.
There.
Your other entourage.
Yeah, the I guess to retell that story, it's so weird. Vegas is like this. I don't, maybe to a lesser extent than Dallas was. She was like, the actors are just walking around. Like, she just looked up and just Doug Jones just walking through a lobby. The only person I remember, I saw Brent Spiner walking with a handler. And I didn't even think, he might not have been like, you need to stay by me. I think he was just he might have just been talking to her.
Well, they may just be moving to another spot too or something.
Yeah, they might have just been walking and talking.
Yeah.
Like, whereas at other conventions, like, if you see LeVar Burton is with his handler. Like, because, for safety. Like, I'm not disparaging that, but, like, that people feel comfortable. I mean, Von Armstrong just walked up to me, like, to that weird story. I assume you heard about the Dr. Pepper thing, right?
I don't know. We can tell that another time, I guess. I don't think so. I've heard that.
That was, I couldn't find Dr. Pepper in Vegas as I was taking a picture.
Oh, yeah. Now I know. I remember.
This story is on my TikTok somewhere.
Yeah, we'll go find it there.
Go catch it before TikTok disappears.
Yes.
If it does, I don't know.
Oh gosh, yeah.
But like, it's just very chill and like.
It is, and I think that's they like that.
Yeah, walking around Vegas at one point, walking with one of my Trek Talk friends, and we just walk past Stashwick.
Todd Stashwick.
Todd Stashwick. I mean, went Jason, and that is not right. Todd Stashwick. And Todd Stashwick just would hey buddy, tap on my friend's shoulder, and we just like walked past, played it cool as soon as Todd Stashwick. We were like, oh my god.
He touched my shoulder. He touched my shoulder.
He was out of like shot. Like, couldn't hear us anymore. We're like, what the f just happened? Like, and this was like months after Picard season 3 aired, so we were like, oh my god. Like, But we were just like walking through the casino, and like he knew we were Star Trek people because we were like in cosplay. But like we were just because there'd just be times I would like look up, do the polite smile as you're passing someone, and be like, "Oh shit, that's Marina Sirtis." Like,
Well, I remember doing that in San Antonio, and I was sitting down and waiting for a line to get started or for someone to show up to do signatures, and I was just sitting there and I had talked before I went to this. I had talked to Stephanie Kay. She's the host of the NX7062 podcast, and she does the booths and what that like at creation events, and she was giving me like the 101 on conventions, and not that you can't just say like say hi or anything to them, but don't like attack them, and like because there's a reason why they're trying to go. They're trying to probably get to a photo op.
and I've been at things where I've sometimes been like, "Hi," and they're like, "I'm sorry, I have to go somewhere." I'm like, "Great, you've got to go somewhere." You're like at it. Like, I think sometimes people forget that like doing cons are like a work thing.
Yeah, that's their money. Like I was talking to Dominic Dominic Keating at the table while they were just getting set up and waiting, and we were just discussing this the autographs, the selfies, and all that stuff. And yeah, that's and he was giving me the history a little bit of like when they used to not charge for selfies, and then they realized,
They're losing money.
yeah, a lot of money.
I'm like, as long as I'm, especially because like everyone has like prices on their thing, and I'm like, cool, that's like we're being transparent. And I've actually at both creation events I've gone free pictures with people. Not like it didn't.
Yeah, it just happened.
Dr. Pepper one. And this one where the Hagerman brothers recognized me for my videos on the internet talking about Prodigy, which was insane.
That is insane.
And then I was like, could you sign? Well, it's also because I wanted them to sign my Murph, but they didn't have a booth or anything. And so everyone that was there just signed it, and they were like, let's take a group photo. And I was luckily with my like roommate for the con. One, because I was like, someone else witnessed this interaction that was insane. And two, I was like, take my phone. Like,
I saw that happen in Dallas where like literally in the middle of the convention hall, the vendor room, Doug Jones was just taking pictures of people.
Yeah. I would say because I had gone, I have a picture with Doug Jones from Vegas, and Kristen, my friend Kristen, Doug Jones is like her favorite actor. She's really in, like, she does like creature makeup and stuff for like cosplay, and so she watched a lot of like the TV show Face Off, which Doug Jones was on a lot. And I had gotten her like a signed photo of Doug. She helped me make Murph and some stuff for the ball gown, so as a thank you, I'd gotten her a signed photo of Doug Jones, and then I was letting her. She had paid for a selfie with Doug Jones, and I was letting her have like her moment. And then Doug Jones was like, "Oh, who is this?" to me, and was like, "Oh, this is like my best friend." And he was like, "It's nice to meet you too," and made sure to like step out and like shake my hand to like.
He is
Also,
the nicest guy.
Such a dapper dresser. In the best way. I was like, I'm obsessed with Wicked, and he was like, you're like, had this like cool green suit on.
Okay, so you're talking about in Dallas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dallas.
Yeah, and he was. In all of the meet and greets, I mean, I liked all the meet and greets, but that we had in the VIP room, and he was just he's a hand talker,
Yeah.
and just like, oh my god, he was such a nice guy.
An amazing picture of him and Kristen. Where his exact words were, "I'm obsessed with the height difference. Kristen is about 5'4", 5'2", 5'3". Short. Doug Jones is tall. So there's one of them behind her, and the hands are on her head.
But again, he is the nicest guy.
Yeah, so nice.
He's so nice, and actually, I
didn't pay him for anything at that con. He did not be nice to me.
Oh yeah, well, I think like we were saying in these smaller ones, the regional cons, like we have Dallas, San Francisco, Chicago, and Tennessee, or Nashville. I mean, they're a lot more laid back. because they're not as big. And so they're just a lot more chill about it. And
also you have like them doing like, let's do something weird. Let's do a wine tasting.
yeah, which they did. I did. That's of all the stuff. The only thing I regret, honestly, was not making it to all the panels. I hardly made it to any because I was at that, again, kind of being my first time. I wanted to get the autographs and all that stuff, and so I focused more on that because again, someone had told me if you don't want to deal with lines, go when their spanners are going. And so I would I would do that, or because we would have them, and we have the mid, and we were going to have meet and greets with them. So the actors, so sometimes they would be coming in right from a panel or leaving from a photo shoot or photo op to come talk to us for 10 minutes and then have to go to a panel. So I always wanted to make sure I was in that room when they got there so we got the full experience.
I no, and like I get that. Because I did a couple like photo ops in Vegas because it was like my first time at a TrekCon. I did I did three. I did Christina Chong because I was dressed as like that ball gown and I wanted to get a good picture of that. Actually got two pictures from that because she was so, I think, mostly excited that I made her dog.
Rona?
Yep. And then I saw her at I saw the dog.
Oh, she
real dog.
brought him.
Yeah,
Oh, or
she
no,
brought
is
him.
it him? Yeah, Rona.
I'm
I
not
don't know.
positive.
But
I don't
brought
know.
the
Mine's
brought
a
the
stuffed
dog.
dog.
Yeah. That was so funny. I'm sorry that did you watch the panel and
Yeah,
when
the dog is just like,
licking Melissa Navia just would not stop licking her.
yeah. She's like, hi, I love
That's-
you.
That was so funny.
Oh, I did one at Vegas that was Jonathan Franks and Marina Sirtis, and then I did one with Andrew Robinson.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, and then there was one actually after the Prodigy panel. There have been like people were cosplaying. I was Janeway with Murph, so I was like hologram Janeway, and then I took off running for a photo op. And then I ran into people later, and they were like, "Where did you go?" People were like asking out, like, "Oh, I had a photo op," and they're like, "We turned around, you were gone."
You took off.
But that's the best, like one of the best parts, and I'm like, we experienced this is like I would just run into people I knew from the internet. Like my first night in Vegas, I actually got into Vegas really early because I've never been to Vegas, and so I did like a day of Vegas stuff.
Yeah.
So hot. I was being stubborn and didn't want to pay for water and discovered I had to. Apparently water fountains aren't a thing on the Vegas Strip anymore. And so I chugged a water bottle, and went into I gotten tickets to some magic show because that was like the only show that was like not when something Star Trek was going on with the con. And I went in and I was like, clearly I was like, oh, my stomach is upset. And I went to the bar and I was like, can I have a ginger ale? And the bartender was like, are you okay? And I went, I will be if you give me a ginger ale. I was like, yeah, if people are going into your Vegas bar asking for ginger ale, things are probably, but I wore like a dress I have that's like space themed and not necessarily Star Trek, but I was like, I'm gonna go do normal things and then go. And then it was funny because I would run into people that were clearly there for the con. They'd be like, you're wearing something space related? And I was like, yes, I am. But I went to the trivia thing and I remember coming down the steps of the bar and I ran into Heather Wright, someone I've known for years, and it was like a scene in Friends. We're like, oh my god, you're real. Just like running to hug each other.
Well, I can say that with our group. I'm like, y'all are real. Y'all are real people.
I have an online friend that has this joke that everyone is 5'4" till proven otherwise because we only see each other on computer screens. And then she's like, oh, you're taller than me. Proven now.
That's funny. Oh my god. I was gonna say, so do you have a favorite which What is your favorite Star Trek movie, if you have one?
Movie. I think First Contact.
Mm, definitely like that one.
I know it's like now I'm like, why? I'm like, I like it a lot. It's also like I think First Contact maybe closely followed by Voyage Home.
Yes.
I think I like a little humor mixed in with my drama, and there's more of that in Voyage Home but there's like First Contact is funnier than I feel like people give it credit for.
Well, yeah. I mean, especially when you have Cochrane, running and like
Like Marina Sirtis is like playing drunk. Like Troy and especially Crusher are not given a lot to do, but they're given some really really good funny scenes. Like the scene with the EMH is so good. And she's like, I promise I'd never use this thing. Oh, it's the doctor.
I swore I would never use one of these things. Please state the nature of the medical emergency.
Yeah. It's also probably my most rewatch because I usually rewatch it on First Contact Day. I do have a friend from my other podcast who I think the only Star Trek thing he's ever seen is First Contact twice with me.
Oh, gosh.
Because I was just like, I'm going to watch it. And he was like, I want to watch things with friends. And I was like, I could probably explain enough. Didn't remember it one year to the next. But, like, I love Brandon. Doesn't have the best memory.
I mean, I'm thinking for my show, First Contact's up there. Probably, it's hate to say it's The Wrath of Khan.
The Wrath of Khan is a great movie. I think The Wrath of Khan is so good, but I think I maybe went into Wrath of Khan with maybe too high of expectations.
Okay. You're the second person I've heard say that.
And it's an amazing movie. But also I grew up on TNG, so I have more of a connection to that cast. And Voyage Home I hadn't actually heard that much about, so I was surprised of how good Voyage Home was. And I think the thing is, this is true for like many movies in my life, that if I go in not knowing I'm going to love it, like that reaction, like one of my favorite movies is the Disney movie Enchanted, and I didn't actually think the trailers for that were great. I don't think the trailers actually reflect the movie Enchanted actually is. The movie, like I think it was 8th grade. It was someone's birthday, and we all liked the movie, and I was just sitting there like, this is the best movie in the world. Like, I still like. I was maybe slightly too. It's funny, and as I was like, oh, am I too old for Barbies? I was like 12, 13. No, I wasn't. Like, I was a kid, but like I was just like, the mom was like, "What do you want for Christmas?" I wanted those enchanted Barbie dolls. I still have them. They're up in like my closet.
Well, they're good collectors to have.
Well, I played with them. They're not that good.
Well, they're not that good
anymore.
Oh my god. Well, I guess I'm gonna I got one more. It'll be kind of philosophical question in a way, not too bad. Because I was because we were talking about this in our group in Dallas. Is do we think to get to the vision that Gene Roddenberry has, are we going to have that hard reset like they envisioned? Same here.
Like, I really don't want to do that. Look, can we just skip that and be like, hey, can we not? Was January, like, I feel like we're in the middle of, like, I feel like we might actually be in the middle of a hard reset, but it's just, like, real life is not as visually dramatic as, like, life.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it when we were sitting there waiting for one of our meet and greets to happen. And, we were just saying, we don't think it'll be the way that we're hoping that it will not be that way. And the woman who was our concierge, she works in IT as well. And so do I. And so we were just talking, you don't have to do the other stuff. You just literally, freaking knock down our computers and we're done. just cyber, cyber warfare is what it's going to be. You're done. Take out Google, take out Amazon. That's it. Done for a while.
Yeah. Especially my job.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
They'd be like, oh, yeah, I know. It's like if the Wi-Fi goes out, I cannot do my job. Like,
Oh, I know. It's so funny. Like, yeah, like that's a work thing, and I could go off into a very long tangent on that, and I am not. I'm going to be good because, yeah, I'm just going to be a good on that one. But anyway, I do want to thank you for coming on today
of
and
course.
doing this with me. And like I said, I think we're now are going to have to do an Enterprise watch.
Yeah, I've seen some Enterprise. Just for the record,
I know you've seen some. We're going to have to watch it. Maybe we'll have to do our own thing, and then maybe Fathery could do something. I don't know. But
I was gonna say Father's girlfriend was also having issues with Enterprise, and so we were commiserating with that.
oh my God, Taylor. That's
Uh,
and and I know we gotta go, but I told him if he wanted to bring her when we talk, because she will have a completely different perspective than either of us.
always so interesting talking to Solon, and I get where she comes from. She didn't love Riker because she was like, some of Riker hasn't aged well, but I grew up on him, and it's also, I think it is helpful seeing Jonathan Frakes another thing. You're like, oh, you're genuinely a good guy.
You're not Kirk and sleeps with every alien or gets slept with. Because that's what happened on that one episode, First Contact. No, not the movie First Contact. I think it's the episode First Contact with BB Newworth.
You can put some shade on that BB Newworth alien. If anyone is doing questionable ethics in that situation, it's her.
Oh, absolutely. That's what when we were doing that review.
Oh no.
Yeah, when we were doing that review on the Seventh Rule, that was brought up.
I was like, the last time I watched it, I was just like, oh no, this is not aged amazing.
That was brought up a couple of times. So, all right. Well, I'm gonna let you go, and because I don't know, my dog's probably gonna go crazy again here eventually. Who knows what? But I appreciate it, and I'll talk to you later. Have a good one. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Hello, I'm your host, Chris Garris, and you're watching The Transporter Room. Today, I have the pleasure to speak with meteorologist Katie Nicolau, who is one of the hosts from the Star Trek and Chill podcast. Thank you for coming on the show today, Katie. So how are you doing?
Thank you for having me. I'm doing great.
Good. I guess as we were talking earlier, you've probably been up for a little while already today, I'm thinking.
Just a bit, yeah. Usually, depending on what the weather is doing. Sometimes I start the day at midnight. Sometimes it's earlier. It's crazy.
I thought midnight. I guess it depends on the weather, but wow, I figured it was like 2 or 3. I assumed 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning is the standard, or is that not?
Usually, it depends. See, for me, I have an hour commute into work, so I got to make sure I get up extra early.
Oh, Lordy.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. Well, but at least it's not like a commute to New York or something. I'm pretty sure they're not that crazy.
No, it's just driving up to Lansing, Michigan. So all I have are deer and snowplows. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm in Texas. I'm in South Texas. You may or may not know, but still. So I don't have to worry about the snow. But deer, oh God, I know. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I've been looking at the weather. I don't think we're not going to get snow down here, but it's supposed to get pretty dang cold after looking at some of the forecast. And I have a kind of an aside, but I have after the 2021 freeze that basically froze
Right.
the entire state.
Yeah.
I got a whole home generator so that I will not
Nice.
should not have to deal with that. Plus hurricanes, it's going to help, and it's not working at the moment.
No. Get the hand crank ready.
Well, yeah. So I called them Monday and said, y'all were out here Friday working on this, and it's still not working now. And I really want it working before the cold gets here next week.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be an issue, but that's also why I have the dang thing, so that I don't have to worry about it as an issue.
Exactly.
So yeah, no, that's well, yeah. And I mean, where you live, I mean, I've seen some of your videos recently in post. It's already snow and ice and all that stuff.
It's nice and chilly. I wish it was
Oh my
colder.
God.
We just aren't getting the snow with the cold air, and it's hurting my soul.
Oh my gosh. Well, why don't you go out and eat a icicle?
Yeah. No. Please don't do that. I'm a meteorologist. I should know. When icicles form, it's from water that melts off of your roof and runs down the side of a building. Well, here's the thing. You know what else is on your roof? Bird poop. A lot of it. And that water picks it up and freezes it in the ice. You're eating poop.
It is actually nice to finally meet you virtually, face to face, instead of in the live chat on Friday nights.
Yes.
Because that is that's fun, and it can get lively on those chats.
Heck yes. Oh,
As you
Chat
know.
Pack knows how to keep things going. It's amazing.
We do. We get it going. But just to learn a little bit about you. So I've always wondered, what sparked your interest to become a meteorologist? I mean,
Yeah. Well, it's a fun story because every meteorologist, pretty much every meteorologist I know gets into it at a fairly young age because we all have a storm story or like an encounter with a storm. And for me, it was when I was about 5, and my family and I were driving back pre-cell phone weather apps, but coming back to my house, and all of a sudden there was a big storm, and we ended up going right through it, and there was so much rain and wind, and I'm pretty sure there was even hail, so we had to actually stop on the side of the road, and the wind was blowing and the lightning was going, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever, not realizing I was in danger because I'm just a kid. And then we get
You're
home.
just a kid.
Exactly. When we get home and we turn on the TV, and this was 5 minutes later, and they're like, "Oh yeah, here's the rotation track. It went right over I-94 over Verona Road," and I'm like, "That's where we were." What? And so that really got me going about storms. And then fast forward a little bit, 2010, tornado hits my grandparents' house. 2011, a tornado hits my house. Mind you, this is all in Michigan, so I'm like,
wait,
this is
that's
a sign.
Well, that's not typical, really. Y'all are not in Tornado Alley or anything like that.
No, Michigan seems to have like a little mini tornado alley. It kind of cuts up from, there we go. Because mirrored image. It cuts up from basically South Bend, Indiana, and then cuts right across the center through Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, and then up towards Flint, Saginaw area. And I just happened to be in that region. So, yeah, it was kind of like, okay, cool. They're like EF1, EF0. I'm going to keep, it's not enough to deter me. So I'm just going to keep on studying this. And, I did. I started watching the Weather Channel with meteorologist Jim Cantori, and reading all the weather books I could. And, my parents, bless them, they didn't think it was weird. So they're like, keep doing it. So,
hey, that's cool. When it comes to the weather, I know how, like, when we were in the public safety center, there came a point in time when we had to say, sorry, if people were calling, we can't go out. They cannot send, EMS, law enforcement, because it's now dangerous. It's too dangerous even for them. Yeah. And I'm just curious, would y'all have to stay for an event like that? Even if you were in the eye of the storm and not just on the outer edges or anything? Just kind of
Yeah.
curious.
Yeah. So I think I haven't worked at a station that's had to deal with
Yeah.
hurricanes because I was in Iowa and then moved back to
Yeah.
Michigan. But yeah, a lot of times, we're the line of defense. So, for example, if there was a tornado coming, my last station,
Mhm.
sometimes, like, meteorologically, you can get a rough estimate on how strong the winds are based on how high the debris has been lofted or the size of the
Yeah.
debris ball. Like, you can get a rough estimate of the storm you're dealing with. And so I had a plan. I'm pretty sure it was unofficial, but our station manager or our news director and our chief, they lived literally next to the station for a while, and
Yeah.
we were just like, all right, well, we're just gonna run to your house, and I'll stay back as long as I can. But my
Wow.
news station, the one here in Michigan, the basement's a fallout shelter, and they actually have a broadcast
Oh,
studio in the basement. So, like, no matter what, we're good. But
wow,
I
that's
hear
cool.
about the stations like in Florida where you don't have basements. Like, there's got to be like a reinforced room or hopefully something where you can stay on the air. But I imagine
True.
if it gets bad enough, you just evacuate and
Really.
then you bump the broadcast signal from your
Correct.
station.
True. And that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, that's, when you think about the National Hurricanes, Center in Florida, that thing has to be a bunker
Oh
to be
yeah.
able to. And it would be I'm not gonna, it'd be kind of cool to go see it and just see what it is built like, because it has to be able to withstand a Category 5 hurricane or as close to one as possible, I would think.
Yeah. Well, and then you have
So
like the EF5s in Oklahoma, and you got the National Weather
yeah.
Service in Norman, and you're just like, love that you guys built it in the area that gets those tornadoes, but also, why did you build it in the area that gets the tornadoes?
True. Very true. But
It's
they
'cause
got
you
to be
can't-
there.
The weather nerds, we got to see stuff.
True. Well, and and it's funny when you were telling me your story, it now kind of fits in with one of the photo I saw of you with Helen Hunt and Dorothy.
Yes.
I was like, that sounds very familiar to Twister.
It is, yes. Well, and that's one thing that they got right in that movie is that, yeah, people who are interested in the weather and tornadoes, they have an encounter with the weather and tornadoes that sticks in their mind when they're very young.
Mhm.
So they got that part right. Other questionable science out there, but otherwise they got it right.
Hey, it's a movie. They have to. They gotta do what they gotta do. They gotta make that money.
Fair enough.
And
They did make it
fair enough.
they made it more scientifically accurate than I
Good.
think Twister's the sequel. You
I
can't
just
stop
I
tornadoes with diaper fill. Just letting people know right now.
yeah, I finally watched it, and I'm gonna say I tried to watch it, but I actually fell asleep while I was watching it for
Oh
whatever
no.
reason. It has, and I'm gonna give it a try again.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what you're saying. I don't know. There was something about it. It felt even faker than the
Yeah.
first one.
Well,
I mean, it
one,
was
everyone
good.
was hot, and that's just not the case in our like we're normal science people. We aren't that beautiful, prim and proper.
Yeah.
If we're chasing storms, I'm not wearing makeup. But unless I already
funny.
had it on from doing the morning show. But then
Yeah.
there's also it's like, some of the science is a little like, for example, spoiler, when the oil refinery gets hit, that
Mhm.
heat would totally mess with the tornadoes formation. So,
Oh, it would.
oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because you have to have that
Okay.
balance of inflow
Yeah.
of warm, moist air, and then you have the cool,
Mhm.
dry air sinking. And then if you just have an explosion of heat, it could temporarily disrupt the funnel as it goes down
Oh.
towards the ground. Whereas, like the mesocyclone and the whole spinning in the cloud would probably still stay intact depending on the size of the explosion. That's why people
Oh,
who say
that's
you can nuke storms or like nuke hurricanes to get them to go away, it's
Mhm.
like a single hurricane can exude over 10,000 nuclear bombs worth of energy in its lifetime. So we don't
When
stand a
you
chance.
I know. When you posted that on, I'm gonna call it Twitter.
Yeah. Oh
But
yeah,
when I
it's
saw
Twitter.
when I saw that post, and I think you posted it, and I even think Ginger Z had a comment about that as well. I was like, "Oh my god!" Like you really
Yeah.
didn't realize how many the equivalent of this power. I mean, I know they're powerful, but not
Oh yeah.
10,000.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that blew my mind. That was.
Yep.
And we do have to talk about your love for animals. and we're going to. I found a good little clip here of a lovely little pooch that got the it's the only one I have found. I'm pretty sure there was way more, and I was scrolling, like, oh, that's the first one I'm going to take today. So here is our pal Buster.
Oh,
Hey
yes.
Buster, the forecast is boring, so let's take a trip to Pallet Town. What do you say? We have a wild forecast that just appeared, and we need to figure out what we're gonna do. We have some options. We could lick it, we could sniff it, or we could forecast for it. What do you say, bud? Yeah, let's do the forecast, and we can actually break it down into the different times of the day. Morning, we're in the 60s, afternoon, the 70s, later on, we're in the 80s. That was a super effective forecast, and you know what? If people want to adopt you, they can find you at the Capillary Humane Society today. We can take you outside in the nice weather.
Yeah, that's a fun thing with my job is we have graphics that occasionally they just go feral with, and they make a Pokemon graphic. They made there's an Oregon Trail graphic that I'm eventually going to use. Yeah, no, and I do this thing called the Friday Forecast, where every Friday there's an animal at our local humane society that needs to be adopted, and they bring it in, and I do the forecast with them. And I started that actually when I was out in Sioux City, Iowa. It's been about 5 years now, I want to say, and every animal I've ever had on has been adopted. We have a 100% adoption success rate. So
that's so awesome.
That's my
it's
favorite
worth
thing.
It then. And I only brought in 30 seconds of this video. When I click, you're going to see why I'm saying how were y'all able to do this entire thing in one take.
And now, the Nations of the World forecast with Rob Paulson.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic Dominican, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, too, Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, and still Guatemala, Bolivia, then Argentina, and Ecuador, Chile, Brazil, Costa Rica, Belize, Nicaragua, Bermuda, Bahamas, Tobago, San Juan, Paraguay, Uruguay, Suriname, and French Guiana, Barbados, and Guam.
Well, and that was utter insanity because this is at Motor City Comic-Con in Detroit, and I had set it up with him. I had actually met him earlier in the year. Well, I'd met him years ago, and we just kind of have been mutual followers and stuff. And then I saw that he was going to be at Fan Expo Chicago. I was headed to a Blues Brothers convention that same day, so I was like, I'm just going to swing by and say hi to him. And
Blues Brothers,
got talking with him. Oh yeah, it was at Joliet Prison. It was amazing. It was amazing. But I went up to his booth and I saw him. I was like, I don't know if you recognize me. I'm a meteorologist. He's like, Katie, oh my gosh. I'm like, oh, this is so cool. I said, I know you're going to be in Motor City. I know you're a Detroit man. You're a Michigan man. Do you want to do a forecast with me when you're there? And he's like, I would love to. You message me when we get closer to the date. I was like, great. Originally, I was hoping he could get into the studio, but then I remembered Lansing is not Detroit. And so that would have been a long drive for him. So I thought, all right, I can do this. I have a chroma key portable. I can just bring a green screen to him. And so I get there and start of the day, and I'm like, just whenever you have time, I don't want to interrupt your table. I don't want to interrupt anything. And so we waited until literally the convention floor had closed. I was in his line. I was the last person. And it just so happened that all of the people who volunteered to help out and all the workers, they congregated in front of his booth for like their evening wrap up. Yeah. And so it's just me and him and this gaggle of people, and I'm trying to go as fast as I can because they're like shutting off the lights and stuff. And I'm like, all right, Rob, if this is okay with you, I'll do a quick little intro and then we'll do the Nations of the World forecast and then we'll call it a night. And he's like, absolutely, let's go. And so we didn't practice. We didn't practice together at all. He's god tier of voice acting and just such an amazing man. And he went into it. And I'm like, I've known this song since I was in college. I did it for our talent show. Like, I listen to it all the time. I can't sing worth a dime, but hopefully it'll come off as like a harmony rather than like me singing bad. And so, yeah, we started doing that. And all of the people who were volunteering, they all just turned around. They're just staring at us. So we have this crowd of like 30 people who were just like United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru. And it was so cool. And I got to use it for a story at my station. I put it on virtually, but like that really just made my heart so happy.
Oh, good. Yeah, I when I saw that scrolling up and I saw that, and I don't always click stuff, but it was one of the ones that just started playing on Twitter X, and I read the headline, and I just I'm like, oh my god, how the hell did they do that in one take with no
Well, and all those
practice?
forecasts were accurate to that day. I actually forecasted for the capitals of all the nations of the world and made the graphics myself, and it was a lot.
Yeah, that had to be a lot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, and I'm
Well,
just standing here panicked because I had a new microphone set. I'm filming it on my phone because we didn't have any like of the equipment for the TV stuff. So at least my phone, I upgraded it. So and of course it's green, so now you can't see it. But yeah, got that, and it worked out pretty well, I'd say, for having a new mic and phone and doing it solo. I didn't have a camera op, so I was just like, bless his booth attendants. They're like, we'll get the shot for you and everything. I'm like, just make sure it's recording and we are good. So
that's cool.
yeah.
That's so well. Oh my gosh. Well, that's cool. This has been really enlightening to me and learning, which is what I like. So I'm trying to do this as well because, yes, we're going to definitely get into the Star Trek stuff because that's what this is all about. But when what has got me into doing this was watching these other channels like Decon Chamber and Shuttlepod Show and all those, that they're not just going, and even CloneStar Podcast, they're not just going straight to the Trek, and I find that more interesting. Like, what do you do? Like, and then, because I guarantee you in some way, shape or form, Star Trek has played a role in you even becoming a scientist. And if maybe not right then when you were 5, but now it is probably, well, now I know it has in some ways, because some of the stuff I'm going to show you all here in a little bit, which is really interesting to see what these conventions do. Comic-Con and especially the creation ones, that's where, that's going to be my next topic here, is all of your fandoms.
Yeah.
You have a lot.
There's so many random fandoms.
I say a lot, but you have attended, did I see you post or talk about on Star Trek and Chill somewhere? I want to say I saw a number of 16 events that you went to in 2024.
Oh gosh, yeah. This year's Comic-Cons, I went to everything from C2E2 in Chicago to Kalamazoo Comic-Con, Grand Rapids Comic-Con, 2 in Detroit, Columbus Comic-Con, Indianapolis Comic-Con, Capital City Comic-Con in Lansing, San Diego Comic-Con, Star Trek Las Vegas, Star Trek Chicago, and I'm sure I'm missing a couple more.
Wow. You are
crazy.
A traveler. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, and it's fun because when I was out in Sioux City, I mean, that's Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota. For anyone who isn't aware, there's nothing to do much. I mean, there's a great nature and everything, but Comic-Con wise, it's a desert. I had my local comic book store, shout out to Acme Comics, and that was my lifeline. So instead, now that I'm back in Michigan, it's like you have Chicago, you have Indianapolis, you have Columbus, you have Grand Rapids, you have Detroit. It's like I could just bing bong all around them, and
see, now that's really cool, and I'm kind of jealous about that, but for that reason, obviously. But so like this year or last year, 2024. That's right, we're in 2025.
Oh gosh, yeah, we're
now.
New year.
We're new. Yeah, happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
But so last year was my first time to actually go to any conventions of any sort.
Really?
In a very, 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 very long time. And so I'm just those other ones I'm not even going to chalk up to. They'll go so long ago. But so first time I went to was in San Antonio back in October. I went to SpaceCon, which is, I don't know if you've ever heard of that one, but it was not just I guess a Comic-Con for space, but they had Star Trek, Battlestar, Star Wars, and let's see here, Stargate for sure. Those are all the ones that I know I can remember them being there. And so I basically I bought the 3-day pass, but I'm not gonna lie, it was a little bit overwhelming. And so for the first time, and so Friday was basically all Star Trek. And so I
Nice.
didn't really get to do much. They didn't have do a whole lot of panels. I mean, they had them, but I was doing the whole autograph thing, and I have a
Nice.
stack now of them. And what's funny, I got a message last night from Dave Gregory, because I put on the one of our Discords. I said, I'm not gonna get to go to STLV this year still, but
Aw.
2026 I'm going. I will. I
Nice.
am going. I should not be. I should be retired by then. And I said, but then, and what prompted me was like, they're going to have Roxanne Dawson's going to be there this coming year or this year.
Yes.
And of the Voyager cast, and that was what was so awesome about SpaceCon, because it was right before they were kind of using it as a launch for the Voyager documentary.
Right.
So everybody, with the exception of Roxanne Dawson and Robert Picardo and Ethan Phillips, were in San Antonio. So I was able to get, Janeway, Paris, Harry, 7 of 9, and Chakotay. I was able to get all their
Nice.
signatures. So I'm just missing.
Yeah,
And I
Beltran's
got-
hard
and
to
then I
pin down at a con, so that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, and then I went to Trek to Dallas in November, and then I was able to get Ethan Phillips.
Nice.
So I'm only missing Roxanne and the doctor. And so I
Oh my
put that out
God.
there, and Dave said, "Hey, do you want one? Do you have something for her to sign, or do you just want a headshot?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, I'll just take a headshot. I don't have anything. I don't because I don't have the collector's stuff, anything like that.
Yeah.
Because I just don't want to. I mean, if I had a room, I could do it. I could put it in, sure, but I don't have an extra room because I would require a dedicated room for all that type of stuff.
Oh yeah. I feel ya. My room has become that room.
Yeah. And I'm trying not to make that happen. So that's why
Yeah.
I'm just going to stick to the pictures for now.
Nice.
And so, but yeah. And so when I was pulling up some stuff here, if I remember correctly, I think you're a Captain Janeway fan.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna click play on this real quick. I have a feeling you look pretty excited.
There is. Well, where are you coming from?
New York.
New York? You want? It's the
But
jet stream.
even I flew to Spain last week. Terrible turbulence.
You're getting caught up in the jet stream.
Yep. That was all so insane. Like the odds of that happening are infinitely low. But what was great
Correct.
was that was at San Diego Comic-Con.
Yep.
But his great friend John Orchiola, he works for Screen Rant.
Mhm.
And so he's doing all these interviews and things. And we had dinner and we were talking and stuff. And he was like, "Hey, swing by the suite at this time." I'm like, okay, cool. And so I'm walking past, and the Hageman brothers and Kate Mulgrew walk out with John, and the Hagemans, they recognize me from social media. They're like, "Oh my gosh, Katie Nicolau! Kate, do you know Katie?" I'm like, "Hold on, this should be the opposite."
Oh, what?
This is so cool. And so we were talking and stuff, and I had mentioned, I'm a meteorologist, and I appreciate being an advocate for science, especially in the show and outside of it. And
Yeah.
then she's like, the Hagens were like, "Well, here, you got to get a picture with her," which, oh my gosh, I'm in a Has Been Hotel shirt and cosplay. And I'm like, oh gosh, I really.
Yeah. I couldn't get that picture loaded up, but I have the picture with you together of her.
Well, and the funny thing is, we were going to get the picture, and she wraps her arm around me, and she's like, "Wait a second, I have a question for you." And I'm just like, oh my gosh. And so they already had the camera up, and I think it was Dan. He swiped the camera over and pressed record. And like, I hadn't asked him to record or anything. He just did it and messaged it to me.
Wow.
And I'm just like, you guys are the greatest and kindest people. Oh my gosh. And
That is so cool.
And she was so genuinely interested in it too. I'm just like, this is so cool.
Oh my gosh. That's just unheard of. But
yeah.
But that's the thing. Everybody in I shouldn't say everybody, but the majority of people that are in our Star Trek groups and everything are just so nice and willing to
Oh
do
yeah.
anybody. I mean, like I said, I just put that message out there last night, and Dave out of nowhere says, "Hey, what do you?" I'm like, "What?" I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
like,
Dave's a sweetheart. Oh my
I
god.
know. I cannot wait to meet him, but it's gonna be another year probably, unless some random other event happens. But so I didn't have well, I would say my experience was not quite as unscripted like yours was with Kate, but at SpaceCon, Garrett was there, and at the time I was a Delta Flyer member, and
Nice.
so I did I went and got my autograph and all that, and then some stuff I've learned from talking to other people is when they're at panels, there's panels are going on, you can always go get autographs, and they're usually the lines are a little shorter, which is true. I've definitely learned that.
Oh yeah.
But also when the event is wrapping up and they're still at their table, so I just actually happened to be walking around, and he knew me because I was the time I was an admiral level, so we have monthly Zooms. We'd all have a monthly Zoom with him and Robbie,
Cool.
which was cool. And so, but I went back over there and just it finally gives up because I tried, and he had to get his, I think it might have been Derek. I can't remember who it was, but the person who was with him pulled him away because he had to go do a photo op or whatever. I'm like, "Dang it." So, but again, I just, just walking around doing other things. And he was back at his table, and they was like dead. I was like, I'm
Nice.
gonna go get it this time. And went over there and proceeded to be able to sit there. And he had his guy, hey, pull up a chair. We all sat there, me, Garrett, actually some of the workers, and we just visited for like an hour.
That's so cool.
Oh, that was so cool. And he has some stories. Oh my God. He is a talker, and it is so good.
I love that.
Oh, it was great. And he has one story that he shared with us, and I've also heard it on his Zooms, but about Voyager in general. And it was surprising, honestly, that when the series released, the range of how people felt about it. It went from they loved it to they eventually had to get extra security at the studio because they had threats and stuff.
It's crazy.
I was like, wow, that's just nuts. But that's still the way of the world is.
If you think about it, in Star Trek and the lore, everything with Star Trek, Voyager was the most removed from what people hold as the holy grail of Trek in that era, because it was in the Delta Quadrant. And so it's like, why would you be mad about anything they do? It has nothing to affect what you think is more core Star Trek. It's like,
well, yeah, and they were so, I mean, and that was actually, so it took me a bit to get into Voyager, but I eventually just loved it, and it was a great show. Enterprise is still my preferred. If I'm gonna rank them, for me, it's Enterprise.
Nice.
It's just I don't know. We'll get into that in a little bit longer, but
Scott Bakula's
Enterprise. Oh God. There was but back onto the conventions and whatnot. I did. Oh my God. I was talking to someone just a couple of days ago, and they asked me if I went to one of the panels on the Kardashev scale, because they had two astrophysicists at Trek to Dallas. I was like, I did not get to go because I was doing this or that. I didn't want to miss whatever. I was focused on that, not panels. But I saw that you presented at STLV and Chicago, right?
Yep, yep.
I thought it was STLV also.
I did do a science quiz show at STLV, but the main weather panel was at Chicago. I'm hoping I actually should message them and see if I can do it at STLV this year, because I think that'd be fun.
Oh yeah, and that's what I like about, especially the creationists. They actually bring in the people that are in this industry, like the science industry, like yourself and whatnot. And I saw your topic was warp speed. Okay.
Oh, weather at warp.
Weather at warp. Okay. Give us the maybe 30-second overview of what that was about.
Yeah, so being the meteorologist that I am, I decided to go through and talk about some of the weather in Star Trek, whether it's actual weather or very much fiction. We broke through it all and described why it's real, why it's fake, how it could become reality, and just had some fun. Plus, we talked about the Sub Rosa from TNG, so that's always a riveting conversation.
Well. Oh man, that is so cool. Yeah, it's fun. That's why I'm ready to go back to, and I still got my fingers crossed that they bring something back to Texas in 2025. I keep on every now and then when we're on one of our roundtables or FFAs. Before we start recording, we're just chit chatting, and I'll be like, "Hey Ryan, we come back to Texas? Go to Austin, maybe?
Hey.
Back to Austin?" And he just, he'll just kind of smile and doesn't say anything. I'm like, oh, just tell us. Don't be all stingy with that information.
Austin would be pretty good. Like,
and
if you're
that's
going to
what
go to
I
any
think.
place for a con.
Well, and that's exactly what I was thinking. We were actually talking about that. That wasn't him, but a group of us were talking about that in Dallas. And actually, I might have been talking to, I almost said Katie Nicolau, but that's you. No, Katie Wicker. Katie Wicker, one of the producers for the Decon Chamber. And honestly, it makes sense from a logistics standpoint, because at least for this state, because Austin's basically Central Texas. It's in the middle of the state. So it's a 3 to 4 hour drive from Dallas, 3 hours from Houston, 45 minutes from San Antonio. And again, for me, 3 hours as well, instead of the 7-hour drive that I had to take to Dallas. So it's also, more of our, it's the entertainment capital for Texas. So it just feels like it would be a good location. And they already do an event in Austin. I don't remember what it's
Supernatural, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's where.
It's super.
Yeah.
It's Supernatural.
Yeah, because the guy who plays Dean, I think, or Sam, one of the two, has a brewery. So.
Okay. Yeah, I never got into. It's not that I didn't like the series. When it started, I wasn't watching it, and so I've just never sat down to watch Supernatural yet. I need to. But I watched several other shows that were around it, like Smallville, The Flash, Supergirl.
All the CW shows.
Yes, the CW. Which prior to that was the WB. So I watched them when it was all the WB and then CW.
Nice.
And so I guess one more thing about all of our lovely fandoms, though, is you're also a big Doctor Who fan, I'm gathering.
Very much so, yes. I really am. I started that actually when I was in Sioux City. The Conflict Star people, they're very big into Doctor Who. And so they were like, Katie, you have to watch Doctor Who. Here's the DVDs. We'll give you them. Just watch the show. I'm like, all right. And so I did. And now I'm firmly in Camp Capaldi and Tennant and Smith and all the Doctors.
Yeah. I'm like, no, I'm not going to watch it. And then I had a friend one night, and she loved Doctor Who, and she picked an episode and said, let's just start with this episode. And I'm not going to, because I couldn't tell you what episode it was. All I can remember, it has something to do with NASA and all this stuff. And they were trying to do something. The Doctor was doing something with, in Houston and NASA to keep some mission for going. But it was enough to spark my interest. And I was like, it's actually not too bad. And so I
Welcome
to
our cult. Welcome to our cult.
Damn it, yes. So I went and it's either on whichever streaming service it was on back when I started watching it, and I started from Peter Eccleston until I something got me out of it, or I stopped watching, but I finished it with Matt Smith. And I've watched some of the ones since him, but I don't know if I lost BBC America. There was something that made me that interrupted my watch pattern, And now I'm going to have to take the time to restart that from that one because, I mean, so far for me, the Doctors that I have watched, definitely Tennant.
Yeah.
He's mine.
I
like
David
Matt Smith
and his work. Oh my gosh.
Yes. Oh my God. And that was the hardest thing to watch him. 2 series that he has been in outside of Doctor Who. He's been a lot more, but that I have watched. And it's just so hard to, well, that's not what the Doctor do when I was watching, is it Jessica? Oh
Jessica Jones. Oh my gosh. Kilgrave. Yes.
And I'm like, I'm like, that's not the Doctor. It was easier to watch him in the is it the Omen?
Good Omens.
Good Omens, because that was just funny.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
That was hilarious.
That's an example of perfect casting. Is Good Omens. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was that. I haven't finished it, but I watched everything until the new season, and I haven't gotten back into it. But oh my God, yeah. So and that's just not him. It's honestly, when you see any character that has unfortunately been in a series for so long, and then they try to get out of it. I mean, you can say, Daniel Radcliffe, all the Harry Potter people, once they were done, they had to break out of because you get typecasts, and so
yeah, oh yeah.
But my gosh.
David Tennant's over here. He's like, I'm gonna be the Doctor. I'm gonna be Scrooge McDuck. I'm gonna be a demon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be a villain. It's like,
yes,
sir.
Yeah, and so I said, so I did get sucked in to the world, and I did like it. I would love to have a TARDIS.
Oh yeah.
TARDIS would be nice. So, and this is going to be for the people that are not Star Trek and chill fans, that maybe they will become one and join the Seventh Rule and all the other little things that we are members of. Okay. I have not caught myself, even myself personally, I came in the middle, or I came in as the fruit and the food adventure began. What? Give us a quick. How did this come about? I do have a video. I do have one of them pulled up here in a minute. I'm going to show, but let's get some background on this.
Yes. So basically, I let slip during one of our podcasts, one of the streams, that I don't eat fruit. I hadn't had most fruits. I like apples. I like grapes. That's pretty much it. And they were all blown away. They're like, wait, you haven't had blueberries? I'm like, no, you haven't had strawberries? No, you haven't. And like,
I was too.
On. Yeah.
A banana?
Well, we started out with like, have you try it on a stream? I'm like, okay, cool. And then it turned into this weekly thing where we have a poll and people vote on what fruit I'm going to try next. And so now I've had like the regular, the blueberry, the strawberry, kiwi, oranges, tried oranges. And then we're getting more into the like figs and persimmons and like the stranger fruits. I think I still need to do figs, figs, dragon fruit. I think we're gonna try some other random like ones. I tried like plums.
You did an avocado. I remember that.
Yes, did the avocados. Star fruit.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember if we voted or not on Friday night because you had to leave early.
I just got out early. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but let me see here. I'm gonna share my screen. This was last Friday's. Star Trek and chill. Let's see here. Is this the right one? Yep. Okay, let's share that. And I think I have it queued up just about right.
So I just walked into the store. I saw a P. I was like, is it? And it said persimmons, but it was like they lined all the tags up and then there's just piles of fruit. I'm like, this one looks like.
Okay, so but hang on. Here, you already did. I was going to say, Katie, the big surprise is I also have a persimmon. So if our fruits match, you know that you got the correct fruit.
Okay. Oh boy. Because this is mine.
Pressure's on.
This is the. It looked too much like a tomato to me. But
yeah.
Look at that.
It does look like that.
They're identical.
Let's go. I
It
love
does
There
look like a
was one
tomato,
season, it was like
honestly.
top pop.
It's so true.
Okay.
Yeah, the
I'm
top
not gonna
popped
wait.
off that one. Yeah, that was fun because a lot of people, they're afraid to try new foods and stuff. You stick a camera in front of me, I'll do most anything. So it was like I wouldn't have gone out and tried them on my own, but they're like, "Hey, do it for the
Yeah.
stream." I'm like, "Okay, I'll do it for the stream."
Yeah.
And so it's
That's too
I've
funny.
only had a few bad ones that have made me just be like, but
I
otherwise,
remember.
I've found some good
Oh,
ones.
I know
Pomegranate's
the
amazing.
avocado. Yeah, the avocado. You were like a 1, 0,
Yeah, oh.
negative, and there. I don't like. I'm gonna say this as well, and I'm gonna get. This will probably get I'll get blacklisted, demonetized. I'm gonna monetize it, but I'll get demonetized before I get demonetized. I don't like avocados either, and I live in
Oh,
Texas,
there we go.
so guacamole is like king. I just don't care for it. I just have
Yeah.
never cared for it. So
I will go with queso and then salsa, and then if I have to, guac at the end, or just like plain chips.
Yeah.
I like plain chips. I'm a basic kind of gal.
now we're gonna get into the meat of stuff here. We're getting to the real nitty gritty of Star Trek. So I think we kind of touched it already, but I'm going to, if I could do a poll, I'd put a poll up that says, "What is Katie's favorite series?" And I would put Voyager, TNG, and DS9 on there, and just pick like Discovery. And I would vote. My vote would be Voyager, but I don't know if I would be right or not.
Personally, yeah, Voyager's probably my favorite. Because it's hard to pick because TNG is where I got started, which was in a very backwards. I started with season 7, episode Gambit, part 2.
Oh,
so it's like,
wow.
what the heck.
Girl,
but
you were like almost done with the series
yeah.
at that point.
Oh yeah. Well, this is like in the mid 2000s, during the middle of, well, actually late 2000s, right as the JJ verse was getting going. So it had been a drought. But no,
Yes, there had been.
Voyager's got that special place in my heart. Strange New Worlds, Lower Decks, Prodigy. Oh my gosh, Prodigy. Being the Voyager fan that I am,
yes.
Prodigy season 2 was a feast.
It was awesome. It was so good.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. And see, now that's funny that you kind of say that because, you had Voyager when Prodigy which led to you really, really loving Prodigy. And I love Prodigy too.
Yeah.
But I started with TNG when it came out, actually. So TNG was the only series that I actually got to watch on broadcast when it was actually aired on TV.
Oh, wow.
Because of where I live, our market is the Corpus Christi market. And so they don't we didn't have a UPN affiliate. We didn't have a WB affiliate. They barely had a Fox network and when they did get a Fox affiliate, it was on, it was like a low power UHF station. So you weren't getting it with even, I'm like 30, 40 miles from where, Corpus is. So
yeah,
if you didn't have even if you had an outside antenna, it had to be a big one. And the cable company wasn't carrying it either. So I got TNG. And that was about it for a while. But eventually when I could get satellite TV, Direct TV and Dish Network, I was able to request a waiver so that I could get UPN out of the New York and East Coast, the New York and LA feeds, so I could actually watch series, which they let me watch Enterprise. And it wasn't, I didn't actually get to watch DS9 until it came out on streaming.
Wow.
And I watched it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just didn't have the option. So, and I loved it. It was a great series. But Enterprise for me would be my number one show. And I think it's due to the fact I just loved watching. I didn't like watching them stumble, but it was just it was entertaining to get to see how humanity had to take its first steps to be a member of, interstellar space. And, the Vulcans kept on saying, "Are y'all really sure you're ready to become
positive?"
Well, no, and it's true. And also it's one of those series when the characters also had a lot of development because again, they had no rules. Well, they have rules, but they don't have the rules that you and I grew up with, of the Prime Directive and all of that. And so that's why it hurt Archer so much to have to, first off, have to Paul on the bridge with him, looking over his shoulder all the time, and her always saying, basically, well, that's not the way we did it as Vulcan.
Yeah. It's like, well,
yeah, and he did fumble, but he also had probably some of the most growth of any captain out there because he had to learn.
Oh yeah, no, that's one of the big drawing points for me to Enterprise is that it's not the polished Starfleet that we know of. It's not even the Federation yet.
Not even Starfleet.
So.
Oh yeah, Starfleet. Yeah, no, it's not the Federation. And they were so wrong. I'm sorry. Well, first off, Trip's not dead. And they were so wronged by being cut so soon. But if you ever watched the interview Scott Bakula did with Connor and Dom at the end of the first season of Decon, they knew they were going to get cut. They had to wrap it up. And it just, if they would have just gotten that 5th season, they would have done it. But they've all three shared stories about, because they were and I didn't know still watching those episodes, they were the only series that was not in syndication because they were broadcast, and they would get bumped of course they always have to share this story, but they were like, they would get bumped for high school football in Texas.
Oh yeah.
I get it. I mean, I get it. I get it, but still, so that's really hurt them. Because of that. And so, and then another episode that I thought was really good, and it's got I just love the way it ends. Honestly, it was Dear Doctor, when the Enterprise runs into a society that's sent out people to try and find people that have warp. Yeah. And they've got that disease, or one of the Prime race is, dying, and the one that was lower is actually evolving. And he says, Phlox, can you fix it? And he actually does find the cure, but he doesn't want to give it to him because as he's having to just suck it and learn that they're not out there to play God. And he tells Phlox, he goes, until we have some sort of a directive that tells us what we should or shouldn't do. And I just laughed, and I was like, that's right. You need the Prime directive. So yeah, no, it's one of those. Yeah, it's one of my, for that reason alone, because they didn't have they barely had transporters. They didn't have photon torpedoes. They didn't have replicators. I mean, they had Chef. I would like to. I think he was a good cook too. So Yeah. And so I don't know. Those are some of my stuff, but so I guess, so obviously Voyager's your preferred series, but was there an episode that stood out to you that really sticks out?
Worst case scenario. I love that episode so much. It's the one where they find a holo program of like, what if Chakotay had like a Maquis uprising?
Oh, that's right. I remember
Seska
that one.
Comes back, and oh my gosh, I love what if scenarios. And I wish more Star Trek series would do that. Like, they kind of do that with the Mirror Universe and stuff, but man, there's something about worst case scenario where it's like you actually have the actors playing the characters in this like alternate situation. I love that.
Now, I'm trying to remember if it was worst case scenario or if there was another one when no, it wasn't worst case, because that's season 3. So no, it's not the one. Another one that I would say is kind of like that was when 7 of 9 is ingesting I think she's taking all the logs.
Oh yeah.
And she kind of thinks that there's a conspiracy on the ship. I actually like that one. Yeah. Well, no, you're right, man. I do like the, and that's, oh my God, not Prodigy. This Lower Deck season 5.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
All the multiverse stuff.
Bring back the people. The only thing I wish Lower Decks would have at least one more season because they have to get Scott Bakula on that. I need more Archer.
Oh, I know. If they, and here's the thing, since they were able to get Jolene.
Oh my gosh, yeah. That was the limit in the sky. And now that's like, I think the only other person is Avery Brooks. Like, that's the only other untouchable person in Trek that I feel would be the hardest. Oh my God.
Yeah. But that would be, they've got Jolene. If they could get, I think Scott Bakula's, he would do it if the story was correct and if the storyline was good. Yeah. I think he would do it on a heartbeat.
Yeah.
But Avery Brooks, though,
he'd be the hard ask. It would have to be, you'd have to ask him. Oh gosh, yeah, it'd be a really hard ask to do. But I think if you got the right story,
yes,
and like it really did accentuate, like just
yeah. And I think
they could get it.
And I think if one of our buddies that we know was to take that story to him, who just also happened to be his son.
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, Sirach could convince him to come back. Well, see, and that was a lot of people were just wondering if we were going to get Jake and Cisco in this when they started doing the multiverse stuff. And that's it. The next time we're on a round table and Sirach is there, I'm going to have to ask him. And of course, it won't ever get broadcast, but so I'm going to have to ask him, like, did you ever get approached to come back?
Yeah.
I don't know. Because, man, that would be so awesome. That would have been, don't get me wrong. What they did was phenomenal. Yeah. And I remember Garrett was telling us after he could finally talk about it, he said, oh my God, that was the hardest thing to not be able to say, that he was on Lower Decks for all those months. It was just brutal. And then he's got 2 pips.
You're all still ensigns?
I know. And that's the one thing we've learned. Do not give a Kim an extra pip because he goes evil. Oh my God.
Oh, that was a fun episode.
That was an awesome episode. And so, okay, so let's see. I'm thinking of another question to ask you to see if I can stump you. I doubt I will. This is an easy one. If we could have a Star Trek technology today, and I'm going to say, I think I'm going to probably exclude the medical stuff because for me, that's just a given. That's a given. I would take that in a heartbeat. So outside of the medical, what other Star Trek technology, if we could have today, would you want?
I would 100% go with replicators because I think once you get an effective replicator, the sky's the limit because society could benefit so much from that. You wouldn't have to worry about like processing of medical supplies. So it technically does like branch into that, but it's like you wouldn't have the need for like you wouldn't have poverty anymore. It would just be a matter of like societal growth. And then we already are working on like spaceships and stuff. So if replicators aren't an option, I'd go with warp speed because, man, we need to separate on the planet and give everyone their own little planets.
True. See, and I go back and forth between, obviously, warp speed and like a transporter for me.
Yeah.
Which, if you have replicators, you could transporters would probably be just right in there, and that would be involved with that as well. And it's just because I just would love to be able to go places and be there in like 5 seconds.
Remember though, I saw a video, I think it might have been CPC Gray on YouTube, where it's like the transporter is just a mass killing machine.
I've heard, I know.
So I'm like, I'm in the Dr. McCoy camp of I'm going to take a shuttle. Thank you very much.
I know. I've seen that too. Unfortunately, yes, you're literally being destroyed, and it's. With our current science, it's not going to happen. So, or maybe we'll come up with some wormholes or some portals or something that you just walk through that doesn't like completely obliterate your molecules. But you're the second person that said replicators, and I don't know why I hadn't thought about that, but it makes sense for all the reasons that you said. Because of hell, just look at Caretaker. The fact of the very first episode of Voyager. And they replicate all that water for the Kazon.
Yeah.
And it makes so much sense because they could literally make all of those stuff, the supplies, everything they need to live. As long as you have the energy and the power to do it, you can.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I would say replicators, and also, and this also falls back into the space is, fusion, like fusion power. We've got to get that if we want to get to Mars and back in a reasonable time. Nuclear, even it doesn't have to be fusion, even just nuclear powered rockets. We've got to have those.
Yeah.
To get there. And so, I don't know. And I guess something I was going to say when we were talking at Trek to Dallas. I was talking with our concierge for our group, and we were waiting for one of our meet and greets to start. And we were all just sitting there, just, chit-chatting. And somehow we got onto the topic of to get to the vision that Gene had for humanity, of where we, have no more war, no more poverty, no more, we've defeated, not completely defeated disease, but we're not trying to strangle each other on a daily basis. Would we have to have that hard reset like they predicted, with the world basically obliterating itself? And we did go back and forth on what it would be. But we still kind of felt like maybe not nuclear, but we felt like the group kind of felt like there's going to have to be something major to try to get us all on the same page.
Yeah. No, I talk about it with my co-anchors. I'm like, when the aliens show up, it won't be like us versus us. It'll be us versus them. And then that'll cause unification on Earth, which unfortunately will probably cause more problems for us because then we have the aliens that we take off. But that's my only way of getting everyone together is if the aliens did show up, because the people in power and the governments would just be freaking out that they lose power. But it's like,
Well, yeah, I mean, absolutely. So I don't know. I think that would be. It's going to take something to that level. And lately, there has been a lot more activity recently. I don't know if you follow how much you follow on all that, the alien world. I'm on, I'm on Angry Astronaut, some other stuff. All the orbs that have been showing up, in like New Jersey and other parts of over in UK. There's been a lot of things happening lately. So I don't know. We'll see what
I would love it if the showed up. Personally, this is a broadcast for any of the aliens. I do the weather. Come pick me up.
Right. Oh, hell yeah.
Liaison between the two species.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just hope
make it work.
Oh God. Yeah, I don't know. I would hope that if we ever do meet anybody, they don't come in like the ones from Independence Day and just try to wipe us off the earth. Which is a good movie, by the way. I mean, I like it a lot.
My personal idea with the aliens is like, it's either going to be the Vulcans and they're super high tech and they're the cerebral type, or they're like, all right, well, this planet has resources and it already has people to get those resources for us. So let's just make them work for us. It's like, that works.
I will see you here on the other side here in a couple of minutes, in about 30 seconds, and we will wrap it up for now. I'll talk to you later. Hello, I'm your host, Chris Garris, and you're watching The Transporter Room. Today, I have the pleasure to speak with Mike Goodwill, a.k.a. Captain Goodwill. He is one of the hosts of the Trekkin Up North podcast, the CloneStar Podcast, and the Search for Trek. A busy man. Thank you for making the time to come on the show with today, Mike. So how's your day been so far?
It is my pleasure to be here, Chris. Thank you so much for inviting me on. My day has been busy as usual. Some might class me as a workaholic, which is not far from the truth.
I get that because I've been classified that as well. So, I'm trying though. I'm trying to not be as much of a workaholic. And then here I had decided to do this, which this whole
This is
podcast
fun.
thing. But it is fun. It is a fun thing. And I've been learning, I never, learning about Premiere Pro, Photoshop, CapCut, take your pick of products.
Yeah.
And I've got lucky on this last weekend. I was this world of just YouTube, Patreon, all that. I was introduced a couple of days ago to a graphic artist, a gentleman who does animations and all that stuff, and he just made me that new opening for that I just did. I was like, oh
Very
my gosh.
snazzy.
Oh yeah. I was like,
Yeah.
and he was like, oh, let me take a crack at it. 30 minutes later, he had like the first rendering. I was like, that would have taken me a year to figure out. But anyway, so thankfully for that. But I will say it is finally nice. It's nice to finally meet you virtually face to face instead of just in the Trekkin Up North live chat or in the search for Discord. The search for Trek Discord. So it is nice to do that. And as I was preparing for today, and I might be getting my mics crossed, but I don't. It's either Mike. I'm gonna call you Mike number one since the original Mike number one, Mike Overton, is not here today. But I could swear I heard or read somewhere that you started off in the podcast world with Sean Ferrick, but I am not sure if that's true. So can you just tell us what sparked your interest to get into the Star Trek podcasting world?
So I am a member of a YouTube channel and Facebook community called Nerdy Up North. We are a regional based conglomerate of psychopaths in the northeast of England. We are very proud to be northern because a lot of people outside of the UK don't realize there is a north-south divide, and you don't really hear a lot of northern people outside of the UK, a lot of northern nerds. So Nerdy Up North was started in 2021. I was famously willed into existence upon the creation of Nerdy Up North. I am a non-corporeal being which inhabited a ginger person for your entertainment. So we review all things nerdy, every aspect of nerdism, conventions, films, movies, horror, everything. And it sort of grew legs from one main podcast to various ones like Monsters, Gigs Up North, and of course, Trekking Up North. I was a very active member in the group. I had not done podcasting for a long time. I trained, I went to university, I worked with the BBC, ITV, all the British channels, and I was freelance, but I sort of fell out of that industry for a long time. So I hadn't done podcasting in a long time. So I was asked by the leader of Nerdy Up North, Paul, if I would be a guest on an upcoming episode of their main podcast, which was covering Star Trek. I have massive anxiety. So of course I said yes, because I am a northern psychopath. Yeah. So I was very nervous. I dusted off my old TNG Command Red uniform. I literally moved my entire desk to a location in my room called the Wall of Bankruptcy, as many people know, which is more or less now 3/4 of this room covered in starships. And I did my first podcast talking about Star Trek, expressing my love of Star Trek, how I got into it. And it just spiraled out of control from there. I was on many other podcasts discussing all different things. And then in 2023, was it 2023? 2023, the final series of Picard was coming up, and we all knew it was going to be big. Doug Drexler, wonderful human being, kept teasing all the time, this is one thing you don't want to miss, blah, blah, blah. So I decided that I wanted to review the final season of Star Trek Picard, and I was given my own show. And unfortunately, it's been downhill from there. We have done nearly 80 episodes so far, mostly live, and we have covered the final season of Picard, Strange New Worlds, Lower Decks, and then we also review random episodes from Trekdom using the double wheel of episodes. And every week we spin the wheel, and whatever it lands on, we must review the week after, as well as reviewing each month one of the Star Trek movies, which sort of fell off a little bit with Christmas, but we will be back with Insurrection soon. And that's it. So I started with Trekking Up North. I had such a blast with it. I started to get to know loads of wonderful people from the Star Trek community. Trekkies get a very bad press. However, every single one I have met has been a wonderful, kind human being. And I have sort of gained an extra family from doing this. I have met some wonderful people. And now I not only do Trekking Up North, I do Search for Trek, I guest host on CloneStar, and possibly do many other things that I have blacked out during my exhaustion. Oh, I also do Twitch as well, because apparently I hate sleep. But yeah, so I have an immense passion for doing all this, sharing my love of Star Trek and getting back into this crazy thing we call entertainment.
Mm-hmm. No, and it's so awesome to do that. And I think that's what kind of got me started too, to do this was, I had never watched a Star Trek podcast at all. And I don't know why, but somehow I was probably scrolling on YouTube and I came across the Shuttlepod show.
Yep.
The old Shuttlepod show. And I was like, wait, that's Connor and Dom. And I clicked on it and I watched it and I was like, this is actually pretty good. And it was good. And so I just, I watched it. And then after it went away, kind of had a lull there. But eventually, the Decon Chamber came out. And I started watching that. I joined them as a Patreon member. And somehow through, again, it's like you say, these things become a blur and you just kind of black out. But somehow I, did Decon. I started, I'd always been I had never wanted to get on Twitter or X. I don't know. I had been on it years ago and my account got hacked or something. I was like, the hell with this. I just deleted my account and went away, which is also the reason why I can't have this. I couldn't have some of the same handles anymore. But somehow I guess I got back on there and I started seeing people at STLV I guess now I can technically say last year in 2024. And I was like, man, that looks kind of fun. And somehow I just kind of kept on going. I found the Seventh Rule, the Delta Flyers, and I became a member of both of those. I've since backed off of the Delta Flyers. Nothing against them. I needed to make a cut, because I was starting to my Patreon bill was start. Well, that and my Patreon bill was starting to get a little bit higher than which it's still high because I upgraded membership on the Seventh Rule, but it was really the Seventh Rule that has gotten me more into this because we do recordings at least almost 1 to 2 times a week when we do episode reviews, and so it really prompted me to get into this and then I started, checking in again on the Search for Trek to see where that was going. And I got connected up with that. And now I'm helping out with we're running the franchise which when I calculated it, I told Mark, I found out how many episodes there were, and we're doing 2 a week, roughly. About 9 years, 10 years to finish everything.
You've got 940 plus to go. I
Yeah.
wouldn't worry about it. At least you've got a lot of content.
Correct. But I just laughed when we were all sitting there starting to watch these on a weekly basis. I'm just like, well, I said, well, we got about 10 years, we'll be done.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
It'll take a while.
The Shuttle Pod was a show that really gave me the confidence and the ability to express my love of Star Trek and helped me a lot with developing trekking. I got into contact with Mark very early on. I was there on the ground floor straight away with Shuttlepod and built a friendship with Mark. And yeah, I cannot thank Mark enough for his support and his ongoing support in everything that we do. Quite possibly the best boss I ever had. So I'm very happy for his support. Yeah.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I've talked with him and stuff like that, and it's been good. So you were doing that with him, where what got me was going to Seventh Rule, and the first free for all I remember doing, I was like, oh, this is kind of like, I watched my first one, I was like, oh yeah, that was rough. And then
they always are at the start.
So but anyway, that's what got me started. So that's what got me into the podcasting aspect of this stuff. And something, as like I said, now you're number 5, I think, and as you know, you are always learning as you do this, and you keep on going and keep on going. And something I thought about today is when it comes to asking questions, and something I thought about was so far in your podcasting career, between Trekkin and Search for Trek and all of them, and especially CloneStar, that's the one where I was looking at this morning, and I was like, so what is so far has been the best interview you have gotten to participate in? And it may be a hard question, which you cannot answer, but I just so happened to pick up when I was on their YouTube channel. I was like, oh, that would be a cool one to have been on.
I have, in terms of Trekkin Up North, we tend to not interview per se. We've had Sean Ferrick from TrekCulture and WhoCulture, who is, again, a wonderfully unhinged human being. If you ever have the chance to meet him in person, I implore you to kiss him on the cheek. He loves that. And of course, we've had Mark Cartier from the Shuttle Pod and Search for Trek. In terms of interviews, when it comes to trekking, in terms of trekking, when we do interviews, it's more of a case of we tend not to talk about them. We would like to have them on so we can share our love of Star Trek, because I feel like everyone interviews and everyone gets to know the same things about the same people, and it's sort of like, that's cool, but we want to share our love of Star Trek, and we want to hear your feelings on Star Trek and what makes you love it. CloneStar, possibly my most fun interview, is possibly the most shortest one so far. Little sneak peek. Was Mike McMahon.
Okay,
because he was
the one I pulled up and saw this morning.
He was delightful. I was full of anxiety. This was, fun fact, this was such short notice, you wouldn't believe it. Like,
for you or for the whole thing?
Just for me. I mean, I guess in total it was short notice, but I got a text from Mike number 1, and it was like, hey, Mike McMahon in this time, and I said a lot of expletives and got everything got everything set up, got my lower decks uniform on, and got everything done and ready. And we got the questions up and everything like that, and we did it. And all thanks to Paramount for organising all this and show who can move mountains in pulling these contacts and getting these interviews. He is. If we are the A team, he is Hannibal. He just sits there with a cigar, smiling as we cover all these and do all these interviews. But it was definitely Mike McMahon, because it was seeing his passion for Star Trek, and this is what I love when you get to meet these people. The people who create these shows like Strange New Worlds, Lower Decks, Picard. These are passionate Trekkies. That know exactly what people want, how they want it delivered, and Mike McMahon is one of the most hardcore Trekkies you will ever meet, and he is a joy to talk to, and you can have a laugh with him. He's just really funny. He's off the cuff, and you could have all the anxiety in the world, and I did, and he just destroys that within minutes, and you just feel like you're chatting to one of the boys and you're just having a laugh and a joke. So for me, the highlight was definitely Mike McMahon in terms of interviews. But we have interviewed on CloneStar. We've interviewed a load of fantastic people, and there is going to be a lot more coming up. And Mike has really interviewed some heavy hitters during his time, and it is astonishing to see, and we are just incredibly lucky to be in this position. So yeah, well, definitely Mike McMahon. Yeah, definitely Mike McMahon. But Sean comes in a very close second, because he was the first celebrity that I'd ever reached out and said, "Hey, do you want to come on this really pokey little podcast that no?"
So that actually kind of answers a question in a way, because I was shocked. I already asked Sean. I messaged him, and he said, "Sure, to do this at some point." And it would be sometime after sometime now. It was last month when I asked him. He said, "Yeah, sometime after the first of the year." And I was like, expletives to myself. I'm thinking like, no freaking way. He what? And he must. Well, there's no must about it. He bleeds in Star Trek and Doctor Who. I don't know about Doctor Who as much. Definitely Ellie. She loves her Doctor Who and her Janeway. But Sean is a Trek. Yeah, he bleeds Trek, and so
he is one of us. He has this aura about him that some people think that he's this major celebrity in the Star Trek community, and he is. But
yeah,
he is just one of us. And he is wonderful. He is kind, and I am glad to call him my friend. And he is just wonderful. He is wonderful to be around. He has one of these, so I'm quite happy about that. But he again, very much like Mike, very much like most people, they just love Star Trek and would like to have a laugh. Ellie is the same. Ellie is unbelievably tiny and wonderful, but she bleeds Star Trek and Doctor Who through and through. And they are just both wonderful. And to get to be with them at STLV, it was just I couldn't describe it.
So you just answered my next question. I was gonna, in a way, because I cannot remember, because I don't remember seeing pictures of you. I did see, Ellie and Mike #1, Mike Evington at STLV, and that's why, because I was curious if one thing I've been hearing is there is not a lot of, it doesn't seem like it. Let me just say that conventions that go on, Star Trek conventions that go on over in, say, the UK. And there might be, but I don't know if they're as big as, say, like STLV and whatnot. And so I don't know. That's why I was, so it sounds like you did come to STLV last year, I'm assuming.
It was well. Funnily enough, last year was a big year for Trekking Up North. We were actually invited to do our show live at the UK's only Star Trek convention. Destination, an unofficial Star Trek event in Blackpool in the United Kingdom. I had reached out and I was like, hey, we're just this pokey little show. Here's our details. We would love if you could consider us. Just hoping nothing would come for it. I applied for Trek Long Island, STLV, because I don't care. STLV San Francisco, ST San Francisco, sorry. And I was just scattergunning because I was like, there's a saying that we have in the northeast of England, and probably no one else but the northeast will get this: shy bairns getting out, which is basically if you are quiet, you will get nothing. So if you won't get it if you don't ask. So we saw that Destination was happening again last year in Blackpool, and we were like, yeah, absolutely, let's do that. And I just got a random email from Jamie Gallagher one day, and he was like, absolutely, we would love to have you on. We will have you on this stage on this date. Is that okay? And again, a lot of expletives were said. And I was like, I have to compile a show. And yeah, so it was our very first live event at Blackpool, the UK's biggest Trek convention. I was incredibly hot because it was one of the warmest days in the UK. I was wearing a full Star Trek uniform. I had very thick hair because I hadn't had a haircut. And I was on stage with Science Officer Synoiz Graham, who is, as many people know, the Velvet Snatch, a drag queen, who was also incredibly hot in a red velvet dress. And we did this. And what was crazy about it was we had got, we were doing our regular review on Trekking Up North. We had done Destination in Blackpool. And then 2 days later, we were covering STLV in Las Vegas. So we had no sleep. We had nothing but Starfleet uniforms, and I put in a lot of miles in the car. It was insane. Blackpool really was something else, and I have already asked to go back, and I think we're going this year again. But that was our first one in the UK, and we were just as we were on camera, because I don't believe in putting on a facade or anything like that. We are just two northern nerds that love Star Trek, and we will share that with anyone, and we will have a laugh with anyone. And we may get political, we may get a little bit edgy sometimes with the humor. It is all in good fun, and that is what the people like. And we got a round of applause, and I was like, why are you clapping? Like, have you not seen the last hour? What is wrong with you? We exposed the Keiko O'Brien conspiracy, how she is the secret greatest villain in Star Trek history.
I'd have to hear that story sometime.
Oh, don't make me get the PowerPoint presentation. But we did that, and then 2 days later, we were in the car heading all the way down to Manchester to fly out to Las Vegas. And that in itself was in typical Trekking fashion, because nothing is ever done correctly on Trekking, hence why the ship is called the USS Adequate, because it is old, run down, and things constantly go wrong, very much like myself and Science Officer Synoiz. We had booked to go to STLV, we had the tickets, we had the hotel, we had the flights, and then in less than 24 hours, our flight got cancelled.
Oh my God.
That is it. And we were like, okay, what happens? And the airline was going, we will sort this. Don't worry, we will sort this. And we're sat there, and it's getting like 18 hours, nothing, 12 hours, nothing. It got to the night of before we were due to fly out, and they were like, okay, we can't fly you directly to Las Vegas, but you can go here, 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 and then Las Vegas. And we were like, dude, what? Long story short, before we even got to STLV, we had our own little adventure.
Sounds like it.
Graham, who had never been to America before in his life, boarded a plane with me to Orlando, Florida, we were surrounded by Disney adults and Disney children with Disney hats. Why were we going to Florida, you might ask? Well, in the airline's infinite wisdom, they thought, hey, why, we could just fly you to LA and then you could drive, but we think it would be more fun to fly you to Florida, separate you two, you fly to Philadelphia, you fly to Salt Lake City, you then go this way, you then go that. So we had 27 hours of nonstop flights and running through airports. We had got to Orlando.
God.
We had got to Orlando. We were going through TSA. I was fine. I have a visa waiver. Graham had never been through, so he had to go through all the checks, the thumb, the fingerprint, the retina, and everything like that. And then they said, you have got 10 minutes to board your flight, which is on the other side of Orlando Airport.
Yeah, I've been to Orlando Airport. It's not that
Yeah.
small.
He missed it. So then he had to get another, because he was supposed to go to Atlanta. He missed the Atlanta flight. So then he had to get the flight to Salt Lake City later on. I was given the grace of 30 minutes to clear security, literally run from the metro in Orlando, which if anyone knows, it's like an open tram that goes around the airport. Run through there. And then I got stopped by TSA. Going through security again. I got searched, leaving me with 5 minutes to run to my plane to get to Philadelphia. And I was like, I hope this is the last thing that ever happens. I just want to get to Vegas. I just want a bed and I want to enjoy Star Trek. I got to Philadelphia and the plane was delayed by 30 minutes on the tarmac because one of the passengers decided to go to the toilet as soon as the plane landed, so we couldn't move until they were out of the toilet.
Oh my God.
This
sounds like a movie plot.
This was a mission. This was before any Star Trek occurred. We finally got to the terminal. I got to the American Airlines desk and I was like, I need to get to this terminal. Where is it? And they're like, it's on the other side of the airport. And I was looking at the golf cart that they have to go across, and I was like, I need to make this flight. Can you do this? What can you suggest? And she looked me dead in the eyes and she went, run. So here I am. I am a lone Brit. 9 o'clock at night, Philadelphia. I have heavy luggage. Like I have a carry-on. I have a backpack with all my filming equipment, and I am running through this airport in Philadelphia. And with it, I made my flight within 30 seconds of the gate closing. And I eventually got to Las Vegas. I met Graham at the luggage collection, and he just looked old and weathered. He was well eroded by this point. But we had got to our hotels 27 hours later and 15 hours later than what we should have. And then within 4 hours, we had to be up for STLV. So STLV last year was at the Rio in Las Vegas, which is a stunning hotel, huge convention center, loads of different little rooms. And Graham had decided that he was going to go as his alter ego, the Velvet Snatch, which is his drag alter ego. And if anyone goes to Vegas in August, they will tell you it's hot. It is 45 degrees. Graham decided to get changed in the hotel and then walk to the car. And I said, no, you will have to run. He got changed and then had to run to the car and then had to sit head down with the air conditioning vents blowing on his head because his makeup was running off. Oh my God. This was every day.
So y'all did not have a room at the Rio then?
No, we both stayed at the Luxor and the Excalibur. He stayed in the Excalibur, I stayed at the Luxor. We couldn't get the Rio to save our lives because obviously STLV. So we got to the convention. But I tell you this, all of that hell on the plane, all of the heat, it is worth it to be at STLV with fellow Trekkies to embrace our love of Star Trek. It is something else.
And with all the stuff you just said is the reason why I feel like everybody that I talk to in my groups over here, unfortunately, I just don't think I'm going to get to make it in this year again, just because of work and schedules and all that type of stuff. But oh my God, they're like, you need to go. You need to go. I'm like, they're like, you're not going to go. I'm like, I can't. I have to work. It's like where I work at, that's our busy time. Like I can't be gone. Like, well, you need to go. I'm like, well, I can't. So I said, I will go in 2026. I will be able to make it in 2026. There'll be which would be fine because that'll be the 60th anniversary. So that's going to even be, that's going to be huge. That's going to be huge. I mean, like, I feel like the instant that I just need to pre-plan this, that the instant that I can get a room at the Rio in 2026, book it then. Book it from now. I'm saying even for me and all of us, because that way, when it's open, you've got a room there because it's going to be huge.
It is an experience that I can't quite describe if you've never been before. This was my first major American Trek convention. And oh boy, we did a lot of recording throughout the 4 days. We interviewed a lot of people. The most terrifying thing was that we were recognized at the convention. I thought I was in trouble. So someone had come up to me and they were like, "You're Captain Goodwill, right?" And I'm like, "Oh God, what have I done?" Because that is the default go-to for me. Like I have killed someone, haven't I? But they were like, "No, I saw you on Trekkin Up North," and we interviewed so many people, so many fans, and not just fans. We interviewed John Eves, Sean, who was there, Ellie, who was there, John, who I had like worshipped as a Starship god for decades, who just made the time, like all the way through the 4 days. Like me and Mike Number One would just sit there and we would talk to Dave Blass and John about Starship designs and the models of Factory Entertainment we're doing. And John, again, and it feels so big-headed to say this, but it's like, John is my friend now. And it's insane to get to know these people. But that is the power of Star Trek. And that is like, the one thing that Star Trek has above any other fan base is you can connect with these people. Because at the end of the day, they are just people. They are human beings like the rest of us. And if you treat them with the respect and the kindness and the decency that any human deserves, it is you make these friendships and you have these friendships.
Absolutely.
And I was having, it was insane. I was having detailed conversations with Todd Stashwick. I was having conversations with Terry Farrell, and Doug Jones kissed me, and it's just, it's insane. It is absolutely insane.
Especially Doug.
He is. If you ever get to see Doug, he always has time. He always has time for you.
I went. So my convention started this year or 2024. I went to, first one was in San Antonio. It's called Space Con, which is, it's more of a, it's not a Trek only, it's everything. It's Trek, Star Wars, all that stuff, which was great. And then I went to Trek to Dallas in November, which is a Star Trek and it's a creation event, which was, and I can tell you, I mean, I liked them both. I mean, they were both phenomenal and great, but I liked creation, the Trek to Dallas more because, and the only reason is that everybody's self-contained. Almost everyone stays in the hotel. So, you may you'll walk down the restaurant or the bar or whatever. And, there's, Todd Stashwick, there's Michelle, over there. Oh, there's Tawny Newsome just chilling out.
Yeah.
Because it's my first one, I went ahead and I splurged and did the VIP package. So we get all the meet and greets and all that stuff. And oh my God, Doug Jones, that he is the nicest. I mean, they were all nice. Don't get me wrong, but that, oh my God, he's just so fun, so talkative, and just cheerful. And then when you go to get his autograph, everybody gets a free Dougie hug. Period. And there is, I don't think there's a mean bone in that man's body.
No, he is so kind. He is so kind with his time. I was there and we were talking, and I said, look, I'm part of this group, and it just so happens that a few days after, while we were at the convention, a few days later, our sister podcast, Monsters Up North, were talking about Doug Jones and his work in his films and, Hocus Pocus and everything like that. And I said, look, the host, Sammy, is a huge fan. She's doing this episode. Could you send something to her? And he said, give me your phone. I was like, okay. And he just recorded this lovely, wonderful message for Sammy saying, thank you so much for doing that. It is wonderful, from your friend Doug. And it made her bawl her eyes out. She was crying. She couldn't believe it. And I just said, this is just the type of person he is. He is just such a kind-hearted, generous person, and he always has the time. And this is like not a one-off. Like every single day he was there, and he gave every single person at that convention the same respect, the same kindness, the same amount of time, and it just made everyone smile. Anyone who saw him went away with a massive smile on their face, and they just felt the love that he had for these people, and it's something that you can never replicate.
And you can't. And another person that I could say, and I've been on by now, multiple Zooms with Sirach Lofton.
Sirach is amazing. Yeah.
Oh my God. We came in there, and he was our last interview or meet and greet on that Friday, the first Friday. And he was the last one. So there was nothing else going on. He didn't have any more panels. He sat there and we all just talked. He just talked to us.
Yeah.
Visited.
Yeah.
45 minutes. Just chilling. And I felt like, I see you on a regular basis. And I'd learned so much more about him. Oh, and I was like, okay, now I understand why he is. And I'm not going to tell his story per se, but just his story that he tells about, when he when he went in and played for the part to be Jake, and how and what he did, and then how that got him the part is just, oh my God. And then just the protection that Avery, that he did not know until later on as an adult, that Avery did, what he did for him behind the scenes is just phenomenal. And, but yeah, I'll leave down. Yeah, he's, oh God, that was a great.
He was at the UK convention at Blackpool, and me and Graham got to speak to Sirach, Armin, and Tim, and we were just stood there, man, and we were just having these conversations. And Armin is just, he's one of my heroes, and I loved him even more after his Shuttlepod episode. And we were just having these conversations, man, and he was just like, if you ever do, there was an episode he was on about where Odo and Quark crash on a planet. And he said, if you ever do that episode, he said, here is my card, call me and we'll do it. And I'm just, do you know what I mean? And he's just like, wow, this is someone I have revered for like 30 years. I have seen on the TV, I have grew up with for years, and I'm just talking to all of these people. And it's, for me, I was born in 87. So I was born when the Next Generation started, and I had grew up on the original series. I have been a Star Trek fan since I was 2.5, and I have grew up with Star Trek, and to these people who I consider to be like an extended family, and to just meet them and talk to them and just realize that they are humans, but just how nice and welcoming and kind they are with their time. It gives me a new appreciation of them and everything that they have done, because it must be hard for them to speak to so many people and hear the same things again, but they just still
tell the same stories.
Yeah, and they just have that time, man. And it's we spoke to Terry Farrell at STLV, and Terry actually recognized Graham, because obviously Graham was in drag for 3 of the 4 days, which is a trooper. One of the days he came as Loxana Snatch. So he was Loxana Troy in the full wig, makeup, and everything like that. in the 45-degree heat, luckily STLV was air conditioned, but man, he was a trooper. And Terry was just walking down one of the corridors, and she was like, "Graham!" And he got a photo with her and everything. And he was just like, well, he was like, "I would love to have you on Trekkin Up North." And she's like, "Oh, but I've answered all these questions." He was like, No. He said, "I don't care about interviewing you. I just want you to help us review a random episode of Star Trek, not even Deep Space Nine." And she was just like, "I would absolutely love to do that. Like, just get this guest who is Jadzia Dax from DS9 and get her to watch a TNG episode or an Enterprise episode and just go, what do you think of that as an actor and stuff?" And she was just like, "Yes, that's great." But she was a genuine human being. She was just a genuine person. And she just the love that these people had, and like, people can be intimidated when they meet stars and actors and everything like that. Don't. Just treat them like you would anyone else. And honestly, you'll love it. You will absolutely love it.
That helped me too. And you're right. And that helped a lot too when I actually met Garrett, Garrett Wang, because I'd been a Delta flyer and I had already been on some of the Zooms for the tiers that I was on that we get to have. So by the time I actually met him at SpaceCon in San Antonio, I knew who he was there. So that I guess that allure that, that he's this, not that I'm saying he's not by any means, but I wasn't nervous to talk to him or anything like that. And then at the end of the day, when the lines were basically, it was the convention was wrapping up and he was just at his table, just waiting for people to show up. And so I went back over there that evening and just sat, and finally I was going to get his autograph next day. I just went and got it that evening. And then because there was nobody else, waiting, there was no lines. It was just basically over. He said, "Hey, just pull up a chair." And me, the people the staff for the convention that were there, and we all just sat there and listened. For one, just talked Trek and non-Star Trek and heard his stories for about an hour. I'm like, I'm sitting here talking to Harry freaking Kim.
Yeah.
One Pip Kim, not two Pip Kim. But he's still good. He's still the good Kim. And I was like, "You kidding me? Like, how is this even possible?" And he had some good stories. And and I can, and one of the stories he did tell us about Voyager was actually one of those ones, and you may or not even heard about this, is the love and hate that Paramount received the day after the pilot premiered. And I had never heard that. I had never heard that story, heard what was going on. And he said, they had phone calls from, "This is just about time. Why haven't we done this before?" Having a female captain. And they just loved it, to, "Well, this should not be happening. Why did y'all do this?" Yada, yada, yada. To they needed extra security at the studio because they had.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I had not heard that part. So that really surprised me to hear that. So, but again, you're right. They're just, and the fact that they're willing to do, I mean, yes, I know it's part of your membership when you're on there with them, but still the fact that they will take that time for the members that are, to do those monthly Zooms with their members, and they're not, and they don't just talk to you. They literally, him and Robbie both, they're like, "Okay, hey, they take the time to talk to every single person that's on the, 'Hey, what's going on? You got anything good to do? Or got any questions? How are you doing? What's going on?'" I'm like, so it is a two-way. They're treating us like just everyday people, and we're treating them just like, and so that would, that is so amazing. So I am gonna go. Since this is a Star Trek themed podcast, I am going to ask a few Star Trek-ish more questions. Which obviously there will be. I'm gonna go with a hard one. What's your favorite series, if you have one?
I have two. and I will always have two: Deep Space Nine and Enterprise. Deep Space Nine, because it really broke the mold for Star Trek, and it really just pushed the boundaries of what Star Trek could be. And it was horrendously underappreciated a little bit during its time, and it gained new respect with Netflix in the 2010s when it became available. Enterprise is Enterprise, man. First and foremost, I love the theme tune from season 1 and 2. I don't care what anybody says. Come at me. I will defend it.
No, I don't understand. That's one of those things.
Yeah.
I don't understand the hate for a theme. I don't get it, but whatever.
I don't get. I know this. I know Rick Berman didn't like it. I know a few people didn't like it in the cast. That's fine. Everything is subjective. I loved it. Enterprise, for me, when Enterprise was announced, it was 2001. I was 12 years old. So I was still a wee bairn, as they say. I was 12, 13. How old was I? Oh God, I don't know. I was young, but it was my first Star Trek that I was sort of in on the ground floor. See, Star Trek in the UK was very odd if you weren't rich enough to have satellite TV. The BBC aired Star Trek throughout the 90s, and The Next Generation aired years after it aired in the United States. Same with Deep Space Nine, same with Voyager. So years. So we were 3 years behind.
Okay,
we were 3 years behind. So with Enterprise, it was sort of season 7 of Voyager was still ending when Enterprise was about to start on UK TV, right? So there was a 2-year gap there. So, there was a year gap because Enterprise started in 2002 in the UK. So, Enterprise was the first one where it was like, right, we are watching this within months of the US getting it. I didn't have the internet at the time, and it wasn't as globalized as it is today, where you must watch it the day it comes out, otherwise it'll get spoiled. This was very much like you can wait 6 months and not have anything said to you. And I just remember vividly there was a 35th anniversary of Star Trek in 2001, and the BBC had did a Star Trek night, and they had showed the first UK exclusive clip of Enterprise. And it was the bit in the pilot, it was a bit in Broken Bow where Archer meets T'Pol in the ready room. And he just says, the Vulcans don't think we can flush a toilet without one of them to assist us. And I had watched that clip dozens of times when I had recorded it. So when Sky One, which is the satellite channel in the UK, had the first episode of Enterprise, I was just so excited. I was unbelievably excited. We had got satellite TV for this. Like, this was a monumental event. And I sat there, and Enterprise was that core memory of being so excited and being on the ground floor of a new Star Trek series there and then, and me remembering it fully. But on a more personal note, it was also one of the series that helped me through a lot of dark times in my life. It was something that I look back and I remember fondly watching and helping me get over depression. And I was very ill at one point during season 2. I had meningitis, and I was on the sofa, and my grandmother was with me, and I gotta tell you, man, we binged 12 episodes back to back of season 2 of Enterprise. And man, she was like, she was a Trekkie, but she was like, man, like, even this is a bit. But it was a core memory for me because I'd recently lost my grandmother, and talking about Enterprise brings back that memories of spending time with her, watching Enterprise, and it was her very last series that she had ever watched. We tried to watch Discovery, but it wasn't really her thing. But it was just, it's that memory I have of, it was the last Star Trek series of the golden era, as we call it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was just, it's so personal to me, and it just has memories of it helping me get over so many depressing times in my life, sad times in my life, and just being with my grandmother for those 12 episodes where she was
That's
just
awesome.
there and we were just watching it, and she never complained once. She never said anything. She was just there because I was ill and she just wanted to show support. And she supported all of this. She supported me going onto these podcasts. She always wanted the very best for me because she was like, you don't like your job, you want to have fun. And I'm like, yeah. And she just encouraged me to do this and go forward. And I like to think that I am honoring her memory by continuing to do this and to share my passion. So Enterprise, DS9 obviously, but Enterprise for me is just very, very close to me, and cancelled way too soon. We needed a Romulan war. Why didn't we get a Romulan war? But,
we needed that. They just
we
that
did.
irritated me. We needed and as Scott Bakula has said in on his interview that he did with on the Decon Chamber, is that they were the only series that was not in syndication.
Yeah.
That was not syndicated. If they had not been in syndication, they would have gotten their 7. But because they were in the network model and UPN was trying to do what UPN could, whatever they could do, and he always jokes, I don't know if it was Scott, he said it, they'd get bumped for, a baseball game. And I think it was either Connor or either Connor or Dominic said, here, I live in Texas, they'd get bumped for high school football, games. And so
it was St. Louis, they bumped Enterprise.
Yeah.
So even in his hometown. Yeah, even in his hometown, his show was bumped.
Yeah, and so that's what they I mean, I liked it. It is by far my preferred episode. I mean, I can just put it on and just work and do stuff in the background. And my main reason, what I have loved about it the most was it lets us see. Well, I'm a little bit older. I was 25 when it came out, but I saw TNG when it aired. So that was my first episode. But so we now have replicators, transporters, and transporters are just an everyday thing. All the doctors, Crusher doing her thing, whatever. She's even more advanced than McCoy and all that stuff. But then we go back to the 22nd century, and they're learning how to explore and how to take those steps out to deep space. And they don't have all of the advanced weapons and technologies that even the Vulcans have, which they are withholding. And that's why they're like, are you sure are you ready? Well, first off, I like my Vulcans, but still they were sitting there, holding them back.
Yeah.
But probably, and I was discussing this with somebody else, another person I talked to, was it right or wrong for them to hold them back? And I think in a way it probably was, because if we'd gone out too soon,
yeah,
we would have had Earth could have been wiped off the face of we could have been wiped off the planet. So yes, it was a shame. And I just loved, I always loved those little tidbits, those little nuggets they would give us when, and a great episode was Dear Doctor, when Archer asks Phlox, well, can you cure this or not? And he's got to decide, does he tell the captain that he does have the cure, but he's got that conflict between Phlox and T'Pol talks to him, is like, okay, just remember, the Vulcans have been on the Earth for a century by that time. Are you ready to basically be doing this? And we're not here to. And he finally has the realization that we're not here to play God. And it was just, and you could tell finally all the back and forth between him and T'Pol and just the Vulcans about, you know, the non-interference and all that stuff. But I love that line. He goes, until someone gives us a directive on what we should and shouldn't do,
Yeah.
I'll have to be the one who kind of makes those decisions. And you
Yeah.
could tell it did eat at him a little bit that he had to kind of, I guess, acknowledge that T'Pol was actually right. I guess it's the right word to say for that. You know, that it's not that she was just trying to be a pain in the butt. She was doing it for very good reasons. And I loved also how, you know, the last episode with Admiral Forrest, before, you know, and again, it was season 4, so they were having to wrap all this stuff up so fast. And when him and Saval are walking through the you know, the embassy, and he basically goes, Ambassador, are you afraid of humans? And he just openly admits, basically, yes.
Yeah.
Because you've
they
done
represented them.
you've done in 100 years what took us a millennia to do. And so, yeah, that was I just like the whole start of it, and we could go on forever on that, but I do need to keep on moving here real quick. But
yeah, we could.
Oh my god!
I'm just glad it's getting it very much like DS9. I'm very glad that Enterprise has gained new fans over the last 15 years.
And
streaming.
The producers, if Trek, are realizing that they basically probably messed up, because the love that Enterprise has gotten, especially in Strange New Worlds, and Discovery, Discovery,
and Lower Decks,
yes, Lower Decks, all of them. So I'm gonna the last Trek question I'm gonna ask you today, before we go, and I can say last year you would have been. I could guarantee your answer would have been what I think it would be. But if we could have the technology, what's one piece of Star Trek technology you would like to have? Outside of the medical. I mean, I know we want all the medical. I want all that medical, but that's a given.
See, that was such a hard question. My camera went out of focus.
It did.
That is a difficult one, man, because there are pros and cons to all of it, given the current state of our planet, which is like, technology. I would state, technology-wise, warp drive.
Okay.
Because we need to, as a species, it is natural for us to expand. And with the advent of warp drive, yes, we can get to other planets, but obviously it takes a while. But with the advent of warp drive, we could finally, we can become multiplanetary, and we could go to the asteroid belt and get the resources from the asteroid belt without having to mine the Earth completely of all of its resources. In terms of other technology, though, replicators.
Yep. Transporters would have been nice last year. You would have liked to have a transporter last year.
Woo, yes. Just a runabout, man. Jeez,
anything to get you from
anything to beat up
from UK to there to here. Oh, good.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. But it warp drive, because I would love to go to another planet. I know it will probably never happen in my lifetime.
Warp.
I've been fascinated with warp drive for as long as I can remember, and I did a lot of research into it when I did physics at a very younger age, and it just fascinates me, and the fact that it is scientifically a possibility is intriguing. And what I love about Star Trek is, look at the technology that we have had over 60 years of Star Trek, and look at what we have today. We've got mobile phones.
We're doing this right here.
Mobile phones. We have the advent of like wireless technology. We've got PDAs, pads, and I think it's nothing inspires the human spirit and the mind as Star Trek has done. I don't think any other franchise has done that. And I think Star Trek There are a lot of things to thank Star Trek for. Star Trek gives people hope. It gives me hope for a better tomorrow. Because again, but it just helps us see what humanity could become and what we could strive towards. And Lord have mercy, I would love to have warp drive, and I would love to have replicators, but we are getting there. I think as a culture, we just need to mature a little bit.
We will. We'll get there. Like you said, may not be in our lifetime, but I do feel there are people out there that want to do this and they're trying their best. And thanks to Gene Roddenberry's, vision almost 60 years ago, we'll get there. But you're right. We still have a long, long way to go.
We don't need a catastrophic global event for someone to have warp drive. Yeah, for someone to invent warp drive. However, if there are Vulcans up there right now, please just do it already. Please just come on.
Come see us.
Just come
Save
on.
us.
We're ready. We're
ready.
We are more than nothing. As a millennial, nothing can surprise me anymore. So just do it, okay? Just hop on down. As Drew would say on The Price is Right, come on down.
Well, Captain, thank you for doing this today, or I guess tonight for you, today for me still, this afternoon. And I appreciate you doing this, and I will talk to you later. Have a good one.
Live long and prosper.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a truly special guest join us, Jordan Wright. But if you're like most of us, you probably know him better as the Angry Astronaut. Thank you for making the time to come on the show today.
Absolutely, Chris. Glad to be here.
Well, I'm glad you're here, and we were able to get this scheduled. As we were talking before we started, we had a couple of long nights with two rocket launches. Well, with two rocket launches, and they were good. I mean, I'm glad they had their successes and then their failures, and but it was worth it. So
they were eventful, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, they were definitely eventful. And so as I was preparing today, I realized, and I didn't realize this, that I would be celebrating my 1-year anniversary as an Angry Astronaut Patreon member this coming April. I can't believe it's been almost a year.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, you're welcome.
Guys like you that keep my channel going, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Hey, it's I don't just give away my money, and as I've told some other people, I feel like I get my money's worth from your channel. The amount of content that you produce is what I wish a lot of the other Patreon channels I'm members of would do, and do it regularly. That's a key. That really is a key. And I appreciate it. So,
well, thank you.
Yeah. Now I know some might wonder why I'm featuring someone from a space flight channel on a Star Trek themed show. And honestly, the answer is simple. The Star Trek franchise has inspired countless people to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and medicine. And I'm thrilled to say that your channel covers all of those topics brilliantly, which leads me to my first question. What inspired you to become the Angry Astronaut?
Well, there's a certain necessity because of COVID. All of a sudden I had only just started a new job and was laid off immediately. When that happened, went on to unemployment. And during that time, I've been watching other channels and I just kind of, as Tim Dodd, I guess, probably being the one I watched the most frequently. And just decided, I think I can do this. I just got to come up with a different angle than everybody else. Try to do things differently. My son didn't think that it was going to work. He said, "You're just going to," because he knows how I am. He knows how I can get sarcastic and critical about things. And he said, "You're just going to go ahead and start your, griping about things like you always do. And that's going to turn people off. So I just not going to work, Dad." And, I thought he was right, to be honest. But it turned out that some folks want to hear some snarky brutalism sometimes. If it's mixed in with some positive things as well. I think if I was like endlessly critical of everything, I think that would definitely turn people off. So I try to balance it.
Well, yeah, and that's what makes your channel so much different than the other channels that are out there. Not going to name any names, but you're not afraid to ask the hard question that others will not answer or even ask, because they know it can ruffle a lot of feathers if they do that. But we're not getting a good story or a good news either, because there's ugly to space flight in general. And so I can't imagine, I mean, your channel would not be what it is without you doing what you do, and the way you do it, and you present both sides of the story. I mean, a perfect example was what happened this last week between Blue Origin and SpaceX and Starship in New Glenn, being, as much as it hurts me to say this, but Blue Origin actually did better than SpaceX this week.
Yeah, they did. It was an ugly day for SpaceX. I mean, the capturing the booster was utterly fantastic. And the fact that they could do that twice, amazing accomplishment. It definitely shows that they are on their way to practical reusability with the booster, at least. I mean, they're definitely going to have to launch that second one that they've caught. They really need to try to launch that thing in the next couple of test flights in order to really get that reusability on the way. So all that was great, but unfortunately everything else they wanted to accomplish failed. And on top of that, they caused so much disruption with commercial aviation in that region of the world, in the Caribbean. And also debris went outside of the flight corridor. I don't care what they say, the FAA would not have opened that investigation had there not been debris going outside the corridor. And people have even recovered debris in Turks and Caicos that came down from the rocket. So, those are all things you didn't want to have happen. And if Elon didn't have this really best friends relationship with Trump, I think it'd be quite some time before Starship launched again. But yeah, it was a grim day. Whereas Blue Origin, they really accomplished everything that they expected to. They didn't think they were going to get the booster at all, but the rocket did everything else it was supposed to. So it was a damn good day for them. And, I've been harshly critical of them for years. I mean, the first episode I made about Blue Origin was entitled Blue Origin Sucks. I mean, that's the first video I ever released about them. And I said that several times because they didn't have any legitimacy. But you know what? Now they do. Now they really do.
They earned it. They really did earn it.
Yeah.
And, and that's where it comes into, do you do slow and steady like they've been doing, or, let's just launch it and see what happens? And honestly, there's, both the ways of doing it are okay. It's just that when you blow up a, multiple ton rocket in the atmosphere and rain down debris on people, that's not a good day, and it's not good. So, but either one, they will get there. I truly believe they will both get us where we need to get. I don't know. I will say and I don't think I've ever said this on any of our Discord discussions. I may have. I would not want to ride on Starship.
No.
Even when it's, I might get in trouble for this, but even when it is fully vetted, no, I do not like that whole flip maneuver. That seems
Me neither.
too-
No way I'd want to experience that. Give
Yeah.
me parachutes any day over that crazy
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah,
or
that's-
something. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I couldn't do that. And so, yeah, I just, it's one of those things I wish they would either integrate a dragon or something besides Starship, but that's what they want, and that's what they're going to do come hell or high water.
Mhm.
And it's just the way it is.
Yep, that's true. That's
And
very
so,
true.
So I was curious, you know, so far in your podcasting career, because you've been doing this now, what, 5 years? How long
5
have you been-
years. About 5 years, yeah.
5 years. You know, what has been your most memorable or rewarding interview you've had?
Oh man, I would say Dr. Gilbert Levin had to be the most significant interview I ever carried out, because I was the second to last person on Earth to interview him. And to get the opportunity to hear, you know, everything that he did, from the man himself, and it's, you know, and it's frustrating also that he just doesn't get the recognition that he deserved at all. Most people have no idea, even people who are into space flight and space science, they have no idea who this guy is. But at some point in the future, once it has been determined that there's life on Mars, he needs to get the recognition he always deserved, because he was the first to find it. It's because they weren't willing to accept it, as in NASA and the scientific community, doesn't mean it wasn't there, and doesn't mean that his experiment didn't show the presence of life conclusively, because it most definitely did. And the only reason that they won't, you know, the scientific community wouldn't accept it is just because of extremely conservative attitudes. That's all it was.
Now, I'm assuming we have a video on that. You released a video on that, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I've
That's what I
released a few,
thought.
but I've got the interview. Yeah, I've got his interview, and did it twice actually. Once it was cleaned up a bit,
Mhm.
and I re-released it.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that one, because I don't think I remember seeing that one. Now, I do remember different videos you've had about, you know, them finding the traces of life and organic, but again, like you said, they will not definitively say yes or no. 'Cause-
Well, yeah, the thing of it is the at the time NASA laid out the parameters whereby if his experiment, you know, produced these results, and it didn't just produce them once, it produced them over and over and over again, and with Viking 1 and Viking 2. And the parameters were laid out that they would recognize that as life having been detected, and yet afterwards they backpedaled. And
See, I didn't know that.
wouldn't. Yeah, it's just beyond frustrating, because why put the experiment on the lander if you're not trying to accomplish that? And so then after that, he upgraded his experiment. NASA wouldn't put it on any other landers, so the Russians put it on their lander in the late 90s, but unfortunately they lost it. They even tried to stop him from putting the experiment on the Russian lander for security reasons, they said, even though his experiment had no proprietary technology at
Oh,
all.
wow.
But yeah, they told him he was like threatened by the government, you know, the FBI, etc. So the Russians snuck it onto their lander without telling anybody. And he was in Moscow at the time. And then they lost the lander while they were trying to. Of course, that was also that famous situation where they lost communication with that spacecraft when they saw a UFO, also, which was kind of interesting. They photographed a UFO during that particular mission. So a lot of weird stuff associated with that. But yeah, it's just very tragic, because Yeah, the Russians, if they had managed to get that experiment down there, I think they would have had a lot more evidence than they already did.
Oh, wow. And see, it's stuff like this is why I'm also doing this channel, because I'm still learning. I mean, there's always something to be
Me
learned.
too.
And
Me too.
I mean, and the amount of research that you put into your topics, and the one I requested about the X-planes and all this stuff, I was not at all expecting to have like almost a 30-minute video on that, but it was phenomenal.
I could have done 3 hours and I still wouldn't have covered everything. It was amazing how much there was there. So no, I appreciate the fact that you requested that topic, because man, that was very rewarding. I enjoyed that video a lot.
I'm glad you did, and it was nice to get to see the one Patreon re-release that you did for everybody. Was the one on the nuclear propulsion. I was like, hey, that was mine too. Which I'm not gonna lie, after watching that, I was so frustrated when I found out that the main reason they canceled money, all about funding. And now we're kind of and I don't know if you've ever watched the series For All Mankind.
Yes.
It just hurts my head to think where we would be if we had continued on after the last Apollo mission and we just hadn't stopped.
Would have changed everything.
Yeah.
And it would have also supercharged our civilization, because we could have started mining critical raw materials on the moon and asteroids, that sort of thing, and really gotten enough raw materials to power our technological civilization to a degree that we have a hard time doing today. Like the lithium batteries, for example, that all electric cars and so many other things are running off of our cell phones. All that right now we have to rip apart, pristine areas of our planet in order to get at that stuff. And if we had gone out there, we could have been mining the lithium on the moon and from asteroids, and we wouldn't have to be doing any of that today. There's so many huge benefits that could have come to our civilization if we had kept going in the direction that NASA and Wernher von Braun had always wanted to go. But sadly, governments seldom have vision. They seldom have that.
Which is why I hope one of these days we get to have Gene Roddenberry's vision of humanity. Now, will it be in my lifetime? Probably not, but
no,
we can hope.
Probably not.
We can hope. And so that kind of brings me now into the portion of my channel, which is really about is, Star Trek, and, has it played a role in your life and in any way?
Oh, absolutely. I was a huge Star Trek fan from when I was a small kid. Actually, the animated show is what I first started watching when I was like 5, 6 years old, I guess. And I didn't even know that there was a live action Star Trek, or a Star Trek with people in it, was what I called it when I was a little kid. So yeah, and the first episode, actually, the first Star Trek episode I saw was the Mark of Gideon, although I didn't see the whole thing. I only saw maybe half of it or something. And then I had enjoyed that, but then the Galileo 7 is what absolutely blew my mind when I watched that one night, and that was such a fantastic episode. So yeah, I've loved Star Trek ever since I was a kid, and went to see the movies and Next Generation, all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So was it just by chance that you watched it, or was there something that drew you to it, or
probably
initially?
The cool spaceships and monsters and things? Yeah, I mean, especially in the animated series when they weren't restricted as much by budgets and things. That was always that added a lot to it. So that was always a great deal of fun. But my uncle was also a NASA guy from way back before I was born. He worked at NASA all through the Apollo age and through most of the shuttle program. So we had that ongoing connection too. I was watching. I saw the Challenger lift off on its maiden flight.
really?
which was yeah. And I got to see all these things close up too, because Uncle George could get us close.
Oh man,
So
I'm
those were
jealous.
always, yeah, they were fantastic experiences. And he was a photographer there. He was a photographer at the Cape. So he was going to be close to the launches no matter what. And especially to set up his equipment and stuff. He almost got chased down by an alligator one time at the Cape, actually, during one of my visits. This alligator had been hit by one of those giant riding mowers that they had out there, and it clipped off one of its front legs, or one of its two front legs. And so he went to go take some pictures of it, and this gator got up on 3 legs and started chasing him across the tarmac. Gators can run astonishingly fast on land, way faster than most people know. And so everybody was just laughing at him while he was running across the tarmac and everything. Oh my God. So yeah, I have a long history with NASA and all that. So it's always been a wonderful experience.
That sounds so cool. That's so cool. So do you have a favorite series, or a lot of people?
The TOS, absolutely. The original, absolutely. I mean, there's nothing better than Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. That trio is just fantastic. And they had great stories, and it's just so much fantastic stuff. The Next Generation certainly was good, but at the same time, there's never another Star Trek series that came out to where I loved the entire cast. There was always somebody who irritated me, or bored me in every one of the series except for the original series. Sulu, Chekhov, Uhura, and Scotty, and even Mr. Kyle, and I liked all the characters. And I just, with the Next Generation, there's always a couple that just didn't seem all that interesting to me, and that was the case with I like most of the cast on Deep Space Nine. I thought that was actually an interesting show, an original, and Odo was fantastic. What an amazing character. Major Kira was cool. I liked her kind of sort of pseudo Israeli agent, kind of persona, which made sense because, obviously you had a Jewish lady playing the role. So that she was cool. And Voyager's where I lost interest. I started kind of getting disconnected from Star Trek rather at that point, and I didn't watch hardly any of Enterprise. So, and then this new stuff, I'll tell you, I haven't liked that at all. Discovery, I thought that show did a lot to ruin Star Trek history. This messed a lot up with those weird looking Klingons and everything else. I wasn't a big fan of it.
That's the main gripe a lot of people have with Discovery, was the Klingons. I got through it. I got through it, and I actually enjoyed it. Once I got past that, I was okay with the series. And then Enterprise is honestly probably my favorite of the series. It's definitely one I could recommend. I will recommend people to go watch. And what I liked about it the most was we were actually getting to see humanity take their first steps into deep space. They didn't have all the creature comforts that Kirk and Spock and them had. They didn't really have the weapons. Transporters were still new. It was just, they were going out into the wild west of space. And I just really enjoyed that. And, and getting to see Captain Archer actually grow as his character grew so much, because he didn't have the rules. So I can definitely recommend, I know you're super busy, but if you ever have a time, just throw it on and watch it every now and then. And I'm actually going through the original series right now with another group, the Search for Trek, and we are we're actually doing what's called running the franchise, and so we have started with the original pilot, the on-air pilot, and actually just before we got on here, we just finished watching. I knew I was going to forget it, so let me just go look that up real quick. What it was, we're causing a no, the Return of the Archons.
Yeah.
Which is actually
great episode.
It was
Andrew.
Yeah. It was a good episode. And I'm looking forward to our Tuesday night episode because we get to watch Space Seed.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, you're going to have Khan and all that. Yeah, that's awesome.
The introduction of Khan. And
great episode, really fantastic. And Ricardo Montalban took that character to even greater levels, obviously. And in the best Star Trek movie ever made, in Wrath of Khan. So
that is one of my favorite movies. I always toss it up between the Wrath of Khan, the Star Trek IV, the Voyage Home, the one with the whales, and then the Undiscovered Country. The Star Trek
even numbered track the movies.
Best. Well, that's cool. The original series has been hard for me to watch. I'll be honest, just because TNG was what I first watched, and Star Wars and all that. So the special effects.
A single episode of The Next Generation probably cost more money to make than an entire season of the original series.
Correct. You are 100% correct. And so I finally had to do was just look past the effects and some of the acting and just go to the story. And once you do that, they're good. It's a good series, and I have been enjoying it, with the exception of a couple of episodes.
Nobody can measure up to Patrick Stewart in terms of acting chops, but at the same time, I do believe also that there was more consistent acting talent in the original series than there was in TNG. I think that there was some very weak performances. Geordi or LaForge or whatever, I keep forgetting he had some really bad moments, and so did. And really, so did Jonathan Frakes. It took him a while to get out of his soap opera history and actually, become a better actor in front of the camera. He's a better director than he is an actor. This is all my opinion, of course, but I think that the acting was better in TOS usually. I mean, Shatner, of course, and his overacting crap was always annoying, but still, and obviously Patrick Stewart was way better than anybody on the original show. But that's just him, I mean, you got Data and Worf; they were really good too, obviously. But that was kind of it. Those three characters were the glue that held that show together.
And then you're right. Poor Geordi, he could not get a date to save his soul.
No.
I mean,
he was cringeworthy all the time.
He was. Yes, he was. Now, I was going to say there was so far, but we're also on the seventh row. We're also doing all of the TNG, and we're also doing the original series. Which is what's cool about when we get to do a original series review is Walter Koenig joins us for those. So I've actually got to interact with Chekhov, and it's pretty fun.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's actually pretty damn fun. I'm not gonna lie. But one of the episodes we watched recently was called Friday's Child, and that one, the one negative I would have with. And again, you have to put it into context with the original series is some of those episodes have not aged well at all.
Oh, what he gives the pregnant chick a right cross.
Yes.
You have to remember that a woman wrote that episode. That was one of DC Fontana's best episodes, in my opinion. Man, she did a good job with that one. Yeah, she was always my favorite writer in the original series. But yeah, you got to think about that as a woman who wrote that entire thing. So
Oh my god. Yeah, there was a lot of controversy in that with writing that script too, with what they wanted. And yeah, one of the guys in on our group, he has some insight, and he will, he'll find the notes and whatnot, and they make comment about how there was a lot of issues with the writing that script, just because they wanted it one way, she wanted it this, and so on and so on. So yeah, but it's just like sitting here in 2025 watching that, I'm like, a doctor just slapped his patient. Okay,
Yep. Culturally, that was the only thing she was going to respect. It was a horribly sexist society that she came from, and she couldn't respect a guy who didn't treat her that way.
Actually, as we were discussing, it actually made sense because that was the way their culture worked. You had to do that, and so it made sense.
I mean, they're about to kill a pregnant woman after her husband is killed, and she's carrying his heir, and so in order to avoid the possibility of a civil war, she had to die. So this guy's about to friggin' kill a pregnant woman, and what Kirk should be doing because of Prime Directive and all that other stuff. He shouldn't have done anything. He should have just let her get killed, and he didn't. And so doing the noble thing was what caused all the trouble.
It was. And it's, and you say the Prime Directive, and that's that's something that we got to talk about is, I mean, how many times did they, break the Prime Directive, and, and what does that mean to you personally? I mean, if it does mean anything, the Prime Directive.
Yeah, in that episode, the idea is that the Klingons were already there. The Klingons were already interfering in the culture, so there was no way to keep them protected or insulated. It's all you could do is just, okay, we're going to do our best to see to it that these people are on our side, the Federation side. But once the Klingons are there screwing with their culture already, there's not much you could do.
True. And that's, and also we have to think about at that point in time in the series, I don't even think technically the Prime Directive had really been mentioned a whole lot as we know it today.
It started getting ridiculous. They started applying the Prime Directive to societies that had warp technology. In some episodes, like I think in Discovery, they started doing some of that. I'm like, what are you talking about? Prime Directive is only for civilizations that don't already know of the existence of of the Federation and the Klingons. If they're still innocent and still insulated from all that, then the Prime Directive applies. But otherwise, all bets are off,
Well, and that was a question I asked on that episode and some others, honestly, is, so yes, the Klingons were there, but I don't even know if that civilization had warp drive, which is supposed to be one of the number one rules of you do not interfere with a civilization has not made warp.
Yeah.
And
the problem is they didn't have that control because they're right on the border, right? With the Klingon border. And the Klingons obviously don't give a damn about the Prime Directives. So the interference is already there. So at that point, all bets are off. Near as I can tell anyway.
No.
Anytime that you have a like the Organians also, at the time anyway, they thought that the Organians were a simple primitive culture without any warp technology. But again, they were in that Klingon neutral zone area, and the Klingons had already interfered with them. So not much you can do except, go there and try to help them as best you can and not screw them up too much. But if you are hands off, okay, we're not going to interfere with them. Well, then they'll be part of the Klingon Empire tomorrow. The Klingons will just take their troops in and take over. So,
boy, I wish we could get you on some of our other chats because your TOS knowledge is phenomenal. I'm
I
like,
love that show. I'll tell you.
oh my gosh.
I don't know the rest of the series quite as much, but yeah, TOS. I dig that. Because believe it or not, Kirk always had when the Prime Directive was an issue. Kirk always had a reason to break it too, a legitimate reason, even though it was his interpretation. So I'm sure, and Spock would always argue with him about it. But with Prime Directive only applies to a developing culture that we could theoretically screw up. So in other words, if you have the Landru situation with a supercomputer that's running the society and not letting them advance, 50,000 years, and there isn't a single technical or cultural advancement because this computer is keeping them, from advancing, that's not a natural culture. And so therefore we can interfere with that by Kirk's interpretation anyway, whereas, another captain or a Vulcan maybe might have seen it differently. So yeah, that was he always had a reason, but it wasn't always a justifiable reason. And Spock.
Oh, most of the time. Yeah. And I always like that when, and it's interesting to watch, like literally today, the one we just watched before we got on here is when Leonard Nimoy would smirk as Spock. And you're like, no, come on now, Spock. You're not supposed to be smirking, but I guess that's the human side of him coming out. And it's just so funny when you see him smirk, get a little smile, you name it, you're like, okay, now Spock. But yeah. And that's something, that a lot of people get grumpy about with I know you haven't really seen Enterprise, but still was that the Vulcans held us back on that series, and I was talking to somebody and, I think they were probably in the right by not giving us the technology that they could have, because humanity was not ready to go out in deep space. If they
were warlike. We're warlike species. I mean, when they first came across us, we had just gotten finished with our third world war, for God's sake, and killed tens of millions of people. I mean, I could see why they'd be hesitant to unleash our kind on the galaxy.
I know, exactly. And that's something I was at a convention back in November, and we were talking about, the whole vision that Gene Roddenberry had. And unfortunately, he envisioned we have to have World War III, and basically wipe off, most of the population. And that's what we were discussing is, do we think that we will have to have a hard reset is what we were calling it, to even remotely get to that type of a society? What is your?
One would hope not. But at the same time, perhaps. But the hard resets can sometimes be really hard resets. And there are many things about a civilization collapsing at this stage, to where it'd be hard to recover, because our resources are getting more and more depleted all the time, mineral resources, oil, whatever. And so you blast the civilization off the face of the earth and blast ourselves back to medieval times, the Stone Age or whatever. And then we don't have enough coal or oil to have an all new industrial revolution to get ourselves back to where we were. So yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you, the fall of the Roman Empire, I think, is probably the most significant event in human history I can think of that was a hard reset, with a corrupt civilization that essentially had to fall at some point. But when it did, man, it took centuries and centuries before society and technology and everything else had recovered to the point to where the Romans had it 2,000 years ago. I don't know if I want to see us go through that again, or my children go through that again.
I'd prefer not. Personally, I'd rather not. So I've got one question I ask everybody here, just as we're getting closer to the end, is What Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh my God. The one that I want to exist is phasers so I can disintegrate annoying drivers. No, okay. So having said that, it allows me to get my road rage out, and there's no evidence that the person ever even existed. But no, aside from that, I would say transporters. That's a huge thing, because I mean, we talk about how, well, we already have communicators, our cell phones are actually more advanced. Well, not exactly. A cell phone can't reach orbit, especially if you don't have a network to support you. Star Trek communicators were more like satellite phones, and so we still don't quite have that technology. So that'd be kind of nice, is the ability to communicate everywhere without a cellular network being in place, which Starlink is about to do, by the way. So that's a technology we're about to get. Actually, I take that back, though. I would say warp drive. I really want to see what the Orion Nebula looks like up close, and I'd love to see a pulsar up close and black hole. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the ability to transcend the light barrier. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, that is actually the thing I'd love to have.
And I agree. My answer has always started with transporters, for the obvious reasons, to be able to get from point A to point B, and a lot quicker. And then I had somebody talk about replicators, and I was like, and at first I was confused, but then they explained. I was like, oh my God, yeah, you could basically end world hunger in the blink of an eye. But
absolutely,
again, the reason why I asked that question about nuclear propulsion was because of we need those faster travel. And, and that was why I asked that, because, and I think you did one, or somebody, you did a video of Mars in 30 days or 30 minutes. Wasn't it a 30-minute one?
I did one on 30 minutes. Of course, I do that just to kind of, get some clicks and things. But
still,
the tech, it's possible. It's definitely possible. I mean, and again, that's the thing that just blows my mind when you look at the Earth to Mars in 30 minutes, and that's assuming, of course, that we are at our closest approach to one another, our two planets. You can get there that fast utilizing a photon drive, but that's still dead slow when we're talking about interstellar travel. Even with that incredible speed, the ability to get to Mars that fast, or to get to Jupiter in 5 hours and all that, even at that incredible speed, it's still going to take 20 years to get to Alpha Centauri, the closest star, and yet 20 years to do that. So yeah, that's why warp drive. That's why we.
I agree. I'm with you, because I would love to be able to get out there and just go, and then who knows, maybe not even come back. And it's just, and and I'm going to end it with this, but I think that's why. Well, I'm pretty sure that is why Elon is why he keeps on wanting us to be multiplanetary. That's his goal, because he knows we're stupid. We're going to do something to screw this planet up at some point in time, more than we already have. And, and that's, I always laugh. I don't think I've always joked with people, SpaceX, that's probably going to be our precursor to start.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. However, I think Elon needs to think long and hard about his politics if he wants SpaceX to be the Federation, because he's gone way off kilter on that one. And I don't honestly, if Elon really wants SpaceX to be the Federation, he needs to look at all different parts of the political spectrum and treat them all with respect, and dream of a future to where all of them get along. Maybe they debate on how to do things, but still we get along and share a common vision. That's, in my opinion, the political viewpoint that he should be encouraging. Let's take everybody's point of view and respect it, but at the same time, let's try to move towards that common objective for the good of all mankind. Um, and he's been letting me down there lately, but I hopefully at some point he'll remember the things that used to make him so excited about space. And remember Star Trek and the lessons that it teaches.
Exactly. And that's why if we want to have the Federation, that's what we got to do. There's no other way around it.
Yep.
Well, Angry, I appreciate you coming on today and giving me your
Thank you.
time. And I will see you here probably in a couple of days on another live stream.
Looking forward to it. Take care of
Thanks.
yourself.
You too. Bye.
For as little as $5 per month, you can gain early access to the full ad-free versions of all interviews, plus additional exclusive content by joining Patreon.
Hello, I'm your host, Chris Garris, and you're watching The Transporter Room. Today, I have the pleasure to speak with Stephen Fothery, also known as Fothery. He is the host of the Tex-Trek podcast. And we're just going to call you Fothery, because I cannot call you by your first name. So thank you for the time to come on the show today, Fothery.
Oh, of course. Thanks for the invite. And hey, Star Trek made it really cool for people to go by their last names. So,
That is true.
Even
Very
on lower
true.
decks, everyone says Rutherford and Tindy and Boimler. They don't. Well, I guess sometimes they do call him Brad, but
Yeah, usually when he's in trouble, or they're mad at him for some reason, Brad Boimler. Yeah, so, but yeah, you're right. Everybody goes, I think lower decks made it more than anything. Well, I was going to say, it's nice to actually, it's nice to get to chat with you again and talk. We've actually been lucky enough to meet in person now twice.
Yeah, a couple times.
And so that was lovely to be able to do. So far, everybody I'm meeting, actually, I'm thinking the next person of all the interviews I've done so far, I think only one more of them. Well, no, the only one other person I will have actually been able to meet. The rest of all has just been virtual like this. So, but I was curious, and I don't think I've ever asked you this when we were, we were busy with the conventions and whatnot, but so what actually sparked your interest into making Tex-Trek? What got you into this?
Well, we started back in 2016. We actually, the first day of recording was me and the former regular co-host Dave. But we started recording actually on September 8th, 2016, so on the 50th anniversary. But it was something I guess I'd been thinking about for a few years up until that point. I used to spend a lot of time listening to podcasts and watching YouTube, and a lot of it would be content focused on, big media franchises, a lot of like the popular stuff at the time in like the 2010s. Stuff like Game of Thrones or, Marvel movies and stuff like that. And, Star Wars made its comeback. The other Star franchise, as I like to refer to it. Because so many Star Trek content creators talk about Star Wars, but I never hear like the Star Wars people talk about Star Trek. So I'm like, I don't need to promote y'all. Y'all are good. But there is so much conversation for these other things going on. And it was around the time Star Trek Beyond was coming out in theaters, and they had announced that there was going to be a new show in production on this weird streaming platform called CBS All Access that I'd never heard of before that announcement. But I kind of felt like, hey, why isn't there enough Star Trek content out there? I just felt like there was a real opportunity because there's so much to talk about. We have so many hours of content. Now we're approaching 1,000 episodes, over a dozen movies. And a lot of that has a lot of substance. You can, the older you get, because I grew up with Star Trek, so I watched a lot of the original series as a kid, the Berman stuff when I was growing up. I was born in the 80s, so I had like Star Trek, all my life. TNG started in 87, and then up until 2005, it was just like a constant stream of it. But the older I would get, the more I would see like, oh, there's more layers to those old stories. It kind of would grow up with you. So it was obvious to me that there needed to be Star Trek content out there, and I think I discovered like the Trek FM podcast network. I don't really keep up with any of their shows now, but go back, say like 15, 17 years ago. I met like a lot of cool people who were making content there, and on YouTube, I came across Trek on the Tube, and Starfleet Sohel used to go by Starfleet Boy, and I just kind of started it as as I wouldn't even call it like a side gig. It's just like a hobby back in 2016. But I'm so glad I did, because then when COVID happened and things shut down, I had like so many so much of my life like didn't change that much, because I was spending so much time with friends and with community through the people I found online, and it was a great thing to help stay sane during that time. And but yeah, I guess like the initial idea to start it was because it just I didn't have the content out there that I wanted to listen to. It's like I want to get like the same amount of conversation on Star Trek, so it's like I guess I got to do it myself.
Mm-hmm. Well, that kind of makes sense. I got late into watching the YouTube stuff with Star Trek shows in general. On the podcast, I was it 2022? I happened to just be on. I was just going through my YouTube or whatever, and I did not search. I was not searching anything Star Trek. I was just on there, and all of a sudden, I just have this random show called the Shuttlepod Show, and I read about it. And I was like, well, that's I saw who it was, Connor and Dominic and whatnot, and I was like, what? And so I clicked on it and started watching it, and I went back and watched every single episode from the beginning until when it went off. And then when they came back on the Decon Chamber, I started watching that, and I got into that. I became a Patreon member of theirs, and that's what kind of started the whole process of everything. And something you were saying about how there was not the content out there, and that's what for this channel, what I'm trying to do is, yes, I'm hoping and, I'm working to be able to actually get, some of the actual actors on and whatnot. But I was, trying to think outside of the box a little bit, but also, we also need to celebrate, the fans like ourselves and the people that make the content, like you and Mike Overton and Show and everybody else, and even Ryan over at Seventh Rule. And so that's what got me started on this. And then I became a Seventh Rule member and have now been in August, but I finally started in September recording, actually having to get on Zoom and actually give reviews and, on the episodes, which has helped me to find a willing to take the plunge to do this, and I don't think I ever told you, how I found Tex-Trek. And I think I told Rachel, when we were talking, I was not searching for it, but I was on Patreon and I just typed in like Trek, because I was researching for what name to come up with and all this stuff. And I'm scrolling and I see this state of Texas. I see it's y'all's logo. And I'm like, wait a second, that's Texas. I live in Texas. As you know, I live in Texas. And I just scroll. I'm like, okay, click on it. Like, yep, I'm joining right then. I mean, literally, it was just a random search, and I just clicked on and joined right there on the spot, and have enjoyed it ever since. And now because of you and your channel, it's also helped me to be able to do those, to do the reviews. Like we were doing those first reaction reviews with, on like Lower Decks. And I was like, oh, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little nervous the first one I joined in on. Because I was actually driving and I was heading to, I think, oh wow, that's right. The first one I was on, I was actually heading to the airport in Houston to fly out to LA. To go out to LA to watch a recording of the decon chamber. But so yeah, that's what also got me into this, and it's just kept on going ever since. Now, I haven't watched all of Tex-Trek's, older episodes, so I don't recall, and it's just, I don't recall. Are y'all only doing episode reviews and chats, or have y'all also had guests on as well, like other guests of the writers, producers, or whatever? Have y'all had that on there yet? I cannot remember.
Yeah, we've had several guests. It's hard to find time because there's been so much Star Trek content coming out the last few years. It is going to slow down a little bit this year. We're only getting like 12
Strange
hours
Worlds.
of Star Trek. Strange New Worlds and the Section 31 movie. So, like last year we had between Discovery, Lower Decks, and Prodigy, that was 40 episodes of Star Trek. So, and then the 2 years before that was even more than that, right? So
Picard, Strange New Worlds, Discovery, Lower Decks. So wow, I hadn't thought about it like that, but you're right.
But yeah, we've talked to several professionals that work in the world of Star Trek. The biggest one is we had Ira Stephen Bear on, I believe. I think that was 2 years ago. Last year we had Doug Drexler. We've also talked to Mike McMahon, who is coming back on our show very soon. We're going to have another interview with him next week from when we're recording this now. We've talked to Heather Antos, who's the editor-in-chief of the IDW Star Trek comic books, which they've got a really great line. If people want more Star Trek, I'm just saying, like, Paramount Plus is not giving us as much canonical Star Trek this year, but the comics have been really great. So I recommend those to people who want something a little extra, a little more. Who else have we talked to? Speaking of comics, J.K. Woodward, who did some really amazing art in the comics. So, and hopefully we'll have like some more guests and some more interviews this year in 2025.
That'd be cool. I'm looking forward to that now. Now that you say it, I'm really looking forward to it. And it'll be probably by the time this one comes out, because there's a few in the line ahead of everybody. It'll probably be February when I finally post this one, because I'm only going to do them try and post once a week. But that's good to know. That's some good information that's coming up that not a lot of people knew about that. And something I've been learning in doing these interviews. I'm always, you're always learning, and I'm pretty sure every one you do, you're picking up another little nugget here or there about, questions to ask or things that you like, oh man, I should have done this or that. And the one that I thought about this morning was, so far in your podcasting career, what's been your best interview that you've gotten to do so far?
Oh, well, I kind of want to say J.K. Woodward, because it was our first interview, and it was on like the Star Trek cruise. So I was hanging out. I felt like I was like, rubbing elbows with a lot of like cool people who are actually Star Trek professionals, and having drinks with this really cool, really talented artist, and we were just kind of nerding out about like comic books and Star Trek, which are two of my biggest passions of all time. So that one was a lot of fun. But I'm also thinking when we talked to David Mack last year, it was right after the 7 of 9 novel that he wrote, that takes place shortly before the events of Star Trek Picard. It's like in between. It kind of explains Seven's backstory between Voyager and Picard. But we did an interview with him around the time that book came out early last year to promote the book. But he was a lot of fun to talk to because he had a lot of insight on some of the recent shows from Secret Hideout, and he worked as a consultant in Prodigy early on. So a lot of the cool stuff in Prodigy, he was a part of coming up with like the foundation of that. He also, a lot of the stuff that was in one of his Discovery novels got pulled into the show, as far as like a lot of the characters that were on the Shenzhou Bridge in those first 2 episodes. A lot of their like names and backstories and stuff were things that he had to come up with for the novel. So it was cool to talk to him about that. Like the idea of in season 2, when you see Pike on the Enterprise and the Constitution class have like different uniforms that look closer in line to what we associate with the 23rd century. That was his idea from the novel Desperate Hours, I believe was the name of it. And he also talked about how he came up with a TV pitch for Star Trek Picard. This is really fascinating to me because when he heard they were going to do a new show with Patrick Stewart, his idea was like, okay, it's going to be this big epic story. We're going to have the final showdown between the Federation and the Borg. We'll bring in the rest of the TNG cast and some other people from DS9 or Voyager. And they told him like, no, Patrick Stewart doesn't want to do any of that. And that ends up what they ended up doing in the 3rd season of the show anyway. So it was...
So really he was suggesting that and they're like, no, dang, because that's exactly what...
Right, because he wanted to kind of base it on the Destiny trilogy of the Star Trek Destiny was a trilogy that he wrote. I've never read it, so I don't want to try to describe the story, but I know it was kind of about like the final showdown with the Borg in the novels, and so he wanted to do something similar in the show, and it ended up being similar to what they did in season 3, which everyone says, oh, that's the best season of that show. They should have just done that from day one.
I liked all the seasons. I liked them, period. But yes, of the seasons, it is the best. It is my preferred season of all 3 of them, and it drives me up the wall. But a lot of people gave Terry Matalas a lot of, a hard time about all of the, the fan service that he was doing with season 3. Well, that's fine. Look what it did. Just about everybody loved it. I'm not going to lie. I'll be honest, when the last, when they're panning out over the, they're playing cards, I actually kind of probably teared up a little bit, because it was just so amazing and everything. So but that is really interesting. I hope he got compensated for his idea about that. But that is cool. I didn't know that. See, those are the things I'm looking forward to hopefully getting to do eventually. When I get a little bit bigger and go on and do all that stuff. But wow, that's pretty dang cool. So that's those are your interviews that you definitely rank up there at the top. That's awesome. Dang. So as I know, and we know, we met at the different conventions, and I don't think I realized till you just now said that. I didn't know you did the cruises. So,
well, not this year. This is the 2025. I'm not going. But I've gone on like the last few, and I plan to book 2026 as soon as it's available. So, hopefully, I'll be there next year.
Yeah. So, I guess my question now would be is, how many conventions and or cruises have you now been on?
I think I've done 4. I think I've done the cruise 4 times. I think I did the last 3, and then I did 2018, which is the one where I talked to J.K. Woodward. With Vegas, I go every year the last several years. That we didn't have one in 2020, but beyond that, I've been to all of them since I think 20. The last one I didn't go to was when Patrick Stewart was on stage announcing a new show. Like, when he was on stage and he says Jean-Luc Picard is back, and like everyone like goes crazy screaming. I wasn't there at that one, but I was like, okay, I can't miss a STLV ever.
Was that at STLV when he made that announcement?
It was. That was back when it was an official convention, when Creation had like the license from Paramount to do it as an official Star Trek con. So
yeah, I haven't learned what happened with that, but that's why they had to take the word star and they just call it Trek now. Trek to Dallas, Trek to Trek to Vegas. That's cool. So are you going to San Francisco here in a couple weeks?
I'm going to be at the Creation Con in San Francisco later this month, and then probably nothing else unless there's something closer by, but nothing else that's on the calendar until Vegas in August.
Yeah, I want to go to Vegas. I'm not going to be, I just don't think I'm going to be able to go. I just don't think I can make it happen with work.
A lot of people that work in your specific industry like have that just because August
started the beginning of the I'm like, oh my God, but I should be able to go in 2026. I am if everything goes the way I'm planning this time next year, I will be retiring at the end of January of 26, hopefully. So if that happens, then yes, I will be at STLV in 26, which is actually works out because that'll be the 60th anniversary. So,
oh yeah, that's gonna be crazy. That's gonna be a big convention.
Exactly. I was talking to Captain Goodwill just before we got started, and I pretty much feel like we all need to. Anybody that wants to go, like the day you can buy tickets for your hotel at the Rio, if they continue to do it there, buy them, because I can't even imagine. I mean, I know STLV is already the Mecca and it's already huge. What in the world is the 60th anniversary one going to be? I can't even fathom. Maybe that'll be the one. Maybe the one they can somehow get all the cast that is the remaining and living cast to actually show up for. I mean, oh my God. If you could get Avery Brooks to come out, that would be so awesome.
I don't know how
unlikely,
that would
but,
be, but
I know. But we did get Jolene.
I was about to say, I never thought Jolene Blaylock would be in Star Trek again.
No, nobody did. Like I made a comment on one of our seventh row recordings, and we were recording when I said, what in the world did they offer her to get her to come back? And one of the members said, well, no makeup, and you just get to come in and talk.
Yeah, I'm sure that made it a lot easier.
Oh, that probably made it a whole lot easier. And so yeah, like I said, I won't be doing STLV unless something changes. But like you said, yeah, where I'm at, it's hard. We just can't get away. And so since you've done both, I have been told by other people that have done land conventions and the cruises. And I understand, and now that I'm thinking about this, but I've been told that the cruises are worth every penny to go on. And a lot of it's because of how intimate it is, because you're stuck on a ship. And
right.
So
yeah, and I think because people have the entire week to try to talk to Armin Shimmerman or Todd Stashwick, there's not as much pressure to oh my God, I got to talk to him now or I'm gonna miss my shot. It's a lot more casual and chill and laid back.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I've heard, and it's because you're there for a week and you're confined to that ship. And I guess sitting here thinking about it, the only other way are the smaller conventions like we just had, like Trek to Dallas, because it is not as big as STLV. It's still, and it's in a hotel. Most everybody stays at the same place. And I'll be honest, for me, I know, did y'all drove up and back, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that y'all didn't stay. So I couldn't remember. That's what I thought. So, but it's just so amazing. Like you're literally sitting there at the hotel in one of the restaurants and you're just, chilling over there. There's, Doug there's Tawny Newsome over there. I was like, okay. And so I didn't, I didn't want to bug them, but, but still you could have just gone and said, hey, they're just sitting there having a drink or eating their meal or whatever. And it's just crazy. And what I've learned, you have to realize, and I had, kind of teach myself as well, is like, they're just people doing a job, really. And, they're just normal people within reason. So, but it was just so cool to be able to sit there and like be near them and not try to geek out too much.
Mm-hmm. And we are a kind of a unique fandom. I think a lot of the Star Trek actors, they do just kind of look at it as just a job, but then a lot of times they'll have like this realization of like, oh, there's something kind of special about this fandom. And I'm not saying like we're perfect. I'm saying like there's a lot of there's a lot of negative stuff, I guess, out there. Just anytime you have anything this big, you're gonna get some of that. But I'll say that I think we have the best fandom. Sorry, my dog is excited when I'm talking about Star Trek fans. He's shaking his collar over here, but
mine's over here laying down, I'm making sure he's staying quiet too.
But yeah, we're the best fandom, and I love when I see like the Star Trek actors, like when they go to a con or something, and they talk about how like, oh, I've never felt like this much love or this much passion about any of my work before, and there's that kind of like welcome to the family moment that a lot of them go through. I remember John Delancey. He's told this story a few times, but when he was hired to play Q in the first episode of The Next Generation Encounter at Farpoint, he didn't really realize what he was getting himself into. And he was actually told that by like Gene Roddenberry. He's like, you have no idea, what you're getting into. You're like, this is going to change everything for you. And it was fun. It was actually on the cruise one year. He was on board with some of his castmates from Star Trek Picard, who their names are blanking on. Even Evagora, who played Elnor, and Isa Briones, who plays several characters.
Hoshi, but yeah, not Hoshi. Oh my God, yes, I know you're talking about the Daj.
Soji, Daj,
Hoji, yes.
Sutra, Kore. Well, and apparently like the 21st Century Soong had a bunch of copies of that daughter, so I don't know exactly the total character count.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Her, but John Delancey telling them like this is going to change everything. You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into.
Oh, absolutely, and it's funny that you say that because every time when I remember watching one of the Ready Room episodes, and I think it was probably one of the first ones right after Prodigy and Lower, even Prodigy and also Lower Decks. And Will Wheaton says he tells them all he tells like, he told Tawny Newsome and Jack Quaid and all of them. So were you prepared for this family you've now joined? And they're just like, they were, like you said, it is a family, and they were just blown away at how they actually are treated like a family. And like Will says, he's like, hey, you're now part of our from their side of it, but you're also part of the fan side of it. You are a group now. And that's funny to hear. John Delancey said the same thing though. I did not know that. So yeah, that's oh my gosh. Well, yeah, no, it's crazy. Because we are, and you're talking about, we have the good and the bad with the fans, as obviously. And that makes me think of a story when we were at SpaceCon. It was late. It was the end of the day. Everything was kind of, shutting, they were closing things up and whatnot. And so Garrett Wang was at his table, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and go get my autograph now, so that there was nobody in his line at all, because there was hardly anybody left. And at the time I was a Delta Flyer member. And so I'd met him already through some of our Zooms, but, went up there and we all sat there, me, him, his people, and the staff of the convention center, just sitting there, just talking for an hour, which, I mean, he just was like telling stories. And, but one of the stories he told us really, it shocked me, honestly, but it shouldn't have, but it did. He was telling us about what happened the day after Voyager aired, the pilot aired, and all the phone calls that Paramount got, and where this leads to is where you were saying about we're not all perfect, but still that they had phone calls from people saying, awesome, great, it's about time, to they actually had to get extra security to put around the soundstage because they had death threats going on. And I had never heard that. And I was just like, really? That hurt, And I don't know if you'd ever heard that or not about them having threats at the Voyager set.
Yeah. Well, what was the complaint that they were receiving? Was it about like having like a woman captain?
Yep. So it was, like I said, he said, they were told, awesome, it's about time. We have finally time you have a woman in the captain's chair, to how dare you have a woman in the captain's chair? She should be at home, to I'm going to come and blow up the soundstage because you have a woman in the captain's chair.
Yeah,
I mean,
nuts.
And it's nuts. And it just totally, I was not expecting that. I never would have thought about that at all. But it happened, he said. And so but luckily I think there's way much more good than there's the bad in our group. So, oh my gosh. But yes, that's what's fun. So I had a question. I know you've been introducing Taylor to all things Star Trek.
Howdy, howdy. This is Fathery of the Tex-Trek YouTube channel and podcast, and right now I am joined by my partner, Taylor.
Hi, y'all. My name's Taylor. I have a background in art and art history, and some of the things I really love are costume, set, and character design. Some of the previous shows I've really enjoyed are the other Star franchise, specifically Rebels and Clone Wars. I also love Treasure Planet, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and Arcane, a lot of really cool animated series. But yeah, I'm really grateful to have Steven as my Star Trek guide as he's taking me through Trek.
That's right. She has never seen Star Trek before meeting me other than the 3 Kelvin movies, and I have been showing her all of Star Trek, starting with the original series. We did it in production order, the original unaltered effects. Then we did the animated series. We did the first 4 movies, and now we are working our way through the next generation.
Yes, it's been super fun. I'm really looking forward to my Star Trek mission with you.
So be sure that you're following us, because we're going to be posting about it.
How's she liking it? I mean,
she's having a great time. She likes some shows a little bit more than others. It's funny, we were just talking about Star Trek Picard. So where we're recording this now, we just finished watching Picard season 3. We were able to watch a lot over the holidays, over Christmas and New Year's. We stayed in on New Year's Eve and just watched Star Trek, actually. But I mean, I don't like to go out because my dog is so scared of the fireworks. I'm gonna stay in and comfort him. So I might as well, hell, let's just watch Star Trek on New Year's Eve. But she didn't like Picard as much as some of the other modern shows, but she did agree that she thought season 3 was the best. There was a lot that she liked in seasons 1 and 2, but her favorite, it kind of surprised me, but Discovery became her favorite of the modern shows. And she's also she was a little lukewarm on Lower Decks at first, but then it won her over, especially after the second and third seasons. And I'm excited to start showing her the 4th season. And she's currently really enjoying Strange New Worlds season 2. So she was really looking forward to Strange New Worlds, and I think it lived up to the hype and the anticipation she was kind of building, because Star Trek Discovery season 2 sets it up. You have 3 members of that cast introduced, and we see them right off on the Enterprise and be like, okay, we're going off to our spinoff.
Yep.
So you're teed up, ready to go. Like Ethan Peck is so good at Spock immediately in season 1 of Strange New Worlds, because he had a whole season of Discovery to figure out the character.
That's actually a good point. I wouldn't have thought, but you're right. He had a whole season to get ready for it. And yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
If you go back to the original series and if you watch those episodes in production order, it kind of takes Nimoy a few episodes to figure out, he's shouty at first. There's that famous moment in the cage where he's smiling at the singing plants. And I know that was kind of behind the scenes. They were still fine tuning the character, but even when you go into the production of the regular series and the Carbonite maneuvers, the first episode after the show had been picked up for a full season, he's still not quite the Spock we know and love. It takes him a while to get there, but Ethan Peck had the advantage of having not only Leonard Nimoy and Zachary Quinto's body of work to look at and pull from, but also got to be the weird emo Spock with the beard in season 2 of Discovery before becoming the kind of a more classic Spock in Strange New Worlds.
Well, and that's right, and and something you were talking about the TOS. I'm watching it with the I almost said Tex-Trek, but no, the Search for Trek channel right now, and we're doing a thing called Run the Series. So we're going to watch basically almost 1,000 episodes we're about to have. Oh my gosh! And so it's going to take a while. I when I told the head of the channel or that podcast, I said at the time, so it's like 980 something episodes. We're doing 2 a week, roughly.
It's about 100 a year.
Okay. So I said, well, we'll be done in about 10 years. And that's not counting the movies. That was just episodes. But to go with what you're saying about Leonard Nimoy, we just finished, the last one we watched was The Squire of Gothos. And even this is now 17 episodes in, and you're right, he is still learning how to be Spock. It's gotten better. It's definitely a way better than it was at the beginning, but you'll still see every now and then he'll slip in a smile here or there. We try to make notes of that when we catch, like, oh, Spock smiled. And how everything, and it did change from the beginning. And that's just also, I realize TOS is hard for me to watch. It has been hard to watch. It's good that I'm watching with a group just because it's very, I'm just like, I started on TNG. So I'm
okay.
TNG, Star Trek, and all that. So it's the effects. I'm like, I like the special effects. So I've had to make myself just think about, okay, this is the late 60s. This is what they're doing their best they had. This is all they had. And I have to think about, if I had been around in 1966 watching this, I would have been just amazed at the special effects. So I have to get myself past that. But then you watch an episode every now and then, and you're like, oh, that episode hasn't aged well.
Yeah. But my friend, another good content creator, Jesse Gender, who we had as a guest on our show previously, and one thing that she pointed out to me that I always think of is that it's kind of a good sign when you can go back and look at these older shows and be like, oh yeah, we would never do that today, because that means that us in the real world, we've evolved, we've gotten better. So it's kind of it would be more troubling, I guess, if we watched media from 50, 60 years ago and it was like, oh yeah, we're still, doing things the same way now. That would actually be sad. So it's a good problem to have, I guess.
No, and you're right. It is a good problem to have. And, we also, we just watched Friday's Child last week on Seventh Roll, and you're like sitting there like, did Bones really just slap somebody?
Yeah. That was a interesting reaction from Taylor when we got to that, because she loved Dr. McCoy. She really liked DeForest Kelly's performance as the character, and she's like, oh, I don't want to watch him,
I know. It was so I'd never seen it. So when I was watching it to do reviews, I was like, okay, that was a tough one. And also, I just was like, when he's sitting there rubbing the belly and all this stuff, I'm like, oh my God, Bones, why are you not using your tricorders and stuff? But you're right. That is what's helped, is the fact that we are recognizing that now. And I'll be honest, having to do reviews on episodes, TOS and TNG, I have actually picked up things that I did not pick up when I watched them originally. Of course, granted, I was, when Enterprise, when TNG came out, I was 11. So yeah, I'm not surprised I didn't. But one of the most recent ones I remember watching was the host on TNG when we finally meet the Trill for the first time. It's when Dr. Crusher, gets involved with that ambassador. And I want to say it was probably about the third time I was watching it, so I could, making notes and all that and just trying to keep up with stuff. And I was sitting there watching it, and it finally dawned on me at the very end of that episode. She's, thinks of Dawn's about to come out, and she didn't know that the new host was going to be was a female. And she comes out, and it's a female, and she's just, shocked. And I wish I could find my notes, but I did make a comment about that. I finally realized that she made Crusher made a statement about, if in a different time or something like that, it could work out. But long story short, she was talking about, at that time, we felt like she was talking about same-sex relationships. And that was all they could get away with in the early 90s, still on TV. And then you get progressed to DS9, where you actually you've got the kiss between Terry Farrell and someone else. So yeah, we have progressed a lot. We still need some work, but we have progressed quite a bit as well.
But yeah, and then you even go further, from Deep Space Nine to, in Discovery.
Discovery, absolutely.
Culber and Stamets, and it's treated, very casually.
Yes, exactly. And so it has shown us, and it has helped us to grow as a society. And hopefully I was just talking with someone else at the convention. And I was like, this is a question we had our group. We were kind of curious about is like, do you think for us to get to Gene's vision of the future, are we going to have, and I hope not, but have that kind of like hard reset like he predicted,
I think about that way more than I should for my own mental health. But yeah, sometimes I wonder, what will it take for us to become that, utopia society?
Well, good to know I'm not the only one that has that same thought process, because I'm like, man, what's it going to take to make that happen? So, I don't know. Hopefully we don't have to have that. But now what I want to do now though is because this is a Star Trek discussion, so I've got to ask them just some, good old fashioned Star Trek, random, not random. I'm not gonna be lying, they're not random, but some good old fashioned Star Trek questions. And I'm gonna go with what I would say probably be the simplest one is, what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh, that's an easy answer for me. But in Star Trek Enterprise Season 1, the episode, is it Terra Nova, right? With the Novans, the
Yes.
failed colony.
Yes,
they have those armadillo creatures, the diggers.
Yes, the diggers.
It's all shell,
Yes.
But when they take the woman on board Enterprise and Dr. Phlox is like, oh, you have lung cancer. No worries. I can just, run you through this machine and you're cured. Okay, it's like, I want whatever that is, like that instant cure to cancer. As someone who, I lost my mother to cancer. So that character being like someone's mom in the show, I was like, oh yeah, whatever machine can like cure your mom's cancer, that's the technology I want.
Yep. I'm with you on that. And not necessarily, cancer for 100%, because I also basically lost my mother to ovarian cancer. But also, along with that, while she was, getting sick, she had to go on dialysis. And when I remember the first, it was not a fun night. But anyway, I eventually, to get through everything, I started thinking, where's McCoy? Where's Bones? With I need that pill that he can give her that would grow her a new kidney. That's all I could hear when I had to put her on dialysis. I'm like, doctor gave me a pill and I grew a new kidney. Like was the Voyage Home. Oh man. So yeah, that I would take this about any of the medical stuff for me personally, any of that. And then I still want a transporter for sure. I'd love to be able to get places a little bit faster. Since we both live in this state, it takes a long time to get places in Texas.
Yeah, and also, you know, there's so much stuff that goes on in the East Coast and West Coast, but it's so far away. Either direction is far.
I know. Oh gosh. But yes. And somebody else said, I hadn't even thought about it, but replicators would be nice to have also. And you could actually, and actually it was a good point somebody made when at the first person to tell me replicators, I was a little surprised, but then I thought about the episode. The first episode of Voyager, Caretaker, when they replicate, beam down all that water to the Kazon, and they can just make water out of thin air. That would help so many areas in this planet right now if you just had replicator technology. So, but yes, so those would be nice. That would be a nice thing to have there. So this is always, everybody calls this the loaded question within it really is. But do you have a favorite series?
I mean, I love every Star Trek show. There's something that I like in all of them, but I do like Deep Space Nine most, which I feel is such a common answer these days. But it was my favorite, like, back in the 90s, and people were like, you're a weird kid. You know, everyone knows TNG and TOS are the best shows. Why would you like Deep Space Nine the most? But I did.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know. Did you live in the Austin area? Is that where you grew up, or whatnot?
Yeah, I've never lived outside of a 70-mile radius of where I am now.
And see, that's where I was, because I lived down by Corpus Christi. Mm-hmm. So, the Corpus market, being the Corpus market and the size that it is, we did not get all this series.
Oh, that sucks. I could watch it twice. It came on Saturdays. It came on at 9 p.m. on the Fox out of Austin, and then it would come on again at 10:30 p.m. out on the CBS out of Waco. And where I lived in Rockdale, Texas, I could pick up both those stations. So a lot of times I would watch it from 9 to 10, and if it was like an episode, like I got to see that again, I would just wait 30 minutes and then watch it again.
Oh, you were so lucky. Yeah, no, I literally, if I can remember correctly, TNG was the only series I got to actually watch be broadcast for a while until I was able to get satellite from like Dish Network and stuff and get the waiver to get UPN because Corpus did not have a UPN affiliate. So I was able to do a form just to, basically I had to prove that where I lived didn't have a UPN. So they would give me the New York and LA channels. So then so that's how I got to watch Enterprise. It was because I could get it off satellite. But yeah, I didn't get to watch DS9 until it came out on Netflix.
Wow.
I know. That's what everybody says when I say that.
But
and I'm glad I did.
It's a very bingeable show. It's a very modern, like in terms of how it's paced, it feels like an extremely modern, made for streaming TV show.
It's a great show for streaming. It's just, and I was talking to another member recently about DS9, and I was educated, but in a good way, because I remember first time watching The Emissary, and I'm just like, well, how dare Cisco not respond to Captain Picard when he calls him to the Enterprise, and he basically tells him, "I'll be there when I get there." It's kind of what I'm like, what? No, but yeah, that scene when he just was like nonchalant about going to see Captain Picard. I was just like, that's just rude and that's not right. But somebody explained it to me, and then after I understood it a lot better, I was like, oh, I get it. Would you want to go talk to the person that basically killed your wife?
Right.
And so, yeah, but that was hard. But then after I saw it, I was like, okay, I kind of get why he was kind of an ass to Jean-Luc Picard, But other than that, yeah, so yeah, I'm with you on DS9. It's a great series. My series is going to be Enterprise. I just loved how we got to sit there and watch us become a deep spacefaring, race. And but also you have to deal with the Vulcans and all that. So it was just cool to watch how we got to set everything up, how they were working on setting everything up for what we know of today as the Federation and Starfleet. And they were robbed not getting their 7 seasons. But
it's so sad that show got so great in season 4 when Manny Koto took over the writing. And I feel like if he had been able to do, like the full 7 seasons like TNG, DS9, and Voyager all did, there would have been such a strong like second half to that series. I think it would have been
absolutely agree with you 100%. And they were as Scott Bakula has said on, he said in his interview with the Decon Chamber was that they were the only, if they had been in syndication and not a network show, they would have gotten their 7 seasons, he feels. But because they were part of the network and UPN and it wasn't doing what they wanted, they canceled them. So yeah, they were robbed, and I still say Trip's not dead. I mean, they were on the holodeck. That was just, Enterprise Computer got it wrong.
Riker and his inaccurate historical hologram programs.
Absolutely. That's what I'm going with. That something happened, that they got some corrupted data or something, and it's just not right. But anyway, so I'm gonna let you go. I want to thank you for just taking the time to hop on here with me and let's just honestly just discuss Star Trek together. And instead of it being over chat too, that's even better, and not at the convention where we got to go do this. So, but yeah, thank you so much for joining me today. And I guess honestly, just let us know, anything that you can, don't give too many spoilers about what's coming up on Tex-Trek, then, the schedule. Cause I know it's going to be changing a little bit because we don't have any new shows at the moment. So what's coming up with Tex-Trek?
Sure. Well, depending on whenever this is released, but assuming this is, after January, if people want to go back and check out in January, we would have done a lot of Section 31 stuff. So leading up to the movie, and then of course covering the movie itself. After that, I plan to be doing some more content with my partner Taylor, who has been watching all of Star Trek for the first time. So we had her on the show not that long ago talking about, at that time she had seen the original series, animated series, TNG, and was starting on Voyager and DS9. But now she's seen all of the Berman era, and she's about to finish all of Modern Trek. So it's really fun getting her first time takes, just watching all of this for the first time in 2024. And also someone who's our goal is to finish everything by January 28th. That's when we started the original series. So we will have done it all within a year's span. And it's crazy. She just saw Riker and Data meet each other in the holodeck, whistling Pop Goes the Weasel. She just saw that a few months ago, and now she's finished Picard. It was all it's a very condensed experience for her. So I see so many fandom reactions though through when we went from, you were saying that you grew up like a TNG baby, that was your first exposure to Star Trek. But when we got to TNG, she was like, I love Spock and Kirk and McCoy. I don't know if I'm gonna like these new people. Picard and Data and Troy. These people are. I don't know if I'm still gonna like it. And that was the criticism that was in the fandom in '87. So
she had that same feeling. That's crazy.
Or when we start Star Trek Discovery, like I said, she loves Discovery. She really enjoyed we haven't done season 5 yet. Maybe by the time this has come out, I guess we will have. But when we start Discovery season 1, the first thing she said is "What the hell is going on with these Klingons? Why do they look so odd?" So it's all of the typical fandom experiences I got to witness through her. That was a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to having her back on the show. And she has some pretty saucy takes. She has some, I think it might be controversial opinions on some characters. So
that's going to be interesting to see.
Some surprising I was really surprised by like some of the things that she compliments. And it's like, oh, I've never realized that. Yeah, that is very good, and that's a great point to bring that up. So I don't want to give any of that stuff away though.
Yeah, no, let's not do that.
So, or listen,
definitely.
But that'll be out soon. And then of course, Strange New Worlds. We're going to be covering all of those episodes. And former regular co-host Dave has teased that he would like to come back and at some point in time talk about more Star Trek Enterprise. We were going through some of the legacy shows, kind of season by season. We did all of the animated series because that's the easiest one to do. It's very short, 24 episodes. But we also covered Deep Space Nine, which Dave had never seen until we did that on the show. So he watched all of DS9 for the first time, got to talk about it. I was watching it for the 47th time, so we had two different points of view. And we started doing that with Star Trek Enterprise. He watched Enterprise some when it originally came out, but he stopped watching around like season 2, so a lot of this will be new to him as well, and we might get into that at some point later in the year.
Okay, well, cool. We have a lot. Man, I didn't realize how much we had coming up. Oh man, you're gonna keep us busy watching streaming YouTube. So yeah, everybody, definitely you need to join Tex-Trek. Just do it. Just go to Patreon, become a member. Was it like $5 is the lowest membership? Or is it $2? I can't remember what the lowest membership is.
The lowest one is $2.
Yeah, bump it up. Let's do like $5. Everybody do $5. That's my recommendation. But yeah, it's definitely well worth your time, and definitely watch it on YouTube. So, all right, well, Father, thank you, and I will see you here hopefully in the next few weeks on some live stream.
Well, thanks for having me. Had a great time.
Thank you.
And would love to have more Trek conversations with you in the future.
Yes, we will. I'll talk to you later. Have a good one. Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
I'm your host, Chris Karras, and you're watching The Transporter Room. Today, I have the pleasure to speak with Katie Wicker. She is an actress and producer. Currently, Katie is one of the producers for the YouTube channel, The Decon Chamber. Thanks for taking the time to come on with me today, Katie.
Oh my God, of course. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Well, I thank you. And so how's your morning going so far?
It's been great. I know. Yeah, I'm a little behind you, I guess. Yeah, your afternoon now.
Yeah, it's almost 1:30 for me.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, man. I feel like you're getting a nice early start to your weekend right now. I feel like if you were,
I know. Oh,
yeah,
this is work.
must be. Yeah.
So,
but fun work. Yeah.
True, fun work. It's making me not want to go back to work now. So, well, I do want to just let people know how that. It was so nice to get to meet you in LA back in November 1st officially, when I got to come out and that's how we met. Was I got to come out and attend the Bill Mummy recording for the Decon Chamber, and then again we got to hang out at the Trek to Dallas convention. So it was nice to actually get to meet you in person twice, instead of just virtually, of course, like we are now.
I know. I mean, that's been one of the just beautiful things to think about the Decon Chamber this year and getting it started is, we've made a lot of friends online, and it's one of the beauties of technology and the internet and YouTube and Patreon and all these channels that we can share our show on. But then actually getting to meet people who like the show and who are members of the show in real life, like you, is just, it's a feeling that's just still indescribable. It's beautiful. It really is. And it's one thing I love about Star Trek in general. It's just how it's for decades now been able to bring people together continuously.
Well, and that's my question. One of the things I wanted to ask, honestly, because, you and I've talked before this, and, you're relatively new-ish to the whole Star Trek stuff. in a way.
Yes.
Which just kind of and it made me, which is why when you told me that, I still wanted to get on here because it's actually nice to talk to people who are new and learning about the series. I mean, and just everything about it, because I mean, I started with the Next Generation I got to see it when it came out, but that was really the only one. But I was just curious, was it something that sparked your interest, or what got you into I guess the podcasting world, then really into the Star Trek podcasting world?
Yes. Well, before I ever got into the podcasting world, the Star Trek podcasting world, I got into just the Star Trek world. I work with the company 455 Films, who produces the Decon Chamber, and they have made several documentaries. They actually, that's their focus, is documentaries. So the Decon Chamber is their first non-documentary adventure, essentially, and their first podcast ever. So it's been a big challenge for the company, but very an exciting thing to take on. But back in actually, it really started back in 2020. I started working for a post-production house here in Los Angeles, where I live, and I managed what's called a group of onliners. And I know to break down the post-production process in filmmaking, when something's in post-production, a film, it gets edited, and then uh, essentially, what I like to say, goes through to the end of the machine, which is called the finishing department. And those people put all the little finishing touches. They color the piece, they sound design the piece, they mix it to make sure all the sounds level. And then there's an onliner who is kind of like the puppet who can put all that together. Um,
Wow.
yeah, yeah. And so one of my onliners that I managed, his name is Joe Kornbrot. He is one of my other producers for the Decon Chamber. I owe this man so much of my career. I knew that Joe had worked for this Star Trek company for a while. He kind of talked about it. I wasn't too familiar with it. And then one day, summer of 2021, he came to me and said, "Hey, my company has a shoot this weekend. We're down someone. Are you free?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm available," and helped them out that weekend. I hit it off with the team. They asked me back to help them with another shoot, and it just kind of snowballed into me starting to work with them regularly, and I've been working with them regularly since, and it's just been the best family to be a part of. It really has. And I have to be honest with you, Chris, I knew nothing about Star Trek when I first got brought on to.
Well, and you told me that
Yeah,
when we start talking about this, and I was like, really? But
yeah.
okay.
I do love to act. So I've been able to fool a lot of people into thinking I know more about Star Trek than I do. Although, I do know a lot about Star Trek now. I've worked on numerous documentaries about it. I now work on a podcast about it. I My life is so entrenched in Star Trek now that there's no way I couldn't pick up stuff. I couldn't pick up knowledge about it along the way, and pick up an appreciation for it along the way. I mean, hey, I gotta say, I am a Star Trek Voyager fan now. My favorite character, Neelix. I love him. Uh,
I liked Neelix. I really
yeah,
did.
he's an underrated character. He really is. But big fan of him. I have a couple of his magnets on my fridge at home, like the different food that he made. It's very cute.
Oh my gosh, that's
Yeah.
too funny.
Um,
Oh man. So I
yeah.
didn't know that about so I guess I didn't realize that I didn't, that you actually were working on some of the other documentaries for 455 long before you started this journey with Decon. So were you there when they did the DS9 documentary?
That was right before I joined the team.
Okay,
So
I
I
was just
joined.
wondering.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So I essentially joined when we were doing a documentary about the women of Trek, which we fortunately had to stop for just other reasons. But that was an incredible project. I truly hope it gets picked back up, especially now that Nana Visitor's book is out about the women of Trek. I mean, it was her documentary, and so it just as a woman, like I want to tell this story, and I think it transcends beyond Star Trek. It speaks for just women in every industry, in science, is in the film industry beyond. I think it's a very important message and story to tell. So that was my first project I got involved in with 455. Then I started working with them on the Voyager documentary.
Okay, so you were at the beginning of the Voyager doc then.
Yes, yeah, or like
Okay.
around the beginning. I think they had
Correct.
filmed a handful of interviews before I joined, but
Mhm.
there for a good majority of it.
Okay. Well, see, I didn't know that, and that's good to know. I mean, I'm waiting for the I couldn't go to the premieres. It just
I know,
I
that's
would have
right.
been gone
Yeah.
from like a month almost, because I came out there and
Be living like an Angelino. Just take off for,
Okay. Yeah. I mean, not that I don't have the time at work, but still, yeah, because I that was so the decon, taping was my first time to come to LA. And now I really, let's just be honest, that was a come out, sleep, and leave.
I know, that was not a proper trip. You have to come back out for a proper Los Angeles trip.
I will. And if we get certain guests, you get some certain guests to come on the main channel, we'll be talking. I will fly my butt back out there.
You're my first phone call I make.
Maybe not first, but you better be within the top 10. I'm good. But yeah, I mean, that was I left Texas at 10 o'clock on Halloween, landed in LAX at midnight, your time. So now it's 2 a.m. Went to bed, got up, found the studio, did that, and left. Flew out of there at bright and early at 7 o'clock in the morning on Saturday.
No, I can't believe it. But hey, you got a nice drive through town, right? Going back to your hotel.
Yeah,
Kind
not
of
intended by any.
as nice as a drive as one can have. Driving all
and yes, and it was all by accident because I missed one exit. And as soon as I can tell you this now, for me personally, after the one time driving through LA, Burbank, all of that area, you miss an exit, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Classic LA love story.
Yeah, I mean, I thought missing exits in Houston or Dallas were bad. Nah, that's nothing.
I know, although I don't know, I gotta say, I went home to Houston for the holidays. I'm from Houston, and my God, I did forget that there are certain highways. Like if you're going along a certain stretch of the 10, like maybe out west by Katy, you miss an exit, you're screwed. You're screwed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree,
Yeah.
and oh yeah. So I was going to ask you about the especially on the convention side.
Mhm.
So how many of those have you gone to now? I know you're in Dallas, but which other ones have you made it to?
Oh, it looks like my dog Walter is starting to barely
Hello,
pop on
Walter.
the screen. So if people are wondering what the ghost is, it's starting to pop in.
It's
It's him.
Walter.
It's just Walter.
It's just Walter.
God, how many conventions have? Well, with the Decon Chamber, I've been to 3 conventions because since this is still our first year, we went to Vegas, the granddaddy of conventions, and then I was not able to go with the guys to Nashville, but I went with them to Chicago and Dallas.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
gonna say there was 4, so you just didn't get to go to Nashville then.
Yeah, which
Okay.
I was really excited about that one, but next year.
Next, well, we're not going to talk about those.
Knock on wood, knock on wood, knock on wood. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping so much. Not every time, but I've made more than one suggestion to Mr. Ryan T. Husk when we're on recordings every now and then in the chat. Trek to Austin.
I've been saying that for years. Come on.
Trek to Austin.
I said that this year in Dallas. I do feel like there's a big group of Star Trek fans in Austin.
I told him that too.
Yeah? Wait, I have to make a quick side note because I've been waiting to take a sip of water until I make a comment about this.
Okay.
I wanted to bring out just for this interview my
Uh-oh.
favorite water bottle. Woo!
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, yes. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh my God. Katie, you completely shocked me that the first Zoom we ever met when we were trying to do all the logistics for coming out there. And I was not even thinking. I just grabbed a drink, no big deal on my side. And I wish we'd been recording that, because I would have used that as some B-roll for this interview, because, oh my God, you're like, is that a Whataburger cup? I'm like, yeah. And
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm like a dog and squirrels when it comes to Whataburger. Like I see it, I hear it, I smell it. Shoot, where is it? I need it. Did I ever send you? I told you I have a picture what my shower curtain is.
so, yeah, you've told me, and then there was actually a picture I saw somewhere you had posted or something, and you can see your shower curtain in it.
No way. What
Yeah.
pictures? Oh god, I gotta look through my pictures.
Yeah. I think might have been on
Social
your
media.
website. I don't remember honestly now. But
Probably. No,
yeah, it might have been just a photo of you, but I was like, and I hadn't even noticed. It may have been some during the holidays. I don't know. And I was like, oh,
there it is.
she wasn't lying. Like
I never lie about Whataburger.
she legit has, for all my Whataburger friends, she legitimately has a Whataburger shower curtain.
I do.
So,
do.
in
Always
fact, I'm gonna have to share this video with my good friend Mark, because he's a Whataburger aficionado as well.
Oh
So
yeah, he's as crazy as I am when it comes to Whataburger.
the only reason he could not, when they were back when Whataburger was doing their constant contest for the biggest fan,
Oh, that's right.
he was disqualified because his aunt worked for Whataburger.
Oh no! What?
Yep. If I remember
Mark,
correctly, that
I'm
was the
so
story.
sorry.
He could not do it because his aunt was a Whataburger employee.
Did he make a costume? Did he even get that far?
No, he didn't do it because he knew already. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so someone's going to ask, now that I didn't know you did documentary, so that's kind of helping also now. But so between, I guess, the documentaries and the guests you've had on the Decon Chamber, is there one that stands out the most to you so far?
Ooh, I mean, just beyond like any doc that I've ever been a part of in my filmmaking career, or just stick to Star Trek.
Let's start with the Star Trek, and then you can go to anything else, because you've had
Okay.
y'all have had a nice round of guests come through so far.
We really have. I mean, at least as far as with Star Trek content, I still can't believe our first guest in the Decon Chamber was William Shatner.
Yeah,
What?
that doesn't happen.
I know. And calling out my me growing up not being a Trekkie, my love for William Shatner was huge as a kid, but from Miss Congeniality.
Oh,
Did you ever
that's
see
right.
that movie?
Oh, yes, I
Of course.
did.
American icon, classic.
Yes.
Yeah, but I loved Miss Congeniality, and then I just knew him from other projects that he did. And as I grew up, I started to appreciate him as a theater artist. I mean, my God, his career is extensive beyond belief. It's phenomenal. So the fact that we had him on as our first guest was so cool.
That was cool. And
Yeah.
and now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, and what made the first season even better was you had him as your first guest, and then you had Scott
Yeah,
as
your last.
the last guest for the first season.
Yeah. Yeah, that was such a beautiful bookend to be able to get him. And again, talk about I loved Quantum Leap growing up. And I will say too, it's I'm always trying to please my parents. I'm an only child, and so being able to call my dad and tell him, "Dad, we got Scott Bakula on the show," and my dad's not a Trekkie, but he loves Quantum Leap and he loves Scott Bakula. So to finally hear him get excited over one of our guests was the biggest win. That was huge. So yeah, that was a great bookend of the season.
Oh, that's it. Well, and the man doesn't age. I'm sorry.
I know. He's in his 70s, and I don't know, doesn't look a day over 40. Like, what
Not
is his life?
much.
He's incredible.
I
He's
know
incredible.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to be him when I grow up.
Same here. But yeah, no, and that was something, I was going to say, when it comes to, Trek, and like, you may not have one yet, and maybe you do, I don't know now, but so like, when it comes to the shows, Enterprise, TNG and all that, my probably my preferred show is Enterprise now. It would have been like TNG and those others, but what I loved about Enterprise, and I don't know if so are you having to watch it when y'all are doing those? Yeah, are you having to watch it when y'all are doing those things?
I mean, I watch it just because I want, I want to know what's going on. I want to know what they're talking about. It helps me for just, anything that's.
Okay, good. So I mean, see, what I loved about that series was we actually got to see, humanity's, first steps into interstellar space and
Yeah.
trying to deal with, you know, what's going on out there. And I was talking to another person, first person I interviewed, and she made a very good point that I hadn't thought about originally. But you know, Scott Bakula's character, Captain Archer, really did not go out there feeling he was going to have to be an ambassador. But when it turns out, he was expecting it to kind of be all loving and never getting shot at. But that's not what it turned out to be, though, and it really surprised him, so he had to learn so much, which goes to show anything new that we do here, we're always gonna have to learn,
Exactly.
you know?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, and then how they would always drop little nuggets of canon or future, stuff that we already know, but like the Prime Directive and stuff. And he's like, "Well, I don't have a directive. I'm gonna have to learn how to do that." And so that always really intrigued me about that. And in regards, so I know since you're kind of a newbie within reason, but so of all of the stuff that you've watched so far, is there a series that you prefer? What's your favorite series if you have one yet?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I think I mentioned it earlier, but I'm a sucker for Star Trek Voyager. I mean, I feel like it's the first series that I started, just because I was trying to research on the documentary about it. But I fell in love with the show. I fell in love with the characters. I am obsessed with Captain Janeway. The fact that it's the first female captain, and again, my female empowerment roots. I want to share stories and and help lift up stories about women. And so the fact that she was the first female captain, and on a series and in a franchise, it's always been known for breaking grounds. Anyways, the fact that they did that with that show is just I will always appreciate.
Oh, no, it was great. And
Yeah.
y'all haven't had, and if y'all ever do, but y'all haven't had Garrett on yet, right?
We have
No,
not
not
had Garrett on yet. Yeah.
if
We
y'all
interviewed
ever
him
do,
several times for the documentary.
yeah. I wonder if so I haven't watched I haven't gotten to see the Voyager documentary. I wonder if they talked about it in there and it wouldn't be given away, is that, the love-hate that Voyager got after it premiered originally.
For having a female captain.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it definitely touches on that, because how
Yeah,
can you not? I mean, the fact that the studio was getting bomb threats, there was
okay, good.
people
You've
coming.
heard that's where I was going.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
it's horrible, but a
Yeah.
sad
I didn't
part of the
know.
truth of what happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when I was at SpaceCon in San Antonio, my first convention to go to, um, he's it was basically it was over, so we were all just sitting there. He was just waiting to go we all got to sit there and talk for about an hour, which was so cool. And but he started telling us stories, and he was telling me and some other people about the calls that Paramount got the day after it premiered, and the range that they went from "This is about time," "Why haven't we done this before?" to "Why would you do this? She should be, a woman should be at home." And then all the way to what you were saying, they actually had bomb threats against the studio, and they had to increase security and all that stuff. And when he told me that just blew my mind.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I'm getting chills again just thinking about it. I mean,
Oh,
it's
I
just
know. I did too. I was like, "What?"
I know it's crazy because you think about the world that we live in today, but I mean, it's just all that's all progress that we look at in society. You think, "Oh, could there ever be a time where people didn't live like this?" But there was.
And there
Yeah.
what we still have those problems today.
Exactly.
And
There's still people that think like that.
yeah, and I mean, and that's the thing, like we could ask, how does how we feel that Star Trek address social issues, and it really has. I mean, you think about, the original series back in the 60s, which I'm not gonna lie, it can be hard to watch. We're doing that right now, with the Seventh Rule. We watch, TNG and then like one episode of TOS with Walter. And the most recent one we watched, like, oh my god, we were when we were doing our initial free for all, like a lot of people were like, yeah, it's an episode, it's okay. I'm gonna leave the rest of that for the things left unsaid. I basically said, here's a couple of things. Yeah, it was the woman that played Cat Lady and the original Batman and all this
Oh,
other stuff.
yeah. I think I know what you're
And
talking about. Some of the outfits in that episode.
well, not just for for
A lot of the
us,
episodes. A lot of the
correct,
episodes.
all the episodes, but this one, Dr. McCoy is, the main female character. She's pregnant, and he's trying to examine her or do whatever, and he's he's doing his thing. She slaps him, and then she slaps him again, and then he slaps her back.
Oh no!
Oh yeah.
No!
And he's like, I'm a doctor, and I'm going to do what I need to do. I was like, and so, yeah, anyway, so there was a lot of things that were said later on after in the paywall side of that discussion. But again, it helps us to realize how much we have progressed since that, though. About, because something made a comment about, well, he actually said, within your consent, I'm going to do these things, and stuff like that. So, anyway, so yeah, some of this stuff hasn't aged well, but it has also helped us to get to where we're at today.
Exactly. And I think one thing that I always tell myself, or that I appreciate about Star Trek, is that yes, it hasn't always gotten everything right, but it keeps trying. It keeps trying to get things right. It keeps trying to make things right amongst ourselves, amongst society, amongst how we think and communicate with each other. So I appreciate it. I really do. And I feel like I've been telling people the last number of years, especially in this past year, with how involved I've been with Star Trek and this decon chamber. But I might not be the biggest fan of the Star Trek shows per se, because I don't know them as much, but I am a fan of the Star Trek community and what the Star Trek franchise has created for just society. I think it's a really beautiful thing, and I appreciate that. And I think that goes on. I think that can be appreciated beyond people who know Star Trek.
Well, and speaking of the community, like you were saying, I can only imagine what it was like the first time you went to an actual convention. Let's just say STLV.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was my first convention.
Yeah.
Was
So
the granddaddy of conventions.
So yeah, let's just take a little quick, what in the world was going through your mind, if you can even remember now, when you walked in.
I can remember my first Vegas convention.
When you walked into the all that stuff, and I would have been.
I remember having to stop for a second. I mean, it was like a push of gravity just halted me, and I had to stop and take it all in. I mean, it was insane. The fact that it takes place in this giant, convention center. There's 20,000 people that attend, something crazy like that. I mean, it's people all over the world. I was hearing people speak all different languages. I think some of them were Klingon, some of them weren't even human languages, but the fact that we had, alien and global languages there. I mean, it was just incredible. The people that go all out, that go out in the costumes. I mean, the time and the care that people put into this event is astonishing. I was truly blown away by it, really, and I had the best time. I mean, talk about the community. Like I truly felt embraced by this community, because I felt some imposter syndrome. I wasn't there with the decon chamber. It was before we were born. I was there with just 455 films with our other documentaries we were doing. And I could sense the love that people had for it and the knowledge that people had, and people would come up to me and try to ask me specifics about certain characters or series. And I don't know what I was lying my ass off.
Well, hey,
yeah.
you figured it out though.
Pardon me?
You figured it out, and you've learned to
Exactly. But
get.
I felt like even with not knowing, certain
Mhm.
things, people didn't care. People embraced me. People said, let me teach you. Come with me. Come hang out with us. What are you doing later tonight? Come to Quark's Bar. It was great. I felt like being at summer camp. I truly did. I felt like being a kid at summer camp.
Yes, and so, and I'm at STLV, but even in Dallas, the Trek to Dallas show, we were all just, just a family when hanging out, and it's not like anybody. Well, I was just shocked personally that one of the ladies that was in our, because I went ahead because it was my first creation event, I decided to splurge and did the VIP package. And we're meeting everybody, and one of the VIP members, she flew all the way from Australia.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. And the fact that the amount of people that I met like that at Vegas, and like I just met that one woman in Dallas. I met 25 people like that in Vegas.
Oh yeah. I and then one of our members, her name Jen, who's one of our she flew in from England.
Love you.
Yeah. I mean, she came in from England just to come to this convention. So yeah, so talk about a small world, and that this show that has been out, almost 60 years now has brought together. I mean, I'd have never met her or you or anybody like that. And some of the other members that are on our group are, across the other, but if you ever get to, I don't know if you've ever met, like Dave Gregory and some of these other guys.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, everybody that I have met, they are just so opening, arms wide open, just come on in.
Exactly. Yeah.
And there's no animosity, and it's so cool,
Yeah. I gotta say, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Let's finish your thought, and then I have something to add to that. Yeah.
I think my thought's finished.
Oh, well, okay. I was gonna say, just even more so, just building off the community. What I find even crazier than the conventions are the cruises. Have you done a Star Trek themed
Not
cruise?
yet. No, maybe
It
in
will
26 or
change your
27.
life. You have to do it. You have to. I tell people all the time, even if you're not a Trekkie, you have to go on this cruise. It will change your life. It is so much fun. It is incredible. And just talk about, again, like the fact that people, like with Vegas, people plan their whole years around this vacation, I feel like. And they, like, every night they have a different themed costume party, and people go all out with every costume. People will make, like, on their door, like their bedroom door of the ship, signs with like boxes for people to take little goodies. It's amazing. I mean, just the thought that people put into this week is phenomenal.
So have you been on a cruise?
I've been on 2.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh,
Yeah,
you lucky
thank
dog.
you for 5 films.
Well, and yeah, because I was talking several Seventh Row members, and they're like, just like what you said, cruise. Do it.
The
It's
cruise.
worth every penny.
Yeah, the cruise is where it's at. It really is. It's worth every penny. And the destinations you go to are really cool. The fact that you get to spend a week on a boat with a bunch of Star Trek actors. How cool is that?
Exactly. And so I was actually, that's why I was just talking to Michael Goodwill yesterday. He's Captain Goodwill on Trekkin Up North and all these other channels. And but we were talking about the cruises and whatnot, and TJ Jackson Bay as well. He always does cruises.
Oh yeah,
And
I met him actually. I was on one of the cruises, or my first
oh
cruise.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, I guarantee you, TJ he'll be on the cruise in like next month.
Oh yeah, that man's
in February. He is a cruiser. and I was talking about it with one of them, and I said it's almost like, so I do want to go to STLV just because it's the mecca of all conventions. But what I loved about the smaller ones, like we did Dallas Nashville, Chicago, and all those, is because they're smaller than STLV. You still are intimate with all the different actors that are there, and that's what made like Dallas fun because so the small ones, and when the convention's at a hotel, it's a minor version of a land cruise because a good chance you're going to run into them in the elevator or the hallway. I mean, I ran into, I don't know if I don't think she's technically, I don't know if she's your boss, but I was in the elevator with Alita, just shooting the bull with her for a little bit. We were discussing some things that were going to be going on that evening, and she was, kind of making me feel good. And, but yeah, just shooting the bull, just like another day, no big deal. So that's my only comparison to the cruise would be, but with a cruise, you are literally you are locked in for a
Exactly.
week.
There is nowhere to go.
You ain't
And
going anywhere.
even if you get off that boat at destination, you got to get back on at some point.
Unless you want to fly home on your own.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Or
So
just
I
live out
guess,
the rest of the days in an island.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I'll do it. I just probably won't be until 26, which is okay because I'm pretty sure the instant the rooms come open for STLV 26, I'm going to book regardless.
Oh, really? Do they
Yeah.
do they fill up quick?
I don't know, and I don't want to risk it because with that being the 60th anniversary, it's going to be
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, you should book right away. Better be safe than sorry.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm like, as soon as Rio or even Creation, I think I'm going to buy the tickets. Just buy them now. As soon as it goes, buy it, get it over with. Worst case, the hotel I can cancel if I had to, and if I had to, and the tickets, I know I could transfer to somebody else if I needed to, and get some of my money back. But with it being the 60th anniversary next year,
go. You have
yeah,
to.
I think we'll all
We
be
all
there.
have to go. I want to go. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be there.
Exactly.
One way or the other, you'll be there.
We'll have a project. We'll be working on something.
That's right.
But not
So
work.
I guess I do have one. I've got one little easy question for you real quick is, what piece of Star Trek technology, if it existed today, would you like to have?
Ooh, that's not an easy question. Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I would love to be able to just, beam someone up or just beam myself up, get myself out of a situation. The amount of times I've just felt my skin crawling, thinking, how can I get out of this room right now? How can I get out of this conversation? If I could just go, whoop, and I'm gone, that'd be great.
That would be good. That's usually my first one. I'm like, I want a transporter.
Yeah.
Because I could have just transported myself straight to the studio.
Exactly. I can be Scotty. I can beam
Home.
myself up. Yeah.
That's right. Dang it. Beam yourselves up. And
Exactly.
then, yeah, so that'd be my first one. And then I had not thought about this until I asked this question to somebody else.
Mhm.
And it was the first time they said it. They said replicators. I thought, replicators?
That'd be an interesting piece.
And
to have.
and it's right. And I didn't think about it until they explained why. And then the light bulb went off and it totally made sense. You basically could end world hunger with a replicator or take and put food.
Well, yeah, you can't game over.
I was like, when he said that, I was like, yeah, you could give food, medicines, but if you have transporters, they kind of go hand in hand. So
Yeah, exactly. A transporter and a replicator. That'd be great. Yeah.
I'm gonna let you go, but I thank you so much for
Thank
giving me your
you.
time today to do
Yeah.
this.
Oh my God, no,
And
thank you. I was so excited when you told me you were doing this. I'm so excited for you to get this off the ground. I'm excited to see where it goes from here. I know you put a lot of hard work into it. Yeah, congratulations, Chris, really.
thank you, Katie. And
Yeah.
if you got anything, like I said, I know you don't have anything really coming up right now, but if it's your
Yeah, well, we
current
do have
job,
sequences. Yeah, get ready. Where's my There it is. Get ready. We have more episodes coming soon. The Decon Chamber, or depending on when this episode drops. I hope you're enjoying the episodes that are already out. But yeah, no, we are definitely in the works of just, getting more good episodes this next year, some more fun additions to the show to put out for people, and just more fun ways to keep the audience engaged, keep everyone together, and keep the Decon Chamber alive and well.
All right. Well, I
Yeah.
thank you. Well,
Of
enjoy
course.
the.
Oh, and really quickly, of course, I can't say in case you don't know where to find the Decon Chamber.
Oh yes, I forgot.
Of course, yeah. We are on YouTube. We are on Patreon. We are on all the audio platforms: Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you get your podcasts. And you can find us on social channels. We're on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. We're playing in the young crowd, and YouTube Shorts. So yeah, we hope to see you
Cool.
in one of those spots.
And you might as well just go ahead and add it to your list. Just go ahead and join BlueSky.
I know. We've been talking about it. So
I know.
we'll
It's
probably share
yeah.
before we know it. Yeah.
I know. I was surprised. But a lot of people in this industry have gone over there. But anyway,
We did it. Like people in the entertainment industry, we go where the work goes. So
that's right.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
I will talk to you later, Katie.
Okay,
You have a
sounds
good
good. Talk
afternoon.
to you soon. Thanks, Chris.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
For as little as $5 per month, you can gain early access to the full ad-free versions of all interviews, plus additional exclusive content by joining Patreon.
Hello, I'm your host, Chris Garris, and you're watching The Transporter Room. Today, I have the pleasure to speak with Karnjeet. She is one of my fellow Patreon members from the Search for Trek YouTube channel. Thank you for making the time to come onto the show today.
Hi, Chris. Nice to see you.
You too. So how are you doing today so far?
Doing great so far. Yeah, how about you?
Not too bad. Staying warm. Luckily, we didn't get the snow like a lot of the other parts of the country did down in Texas.
Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, we're
Yeah,
pretty
it is.
in Vancouver, mild temperatures.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. So no snow up there yet?
Nope.
So does Vancouver get a lot of snow usually, or?
I've only been here since the summer of 2023, and since then, last winter, that was our first winter here, we had some snow, some snowfall. Here this time we haven't. This year we haven't, which is wonderful because I personally don't like snow. So it's good
A
for
lot
me.
of people don't like snow, come to
My
find
husband
out.
loves it, so he's missing Ontario. That's where we're from.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I guess he'll just have to go to Ontario if he wants to see snow
Exactly.
or somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I just want to say it has been a pleasure getting to run the Star Trek franchise with you on the Search for Trek. How are you liking that? So
It's fun. It's I haven't actually sat and watched the original series in quite a while, and it's really fun to watch it with other fans because we'll talk about it, but like I've spent most of my life being a Trekkie and being kind of isolated, I guess. So it's fun to have other people to chat about it with and to see people's reactions, and the commentary during the episode is super fun to listen to.
yes, and I'm like you. I had started watching TOS, the original series, long before we did our thing, and I'd get into it, and it was just hard for me to watch by myself.
Oh yeah.
It was just hard because I was raised on The Next Generation. That was my first series, to be honest with you, and so to watch the original series was just I couldn't get past, honestly, the special effects or the lack thereof and the sets and all that. It just made my head hurt. And the acting, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I'm just like,
I
oh
can
my
see it.
god. But I gave it a chance, and I was enjoying it, because I just had to put myself in that mindset that it was, the 1960s when it came out, and if I was, had been alive back then, how cool it would have actually been, and not put 1980s and now 2025, technology on it. So, but well, yeah, so of the because I couldn't tell you honestly off the top of my head, but of the episodes we've watched so far, which ones have you liked the most, or which one have you liked the most?
Since we're just through the first season now, we
Yeah.
haven't even reached my favorite episode, which is later. Um,
Uh-huh.
but Balance of Terror. I think when we all gave it ratings, everyone gave it pretty much like a 10, like really up there, because it's so that episode itself is just so good. It's so like quintessential Star Trek. It's like the introduction of the Romulans, and it's just really exciting, and watching it for all of the suspense and the action. It's really good. Yeah.
It was, and I'm looking forward to, and I can't remember if it's season 1 or season 2, 'cause I'd already watched it once before, is, Space Seed, when
Ah,
we actually meet Khan.
yeah.
Um, I had never watched it, and then, I don't know what I was doing. I finally said, "I'm gonna go find this." I wanted to see. I must have been watching The Wrath of Khan or who knows what, and I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go find it." Got on Paramount, and it was cool. It actually answered stuff to the movie, and made it so much better. Um, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Only problem is I don't know if you were on there the day I did the math on, at the time, how many episodes there were and movies. It'd only take us like 10 years to finish the series at 2 a week.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. We'll see where we go.
Maybe eventually we'll speed it up and add a couple more watches during the week or something, and
Yeah,
make our
that's
way a
gonna
little.
be hard. It's gonna be hard. I've thought about it. It's tough to do it too much more because sometimes I have meetings at night after work, and but you know we'll figure it out one way or the other. Um, so I was gonna ask. So really, what what first drew you to Star Trek?
Okay, so for me, I have an older brother and an older sister. So my sister's 7 years older than me. My brother's like 3.5 years older. So my sister's actually the one who got me into Star Trek, and I was really yeah. So she was really into. I didn't actually know the whole story. I spoke to her this week just to get the whole story. She told me like because she was so into space and astronomy as a kid, she was looking through. Remember when we had the TV guide? Yeah, I have what I brought. This is the special one that I have.
Oh wow,
Yeah, this is back from when, the finale was gonna air, so it was, like, the last one last ride.
that's cool.
Yeah, we kept it for all these years, and, but yeah, back when we had TV guides, my sister was going through it, and she saw something called Star Trek, and she saw something called Lost in Space. She's like, "That sounds so interesting," and they were airing, like, very late at night, like, this was back probably early '90s. And it was airing. I think this is like during the summer when they used to air it like late at night, probably midnight or something like that. But she stayed up and watched it. And then she told us about it the next day, my brother and I, and she's like, "You guys got to stay up and like watch it with me." And so I don't know. I think I always tried to stay up, and I didn't stay up. I didn't make it for a lot of the times, but I do have memories of sitting with my siblings in our basement in our like old childhood home, um, watching the TV, and I have memories of watching Lost in Space, like the early like some of the black and white episodes, TOS. I don't have specific memories of TOS, in storyline, but I remember, like, the aesthetic. I remember the bridge and the crew and the characters. And for Lost in Space, I actually remember some storylines from like that first season that was in black and white, because we used to talk about it all the time. Um, and so there's an episode where, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the show, but that was like a huge draw for me to get into sci-fi.
Yeah.
There's
I have not watched it that much. I mean, I got to meet Will Robinson last year.
Wow. Okay, that's exciting.
Yeah, Bill Mummy.
Yeah.
Bill Mummy at that was my he was the one I got to go see. The episode I went to see record of the decon chamber
Yeah.
was his.
Oh, no, wait. That was such a good interview as well.
It
Really
was great.
Yeah. To hear all his memories about that time, even like Babylon 5, which I haven't watched it, but I want to. I watched it when I was a kid, I think here and there, but I never got into it, which I do want to. But yeah, that was how we got into it. Like my sister was really into space and astronomy, and then we used to stay up late and watch it. But my first real Trek, because I was old enough, I was born a year before TNG premiered, so we got into it a bit later. Like I got into it a bit later, but we watched it during some of the airing, and then we were there for the finale, and it was so exciting. We had a whole party at home, and we celebrated, and even when DS9 started, we were super excited for that as well, and watched it back then. And something about what you mentioned actually makes me think, because for me, watching TOS, I can completely understand about the special effects and not being able to get into it and comparing it to what's there today. But even like those Irwin Allen shows, like Lost in Space, Voyage to the Sea, Time Tunnel, like I was really into those as well. And I watched them as a kid. And so when I watch them now, and because I have a daughter now, like I kind of watch it from a kid's perspective. And first time I watched it and how magical it was, especially that first season of Lost in Space, like the black and white episodes of Lost in Space. And just watching it, it's almost like with a naivete, kind of like not nitpicking on like all of the special effects and stuff like that. It's a different experience watching it from that perspective, which that's why I love watching them still to this day, and it's kind of gives me that nostalgia.
Yeah. Well, and that's like I said, that's what I had to do. I just had to, I don't know if it was Mark or somebody I had talked to. I just finally had to, put all that aside and just look at it for the stories and what they were discussing in the show. And that helped a lot. And it made it watchable. And now we do well not on our channel, but on the Seventh World, we're actually still doing reviews of the original series with Walter Koenig. Yeah, with Walter, and it's interesting, especially when he's there and we can ask questions every now and then about what it was like on the episodes that he was with. Really, you have a really interesting story. I didn't know that. I mean, you really watch it with your family and how y'all, gathered around and, just got into it. And I mean, I did not get to watch DS9 until it came out on Netflix.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I was late getting into DS9. And I liked it a lot. I really liked it.
I mean, watching it as a kid is completely different. Like even TNG, when I rewatch now, there's so obviously so many things as a kid that just went over my head. But
Yep.
watching it now, and especially DS9, because when I watched it as a kid, it was just for like because it was in space, and like some of the storyline I half understood, but now watching it, I think that one is pretty much like my comfort show that I like to have on in the background the most. TNG is the one I grew up on. Obviously, that's the first one we got into. My sister and I talk about it all the time, but we were there, I think, for the end of season 6, or that cliffhanger. I think it was Descent Part 1, where Laura comes out of the shadows and he's with Data, and the sons of Sung have joined together.
I know.
Will destroy the nation. And
I was really worried about that.
I know, all summer long, because we had to wait. We were quoting that line back to each other over and over. It was so exciting because we're like, what's going to happen? And it was that's something that's missing too from that today, like that season finale cliffhanger and then waiting all summer for the premiere.
I know, exactly. And that's how I was with best of both worlds.
Oh,
You know, the last words you hear, if I remember correctly, the last words you hear is Riker saying fire. Dun dun dun.
yeah. That's so
And
good.
great. And I'm sitting there until September.
You know, for some of those episodes, like that one in particular, that's something I have to be in the right mindset to watch. You know, when I'm doing like a rewatch of the series, there's some episodes that I can't just watch. Like I have to go back to when I'm in the right mindset because it's so emotional. And even Family that comes on like right after Best of, that's that's also very emotional because he's dealing with the aftermath and then he goes back to Earth and everything with his family.
That was a phenomenal episode, honestly. It's just, I wish I'd have been on the seventh rule earlier because I came in the like the middle of we just finished season 4. We're starting season 5. I would have loved to have been able to talk about those two episodes with the group, especially Family and also I would say probably the Drumhead is another one that you might need to be ready to watch because it's very powerful as well.
Admiral Sadie.
And
Yeah.
yeah, Admiral Sadie. What is it? Sadie Satay.
Sati, yeah.
Sati, Admiral Sati. Yeah, that was a great one. Yeah, Admiral Sati. And then of course then they followed it up with they actually had that season was really good. They had another back-to-back was Half a Life.
Oh yeah. With one of my other favorite actors from my other favorite show, MASH.
MASH.
Stars, yeah.
Yep.
Amazing.
And it's those types of episodes now as as an adult watching, it makes they mean so much more.
Yeah, there's even that episode with Riker when he meets the race with 3 genders, I think it is, and he falls in love with one of the characters who
yes, I know which one you're talking about.
Race finds out and then they deprogram her in some way and then he comes to save her and tells her he loves her and she says that I don't know, like she's already been changed and she's like, no,
yeah,
I'm fine where I am, and they sure or whatever. It's just
wow. And that also happened in Enterprise and I don't remember the episode's name, but it's when Trip is working on that ship and talks to they have a third gender for doing I think it's progenitor. And he's talking to her and they treat her as just nothing, honestly. And he gets with Flock, says, well, is she or as smart as all the other, and he's like, yes, and all this stuff, and starts giving her books and all this stuff to read. Of course it doesn't go well at all. But yeah, so that's the thing about Star Trek. It has, as we have matured and gotten older and watched these, you don't realize what in the world they were talking about.
Exactly. And that's another, even with the original series, the episode Your Last Battlefield, with the race of aliens that are half black and half white, but opposite. There's 2 races that are like opposite from each other. And it's so interesting because I was I actually did a whole presentation on this. I was living in France for a while. I had a job there, but before I moved there, I went to like a French school for foreign students. Each opportunity in school that I had to use to incorporate Star Trek, I always did. So we had to choose any topic and then talk about it in French. And I was like, okay, I think I want to talk about this episode and I want to talk about its impact. And I wasn't that good in French at the time, but it was amazing how I was so motivated to talk about it that it helped me kind of get into it more. And it's just amazing how on the surface that episode looks ridiculous. Like you see a race with like that's half white, half black. Like it's like their makeup is, but when you really get into the meaning of the episode and what it truly means, and there's that one scene where I forgot which character loci. I think he's talking to Kirk and Spock, and he's saying, well, the other guy, he's black on the left side, and they're like, yeah, so what? He's like, well, I'm black on the right side, and they're like, okay, is that really such a big deal? Like, it's so amazing how they flip it on its head, and it's looking at something as simple as skin color, and it means nothing to us that it's like one side is black, the other side is white. And um yeah, it just shows how something as trivial as that is making people fight each other and basically to their deaths, trying themselves as a race. Yeah, it was so impactful because it's on the surface. You look at this stuff and it's like, you might think, if you're not familiar with Star Trek, it's frivolous or it's ridiculous, or but we really get down to it. I told this story, I think, to after one of our search for Trek run the franchise meetings, about how I went to work one day with my Star Trek magazine, and one of my coworkers saw it, and he started making fun of me like crazy. And he's like, "Oh my God, whose is this? Like, who's Star Trek fan here?" And he's like, "It's so stupid. It's so this. It's so that." And I looked very calmly. I said, "Have you ever watched the show before?" And he looked at me. He said no. And I said, "Well, then I don't think you should go around saying anything like that about it until you've given it a chance and watched it." And I said, "I'm going to challenge you." And I brought him season 1. I think I started him on DS9 because, first season of TNG, it's rough. It's difficult to watch. It's a bit easier. So I gave him season 1, DS9. I said, "Watch this. And if you hate it still, okay, fine. Come tell me how much you hate it. Come tell me how stupid it is. But give it a chance and watch it." And the following week he came back and he's like, "Can I have season 2?"
Oh, awesome.
I converted him into a fan. And he ended up borrowing the rest of DS9. And then he ended up watching TNG, but he had bought them for himself by that point because he was hooked. He was a fan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
That is an awesome story because you basically just you opened his eyes.
Yeah.
And that, yes, do people get in their cosplay and all that stuff? Sure. And I wish I could I saw something on X about that. And then someone said, so what's the difference between, someone else dressing up for this and someone dressing up for, Star Trek? And there's no difference, and it's true. It really isn't, Oh, I think it was like, I think they may have been talking about everybody that dresses up for like the Renaissance Festival stuff, so what's the difference in that and somebody who decides they want to dress up as a Klingon or in their full Starfleet Admiral gear?
Yeah, exactly. And everyone outside of the fandom, I feel like, has this preconception of what Star Trek is. And because it's been so historically like linked to being a nerd or being like a geek, like, because I grew up openly telling people that I'm a fan. Like in my elementary school, was I called a geek? Was I made fun of? Of course, but I owned it. I came to a point where I think it was our grade 7 speech when we had to write our own speeches. I talked about all my favorite sci-fi shows. I talked about Star Trek. I talked about Lost in Space, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Time Tunnel, like all of those shows that really opened my mind, opened my imagination. And then I became known as the Trekkie at school, which I'm totally fine with. I owned it.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. And I think I was like 10 or something when First Contact came out. And
Mhm.
like all of my other classmates, how we used to put up pictures in our locker? So like my friends would have like the Backstreet Boys, which I loved as well. But they'd have like NSYNC. You know what I had? I had a
Picard.
yes, from First Contact. I ripped out a page, I think it was from a magazine. It was like an ad for First Contact where he's in his like sleeveless top and he's holding a gun. And I had that up in my locker. And everyone would walk by and laugh at me. And I was like, I don't care. He's amazing.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to see if I can find that picture.
I actually
so I
want to
can.
look for it. I'll see if I can find it.
If not, I'll be look as well because then I gotta insert that in so we can have that on
Yeah,
here.
or
Oh, that's too fun.
I'll watch the movie and see. I'm not sure if it was a
Screen capture.
publicity shot or if it was taken from the actual film itself, but I'll look for it and see. But
Yeah, that's
I
funny.
had like age 10 or 11 up in my locker.
Oh, fun. Oh, that's so good. Man, you have a great story for what you got into how to got you into this. I mean, awesome. And so I'm just curious then, you know, what is your favorite series so far or even ever, honestly?
I think just because it was my first, I have to say TNG. Um, DS9 is up there though too. I have a special place in my heart for that show. It's just it's so well written. It's like the character development. I love that it's a whole story over the seasons, and it's like a standalone per story per episode. Like it's all connected. Mm. I'm rewatching Enterprise right now. Enterprise is It's been a while since I watched. What I like to do with all of my favorite shows is leave them alone for a while and then come back to fresh eyes. I'm doing that I'm on my Enterprise rewatch right now. And it's just blowing me away, like how good it was and how sad I am that it really didn't make it to those extra scenes.
Hey,
We all feel
hey,
it. Should have,
oh, we do. Oh man, I was talking with the guys, at the conventions and whatnot, and it's just they got robbed out of their fifth. The stuff they had planned for season 5 would have been phenomenal.
Yeah. Even just thinking about the episodes and how T'Pol always had like some kind of knowledge about who they're gonna meet, or like she can give some kind of special insight that we wouldn't typically had. Even there's that episode where she's the only one not affected, uh,
Mhm.
polarity or something, where
Yeah.
everyone's going like getting obsessive about things, but she's the only one not affected. She essentially saves the crew in that episode.
Yes.
Like it's special. Like that's why I love her character too, because it's so special having her character that's so different from them, and it's early on in Star Trek universe that are taking their first steps, and they do have an alien on their bridge and and they're trying to figure out how to navigate this and how to understand each other, and like it's that conflict there is like so rich, so rich. Mm.
And it also helped they had an alien doctor, Phlox.
Yes.
So he knew other species and other medicine, so no. No, I agree. It was a shame how they held back on sharing technology, but it was probably the right thing for them to do. And I always loved that's nothing I liked about Enterprise. They would always leave little nuggets of information about, foreshadowing for
Yeah.
later on when he goes and Archer says, until someone gives me some sort of a directive,
Yeah.
I have to do it myself. It was just so great.
Yeah.
I loved it. And they didn't have they didn't have replicators. Transporters were in their infancy still. They all acted like Dr. McCoy about they'd rather take a shuttlecraft than flying that thing than use that thing. So yeah, that's what I liked about it, because it let us show us humanity's going out into space. So yeah. Anyway, so we know your show. Do you have a favorite? Is there of any of the series, I guess, like any of what's your favorite episode?
Chris, how can you ask the question? That's so
Hey,
hard. I could go
well,
series by series.
or just
I don't know if I have like a whole like a favorite episode.
Let's see here.
Um,
Let's just say favorite episode within your favorite series.
Okay, TNG, there's a lot. Well, this is another thing we did as kids that I don't know if anyone else did. I just want to mention this. So back in the early 90s, whenever it was, we had like a huge stereo system set up with the TV, and my sister figured out a way to record the episode audio onto cassette tape so that we could listen to it. I don't know if anyone else did this, but
Maybe not. I know I did it. I don't know if it was a Star Wars or Star Trek, but absolutely, I do remember doing
yeah,
stuff
so we had episode because back then I mean, it's such a different world to think of. Like to try and explain it to a kid nowadays. Like we couldn't watch our favorite shows whenever we wanted to. We either had to have them recorded on VHS or we had to take the time to sit in front of the TV when it's airing and watch it. And we
And God forbid you had to go to the bathroom in the middle of a serious, a serious moment.
Yeah.
There was
Or if
no
our parents were
pause.
yelling at us to stop watching TV, turn the TV off. It's like,
Yeah.
no, we can't stop now.
There's no pause, and it's going to be in your
Yeah,
DVR.
exactly. So, and we
Like,
can't just always, it's not easy to just press record if you don't have the CR or whatever. So we recorded episodes on cassette so that we could be in our room when we're supposed to be studying and we could listen to episodes. So there's episodes that I could probably quote to you verbatim. Like we listened to Clues is one of my favorite episodes actually. Clues, Imaginary Friend, just because with the kids in it, my sister and I had so much fun. Like we listened to it so much that we could act it out and play, and it was so much fun. Unification, parts 1 and 2. I think we had that because I remember that dialogue very, um, like, in depth, like, I could probably quote it to you as well. But, Deja Q is so good. Like, it's such a good Q episode, and it's so funny. Like, it's so funny. John Delancey is just pure gold in that one. Brothers, I'm gonna keep going. Well, Brothers shows the absolute genius of Brent Spiner. His
oh, he's a
like
phenomenal actor.
that episode, seeing him like 3 roles and it's just him, like it's so good and each unique character he plays so
Yeah.
perfectly, like amazing.
Oh yeah. No, he is one of those special ones, and it's kind of makes me think of oh gosh, like Harry Kim, but Garrett Wang had to play his own character recently on Lower Decks multiple ways because he played multiple Harrys. So that takes a lot of talent to be able to do that and put, a different inflection, a different way you're going to say this or do this, or your tone between, yeah, yeah. So no, Brant did a great job on that between being his father, himself, and his brother.
Yeah, because even with like Dr. Soong, he can get into that character because of all that makeup. But when it comes to lore and Data and how they look pretty much the same, but they're so different, and the inflection and like his mannerisms, and it's amazing. Episode. Another one, which I watched so many times. I could start it again as soon as I finish it. I gotta look up the name of it. It's one of the episodes where they go down onto the planet in the beginning. It's Counselor Troy, Data, O'Brien, and Riker. They all get knocked down and something enters their body, except Riker because he's injured, and they all come back to the ship. And it's so good. It's so suspenseful. And to see Marina Sirtis play a completely different kind of character because like she's already like she's a badass, but in this one she's like such a badass. Like she's she's possessed by this ghost power play. Yes. Okay, that was on the tip of my tongue. But yeah, that's the one. That was another one of my favorites that back when I had it on VHS, I remember it ending and I'm like, oh, I gotta watch it again. So I'd rewind it all the way and watch it again because it was just so good.
Yeah, those were some good. You've named off some really good episodes. Wow. All right. Well, you went far beyond which is awesome, and that's great. So I was curious. So I guess how do you feel Star Trek has influenced your view of the future?
Oh, I think from watching it, it gives anyone, I think any fan, when they think about the future, they think about Star Trek because they think about what kinds of things are going on in the world now and what needs to change in order for us to even reach some kind of ideal future like Star Trek. Because at the same time as we have so much that we're dealing with now, and Star Trek does present this ideal future, but there's still conflict and there's still things that we need to overcome, and there's still wars, and there's still so many things. But at the same time, there's past tense from DS9, watching that, and I think Bashir at the end of that episode, like his ideas and his questions for Cisco about like how did it ever let it get so bad, and we're living it right now. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
how are we letting
Well,
things fall apart and get so bad? And it's
I know.
seeing
Ugh.
how do we even move forward from that? So it's scary thinking about what do we do, but at the same time, it gives us hope because even though it's a fictional universe, it still provides us with idea of what it could be, and how instead of looking at each other, because we're all the same race, if and right now we're people are looking at each other with hatred and just so much conflict. And then we're looking at in the future, there's different like alien species that are working together, like look completely different. um they sound completely different, there's different languages, and like, and yet they still can work together. So it's like it's possible. Like, I know it's a fictional universe, but we can get there. We can It's a nice thing to aspire to, and it's a nice thing to have hold in our hearts, in our
Um, so who is your favorite character?
favorite character I've got to say is Worf, and he's always been my favorite character since I was a kid. Um, and meeting all of these other characters as time has gone by, it's always Worf. Kira comes a close second because she's amazing, and the way her character evolves and progresses, and the way she's strong female role model for me, like my whole life. I met her as a kid, basically in DS9, but for something, I think it was because Worf was just so he was the most different character. He was kind of the one who was um in a way isolated. Like, there are a lot of episodes in TNG where he is conflicted so much because he's Starfleet, but he's also a Klingon.
Yeah. Well, he was the outsider.
Outsider, correct? Yeah.
Yes, he was an outsider. He wasn't an outcast, but he was the outsider. And like you're right. I mean, a perfect episode was Redemption Part 1 and 2. When he has to decide, is he going to stay in Starfleet or go join his brother and Gowron to defeat the Duras sisters?
Right.
And
Sorn and yeah.
he
House of-
chooses the Klingons, and rightfully so. And what was interesting, I'm glad we did this. What was interesting was rewatching that episode recently. Well, I don't know if you've watched it in a while, but it was very interesting to see how uncomfortable he was around his own people.
Yeah.
There was a scene when they're in I guess like the bar, and I think he's with his brother Kerr, and he's like, "Why are we drinking with the enemy?" And he just didn't understand that.
Yeah.
And his brother's like, "Well, today there are, friends or whatever, but tomorrow we may all
They're-
kill them."
Yeah.
And
And that's hard from a Starfleet perspective to even understand something like that.
exactly. And that's
Yeah.
why I think he was conflicted, because he was trying to go, raised by human parents in Starfleet. So he has these these human and Starfleet morals, which usually are opposite of anything Klingon. All things Klingon. So I don't know. But yeah, I never thought about it like that, but you're right. He is actually, he's a good character no matter what. And I always laugh. We always joke when we're doing reviews every now and then. He'll be like, well, I think we should raise the shields or do this or that. And not now, Mr. Worf.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very much aggression that he suggests, and then it's always like, no, just wait.
It
Well,
is. He always
I wanna
starts with
share-
shooting.
I wanted to share something else, that this was something that was from TV Guide.
Uh-huh.
We had to, like, back in the day, back then, fill out like a form in the TV guide, mail it in with a check, and then they send this to you. Apparently, it's very hard to find now, but we kept this, and it has bios on all of the cast, and it's hilarious because this is Michael Dorn's page, and so okay, this is hilarious because he's basically as a kid another funny thing with how I grew up. Like all my classmates, again, like my friends, were into famous people of the day. Whereas one of my first celebrity crushes was Michael Dorn. My very first celebrity crush was David Hedison from Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. Close second was Guy Williams, who was in Lost in Space, but also the original Disney Zorro. And then, of course, Michael Dorn. But I want to read something from here because he says so. This is how his little interview in here ends. It says, "This show is going to be part of our lives for the rest of our lives. It's kind of scary, isn't it? But I promise I am not going to be playing Worf when I am 60. And if I do, please shoot me, but only in the leg."
Oh my God.
Isn't that hilarious?
Oh,
Like, I remembered this.
I'm gonna have to. Oh my God, I've got to find somebody somehow that can get that to him. They've already had
amazing
on Chamber. If they hadn't, I would so let them know.
Yeah.
To ask
and bring this up to him because it's so funny.
Because literally he was 70 doing Picard.
Right.
60s, 70s doing Picard. Oh, that is so funny. Oh my God. That's a great one.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, and you said something about family, in the Star Trek family as the actors as well. That is one thing I liked about the Ready Room, especially with all the new shows, Stranger World, Prodigy, and Lower Decks. When he would have the actual, actors or voice actors on the show, the ones that were new, he would ask them, and also tell them, "You're in the family now. You're part of this family. Get ready."
Get ready for us, fans.
Yeah, get ready. And he says, "But we're all here. He says, "You are family." He says he's made it not Will Riker, aka, Jonathan Frakes. They are all, that's a family member to him. Picard, Patrick Stewart, they're all a family in some way. They may not talk to each other every day, but they are a family, as is all of the other series. They stick together and they will defend each other as much as they can, even if Worf becomes a pacifist.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, so good. So good.
I do have at least one more question. That is, what piece of Star Trek technology would you like to have today? If we could have it.
Transporter. I gotta say it. Transporter.
Finally, somebody agrees with me.
Isn't that a very popular answer?
That's been my answer. But so far the answers have ranged from transporter, replicators, and warp drive. But yeah, no, I would love to have a transporter. When I have to drive to some places, I live in a big state, and you just don't get from point A to point B sometimes really quick. Or to try and get out of the state, like if I drove to New Mexico one time, that was like 12 hours just in Texas. And then 3 hours to get, once I got out of the state, the rest of it was just a quick little hop and jump over. Oh my God. So, yeah, transporters would be mine. And of course, warp drive, so we could get out there and see what the heck's going on out there. Just as long as we don't stir up any trouble.
Yeah, exactly. That's when
That's
we
the main.
Over our shoulder.
Exactly. Yeah. So we definitely we gotta be careful, or we're gonna end up like Independence Day. movie.
Outland, yeah.
Yeah,
We
you
went
know.
to, the funny thing about Independence Day is we found out Brent Spiner was going to have a small part in it. So my sister, brother, and I all went to watch it in theater, and we applauded when he was on screen. He was that mad scientist guy.
Oh, I know. Oh my
And
god.
he's in like quite a small part of the movie.
Oh, yes.
And we were like, yay.
Oh yeah. Well, and that makes me think of, and I just saw this. I don't remember. I didn't know this, or I forgot. Do you watch The Big Bang Theory, or have you
Yes.
watched The Big Bang
Oh
Theory?
yeah.
So the scene, and you may know this, but the scene when Will Wheaton comes in to the theater in his Mr. Spock
Go
outfit.
to see Star Wars when they were watching.
Yeah,
Star
when they were going to see Star Wars, he comes in dressed as Spock. That was not scripted that way.
No way. He just
Nope.
showed up like that.
He did it on his own. Yep, he did that on his own.
Yeah,
And
he
it was,
walked in doing this, right? And everyone
yes,
seeing him.
he does. Yes, he did.
Oh,
And
that's
that was, like you said, I saw that. I read somewhere. He's like, no, that was not part of that was not in the script. He just did it, and it's now forever.
I love
It's-
that it wasn't scripted.
Oh yeah,
I love it.
there's a lot of stuff on the Big Bang Theory that was not scripted that they left in, which what made it so good. And that honestly, we're getting out of time here, but honestly, that series, I really think made being a nerd and a geek and all of these fandoms and all this stuff popular and acceptable.
Yeah, I
It
agree.
really did.
Yeah.
I mean, it did. And so, and we can almost thank them for that, because, they made it the norm instead of being outside of the norm. And so it's cool. All right. Well, I thank you so much for giving me your time today.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest joining us, Sean Farrick. Sean is one of the hosts of the popular YouTube channel, TrekCulture. Thank you for making the time to come on the show today.
It is my absolute pleasure, Chris. Thank you so much for inviting me.
So, how's your day been, honestly? I know it's kind of late for you, but I'm still only 2 o'clock over here.
It's actually, no, it's going well. It's a good day today. I think I would say I am breaking down a certain Star Trek film that is coming out this week, so I'm having fun with that. And yeah,
4 days.
It's been good. Yeah.
4 days.
Also, as of recording, happy Martin Luther King Day.
Correct. It is today, MLK Day. Very
Yes,
good day in
yes.
the United States.
Yes.
And then there's something else happened today, but we won't talk about that.
Enough people will be talking about it. We don't need to.
That's right. That is exactly right. So, one of my questions I have, honestly, is, what was the catalyst that got you into the whole world of podcasting? Because, I mean, obviously, I know you're doing TrekCulture, but I feel like I was talking with, I'm going to use his screen name, Captain Goodwill.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Good old
Sorry,
Mike. That y'all might have done something together, and I cannot remember. I've been a while since I interviewed him.
It's a long and short story, so I'll keep. So the short version is we were all locked in our rooms. It was 2020 and idle hands. So that's the short version. And the long version is only slightly longer. Is that 2020 February? The channel TrekCulture launched. Right, so it launched. So I joined initially as a writer, because that's where my interest was. I said, no, you were looking for writers. And it was, I mean, I make this joke often, but it was a case of I took down the help wanted sign when I sent in my application. And they said, all right, you're cocky, prove it. And so I was just like, because at that stage I was like, I need an outlet for all of this Star Trek knowledge. I've been reading the fact files, and this was kind of before I started reading the online stuff, and I was just, I must channel this somewhere, and I had a ball. And with that, then, so if you like, TrekCulture was the catalyst, but then I started my own side podcast at that one, You're on Crackmate, which I did for a couple of years, and it's still officially on hiatus. I just got busy. And because, as you know, Chris, podcasts, they take some time, and when you're going to do it right, and right can look different to a lot of different people, but, it takes time, and I am lucky enough to say that I had enough work with TrekCulture that was beginning to, become my 9 to 5, so to speak, as if any of us online ever work a 9 to 5. But anyway, and then that was sort of how I got into it. I had this, kind of large amount of Trek knowledge, haven't a clue about like things like driving or how to keep myself alive, or how many days is too many days to go without showering. None of that knowledge. Star Trek I've got. So, all that went in, and yeah, I've been taken away since 2020. So we're now in year 5. Oh God, we're in year 5. We're in year 5, Chris. Oh my God. Coming up on, it's weird calling it a job, but it is coming up on the longest job I've ever had.
Well, and you say it is a job, but it's actually a passion as well. And when you like what you're doing, it's not a job anymore. And I'm getting close to, so I've been at my day job for, this is my 30th year. Yeah.
Well, I have a few more years to go, but okay. So you're winning. You're absolutely winning. I like it.
But I'm also, because of where I work, I am eligible to retire this year.
Okay. And do you have plans to, or what are you thinking? Or
oh yes, it is. I have not given the powers to be my official answer, but it is yes, sometime between 2025 and the end of January of 2026. But so that's why. So I'm like, okay, I need something to do as well after I'm retired, because I'll still only, if I go in January of 26, I'll only be 49 when I get to retire.
That's literally living the dream. Like, being in a position to retire at 49. I mean, that's a dream.
It is a dream, and I'm enjoying it. And so I thought about, after being in the Seventh Rule and other these podcasts that were actually get to interact and be friends with people, I was like, okay, maybe I could do something. Now, would I like? Yes. Do I want to make money? Sure. Will I make money in the next year? No, probably not. But
no, what are you talking about? Being a podcaster is a multi-million dollar.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
yeah.
Yes.
So, but that's what got me into this as well. And watching what you guys do and all the other channels, I was like, and as I was saying before we got started, a lot of these channels focus on the actors, which don't get me wrong. Like I said, that's my ultimate goal at some point, is to at least to bring them in as well. But, nobody really focuses on the fandom in a positive way, because there's a lot of, I don't want to say negative, but still there's a lot, when they're like, oh, those Trekkies, look at them, and then their uniforms and their cosplay and all that stuff. And I think I was on, I don't know if I was reading something, but I saw someone made a comment about, well, nobody gives the people that dress up in, medieval costumes when they go to Renaissance fairs a whole lot of grief. But you decide you want to put your captain's uniform on, you're kind of like, oh, that guy's kind of weird.
Do you know what? I'm sure you've probably seen the two Trekkies documentaries, have you? Part 1 and Part 2.
No.
Oh, well, I mean, okay. Well, so there you go. There's 2 documentaries to watch. They're
Oh,
kind of one
yes.
was yeah.
I think
There was
yes.
one was kind of
Denise is
early,
the one Denise Crosby made.
100%, 100%.
Okay.
Right.
Been a while,
And
but
that,
yes, I do remember that.
so the 2 of them are. I'm quite glad they did a part 2 because part 1 was quite tongue in cheek, but I don't think the tongue in cheek came across as well as intended. I think it was meant to be this loving portrayal with a bit of an insider knowledge. Like, we know we can be a bit over the top. We know that, we'll talk to each other in star dates, and we'll talk to each other in, we did. We greeted each other with "Live long and prosper" here, and we know that, and we would never judge each other for doing that. And I think that's what the intention of the documentary was, and it just didn't really balance it very well. Not the first one. The second one was much more effective in that
Okay.
respect.
I'm gonna have to find the second one. I don't remember that. I know I saw the first one.
For a very short time, I might be wrong, but I think both of them were on one of the streaming platforms. I know the first one was on Netflix, but this is 10 or something years ago now. Physical media, all there to be found. But and it was nice to revisit some of the people in it as well. To be like, kind of after the first one, people looked at us like we were kind of foolish, and that was never the intention. And so, to speak, sorry, to your point as well, like, yes, Trekkies, even however accidentally, from our own tribe, sometimes get the short end of the stick and become the butt of the joke, and we are weird. I will say that right now. I mean, I'm sitting in a wardrobe, talking to you with Star Trek things on the wall and everything, and I have had conversations with my parents where they've gone, "Are you okay?" And I'll be like, "Of course I am. I'm a Trekkie." And that side of things, even as great as overall as great as the internet has been for interaction and community, sometimes that side of it, I think, kind of is it's what we should be highlighting more. I mean, I have a wardrobe, another wardrobe. I have several wardrobes. I do with that what you will. But in one of them, I have so much cosplay, and I've had people come around to my house, and I do kind of have to warn them first. I'd be like, just so you know. And other people now will be like, yeah, well, it's the Star Trek guy shot in it. That's fine. But the first couple times they were just like, I'd like to go around and visit. I'd be like, I just want to give you a fair warning. It's like a museum in here. And they'll walk in. Oh, we're ready for it. But yeah, it's fun, and it's what I love sharing with people.
I would love to see, and I've seen some when you've done some of your videos from home in the past, especially during the pandemic, all of your your models that you have and everything. I haven't done that yet because, for one, I don't want to become model poor, and I don't have a room for it.
Yep, I hear that. I feel like one of the things I feel bad for poor Eagle Moss is that I really thought I was keeping them in business myself. And then I see other people's collections, and I'm like, I thought I had a lot. There are people out there that are just like, I long for your collection and dread your credit card debt. That kind of way. I mean, considering myself, what my credit card debt is like, and I can only imagine. But you're right. No, actually, I do. Yeah, the models particularly, because I've always been a ship guy. I mean, like, hello, I've always been a ship guy.
Yeah, and I saw recently the CloneStar Podcast is doing they've got a mini series they're doing on the different models, which is really cool. It's the 2 mics they're doing.
Yeah, I know. Right, yeah, I was actually up and I saw the 2 mics last week. We were hanging out, and yeah, I'm just like, I have picked up my first couple of fan home models. I'm awaiting my third. I am as happy as a pig in muck again because I'm like, yay, models. Sean, how's that debt going? I said, yay, more models.
Oh my god! So as I was getting ready for this, and I didn't know you had been into Star Trek fan films, and I watched those. I've watched them, and oh my god, those were phenomenal. And as I was watching the credits, I was like, oh, I know that name. I was surprised. Matt Boardman, he's in all the stuff I do, and so that was cool to see that. And yeah, so the first one I watched was the Cerritos, and that was great. But I was doing some more research today, and I was like, oh crap, there's a second one. It's the Packlick Resurgence, and so I watched it. I really liked it. I could not believe what all y'all did for that episode, for that movie, to bring in all those ships. And I'm not gonna lie, as we were going through, and when you said Captain Worf on the Enterprise Z, I was like, are we gonna get the answer to find out what the hell did he do to the Enterprise Z?
Whatever he did, it was not his fault.
I know, and I was hoping to get that answer, but dang it, we didn't. So it's still up in the air. But so how did y'all come about doing those?
Well, I mean, all credit for that goes to Sam Cockings of Power 543, and of course Trek Yards as well. I mean, I remember it's quite early on in my career that I got talking to Sam, because Sam is over in England, so geographically not that far away, and we were talking, and quite quickly along, he reached out and said, would you like to be in one? And I was like, you fooler, you don't want me in your film. And he was just like, get over here. I'm like, oh, okay. And it was very much, it felt like a whirlwind, because it went from a conversation to me standing in his living room relatively quickly. And because like, his the stuff he does with computers, I mean, I struggle with Microsoft Word, and he's he sent me, one of the first things he ever sent me was a high-res version of a Viper Mark II from the reimagined Battlestar Galactica that he had done, and I was like, Sam, this looks like this is from an episode of Battlestar, and he was just like, yeah, I did that at home. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I mean, now you've seen a lot of the stuff that he's building for these things. These are graphics that, are just like, hang on, this is underselling it. This is good stuff here. And then, he'll tell us, I'm just like, don't get me wrong, it takes bloody ages to render this stuff. And, this is, for every second you see, that's a day, or I am not an expert. It takes a while. And so when he was talking to me about, oh, do you want to do this? I was like, well, I know, first of all, I'd love to, and I'm excited, and this is amazing, but also, I know this is going to look good. That's the other side of it as well. I was like, because between Sam and myself, I mean, Sam's collection of costumes are unbelievable. I mean, he's got like screen accurate stuff. He's got a screen accurate Monster Maroon, which is like gold. This is like, if you have one of those, you are up there in the cosplay community, because it's so hard to get one of those. In fact, basically get it tailored. If you're going to get one, is get it made for you. And he has one, and the Fletcher looks amazing in it as well. And in a way, I'm an easy sell. I'm like, I can play dress up. I'm on my way over. And it was just fun. I think as well, like, when one of the things that really drew me to Sam as well is his work ethic. So when the announcement that Prodigy was going to be taken off Paramount Plus, he had a script done and filmed within a couple of days. And then we've then gone and we've had talks. There's Prodigy Reckoning as another series. Part of it has been released already. Because he's a crazy man. He doesn't sleep. He'll get a passion on something and he start doing it. So when I say all credit to him, I really mean that. And I was really, really fortunate to be asked to be a part of it. And I enjoyed it. Hopefully we'll do something again in the future.
Well, I can tell you this. After I watched the 2 videos, and I went through the descriptions, I pulled up the Patreon channel. I'm pretty sure I'm about to click the join button here. I just don't know at what level. Because oh my God, they were phenomenal. I mean, the quality of the ships, and and obviously, I mean, okay, I'm focused on the ships. The acting was good too. Actors were great.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I feel bad. I'm saying, like, all talking about the ships and like, oh yeah, there's the actors over there too. You know,
I'm in it, and I still think the ships are amazing. You know, like, don't worry about that. Like,
yeah. So it was great, and I'm glad I watched those, and I'm looking forward to anything that comes out in 2025. And if people can, I'm gonna say this: if people can help, it's worth it because those are great episodes. So now I don't know how many. I'm curious. How many Trek conventions have you actually been to so far in your life?
oh, in my life, okay, I did 4. So I was at Vegas and Long Island last year. I was at Vegas 2022, and I was at Destination Star Trek London 2021. So that's Star Trek specifically. I've been to a couple of Comic Cons as well, but yeah, Star Trek specifically, that was it. I am about to set sail on the cruise this year, for what I would imagine will be a once in a lifetime thing. And we'll see. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do Long Island this year. We might be able to do Vegas. That's a big might over Vegas.
Well, I can tell you, and you may have met one of my friends, TJ Jackson Bay. I'm not sure. If I showed you a picture of him, you'd probably be like, oh yeah, I know that guy. He is very big and all this stuff. And they are doing everything they can to convince me to go on the cruise. Now, I can't go this year because I take that back. I did see they have some limited availability, but I can't get, I can't get the time off from work also that quick, and also drop like another $3,000 or $4,000. So it's a thing.
It's everything. This is my first cruise, so I am looking forward to it. Every single person who's been on with me, there's a huge amount of returning.
Yes, and that's where I was going. Everybody that I have talked to that has gone on the cruise says once you go, you're going to want to go all the time. They like them better than the actual the land-based conventions. And a lot of it's because you can't get off the ship with all the actors. They're stuck. They got to put up with us.
Those poor people. I mean, thanks very much for joining us. Yeah, now you will answer our questions. Yeah, always be respectful of people. But that's
absolutely
kind of the joke, isn't it? Though.
Yes, absolutely.
And this here is a very different vibe. Things are a bit more chill because when it's a land-based convention, a lot of people are only there for one day at a time. It's like you said as well. Like, you can't get off the boat. / you sign up for 7 days or 6 days or 7 days. So you pace yourself a little bit more. Because there's excursions and there's things to do the whole time. I think I'm saying this now. I mean, I might come back off the back of it. It was the most exhausting 6 days of my life. I just spent the whole thing running from one end of the ship to the other. I've lost about 3 kilos in weight. I don't think that's going to happen, but still.
Well, and so last year, 2024, was the first time I actually got to go to any of the conventions of any type. I went to SpaceCon, which is it's not Star Trek only. It was actually really cool. It was in San Antonio, Texas, and it was Star Trek, Star Wars, Battlestar, and Stargate.
That sounds amazing. Are you kidding me? That sounds amazing. I mean, I am a massive Stargate fan, a massive Battlestar fan. Like everyone of my generation, I am a Star Wars fan as well. And I've seen 1 or 2 episodes of Star Trek.
Same here, only a handful. Yeah. So it was the first time they did the SpaceCon in 2024, and I went to it because luckily San Antonio was only about 3 hours from me, so I was able to go up there, stay with family, and now I mainly focused on the Star Trek side of the stuff.
I think maybe it's SpaceCon. I have seen some where it's a bit like. Now, I will preface this by saying, for me personally, I've never been an autograph person. So, but whereas I am the ship person, I do drop silly money sometimes on some of the ships, and that I will say silly money. So I have not been an autograph person, whereas I know that might be someone. That's why I'm going. I'm going for autographs. That's my thing. And I do struggle with some of the prices. I do believe people should be paid their worth. I've no issue with that. But yeah, some of them I just be like, right, well, I would have no interest in paying that myself. But that's just for me. That's just for me.
And I agree with you 100%. And so I went ahead, and since I was really there for the Star Trek stuff, that's what I focused on. And again, being my first time, I was going back and forth between autographs, photo ops, autographs, photo ops. Go in debt to get all of it, or just pick one. So I just did photographs. And I'm gonna show you. I can show what SpaceCon looks like real quick, just so you get a idea, since you had not got to see it. So that was it right there. This was the 2024. So you had, James Brolin was there, Rosario Dawson, LeVar, all of them.
Oh, that is cool.
And then was it about 4 weeks later, I went to Creations Trek to Dallas. I keep on getting, my friends keep on saying, you're going to STLV this year? I'm like, I can't. That's why I'm not worried about 25. But I've talking to another friend, her and I, she's going to fly back over from England. She came over to Dallas this year, and we've already kind of said we are going to do 26, since that's also the 60th anniversary. So I suspect if you don't come this year, I think you, Ellie, Mike, and Show all need to hop on an airplane in 2026 and get your butts to Vegas.
That would be, I mean, that is literally, that's the hope. You know what I mean? So, because you say 60 years. How many franchises get to 60 years? Obviously, Doctor Who did first, but it's not a competition. But yeah, like, incredible.
I just interviewed the Angry Astronaut, which is another podcast. He does the spacefight stuff, and also we were talking about the that series, For All Mankind, and it's just one of those series that, if you're somebody that's either a Star Trek fan or doesn't even have to be Star Trek, science period, it drives you up the wall to think that if we had not stopped and just kept on going back after the Apollo, where would we be there, or really close to that?
Like, sometimes I think, and I have sympathy for, say, people who are not sci-fi fans, right? And say, we'll make a statement like that, and they'll be there going, yeah, right, yeah, okay, flying cars, Mars, whatever. No, like, that's not what my current day-to-day is, because they have legitimate concerns and worries which are nothing to do with sci-fi. As sci-fi fans, we see what could have been, and we see what we could be if we managed to get past a lot of the nonsense that's that's out there. And one of the things about Star Trek is, I mean, you know this as well. One of the reasons I think it's survived as long as it has is that it shows us a future where we did get past it, and where we did go, why are we doing this? Why is there divisions over X, Y, and Z when we could be working together? Why? I mean, even in this, I mean, okay, I know this is a well-worn point, but in the 60s, you had, Starfleet, which was very much a stand-in for the United States, and you had a Russian navigator. And that's the height of the Cold War. Like, and it's cliche at this stage to say, oh, Star Trek shows a brighter future. I'm like, yeah, but don't brush that off. It does show a brighter future. And it does say that, it has hope for the future, which is what, shows like For All Mankind. All right, yes, I know it's an Elseworlds thing. That much I do know, but I know it's an Elseworlds thing where there is a turn on a dime. But, there are things that we could, if, there but for the grace of a small change, history could be very different. We could be a lot further on than we actually are. And I think we will get there. I would love it to be in our lifetimes, but maybe in the next life we will.
And
I think historically, the US has led an awful lot, certainly of Western culture. It has led the way a lot, which has obviously led to a lot of frustration as well. And I think it's bigger than it's all your fault. It's bigger than that. I mean, as long as, to sound like I'm on my soapbox for a second, as long as we live in a Ferengi-based society that it's all about profit and it's all about, you know, commerce and everything. As long as we live in that, these are things that we will run up against. You know, we will talk about what is funding. Everything is getting more expensive since we started this phone call. Things have gotten more expensive. You know, that is the world that we live in. It's frustrating and we want to hide from it. That's why we watch Star Trek all the time. But the reality of that is that things which are seen, I guess, as, I mean, I don't think it's discretionary or anything like that, but things that are not about funding the next thing, you know, whatever that thing is, whether it's the new iPhone or whether it's the new Neuralink or something like that. If it's not about funding that directly, we won't do it. And I think there's more examples, you know, across various sectors. And it is a massive shame, you know, like we could be out there. We could be, you know, maybe colonies on the moon, probably still a bit in the future, even if we had kept going from the 60s. Maybe not that far off.
No, not really. So, no, it wouldn't have been. And that leads us to, all the technologies that we've had. But before I get into technologies, I have to ask you possibly the hardest question.
Okay.
And you may have an answer. And this could cause controversy. Which Star Trek series is your favorite?
I have a very easy answer to this one.
Okay.
It is Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
All right.
And now the reason it's easy is
because, and why?
I mean, that show kicked me in the face out the gate. So I was way too young when I watched DS9 for the first time. So I obviously didn't get a lot of the themes. You know, I was only that big when it occurred. I do remember Emissary though. Like I remember watching Emissary on first watch. Not well, but so that came out in 93. I was born in, so you know I was a certain age, and I remember right the way through. So it was my first Star Trek that I watched start to finish. So because Encounter at Farpoint aired the year before I was born, so yeah, so I think that is a part of it. But also, even then, I liked that it was Star Trek, and we had our ships, and but they weren't all friends. They might be friends by the end of the episode, but they did bump heads. And I thought, you know, as much as I could understand this as a child, I was like, well, that's real. You know, people do argue, and they make up again. You know, that's what I do with my friends. And that bit, you know, obviously, look, the bigger things I didn't get. I definitely understood the fact that, you know, to bring the Romulans into the war, we had to assassinate a Romulan senator. And that's just call fair in Love and War, which I understood as a 9-year-old. But, like you know, so there were things I on rewatch because there was a big gap. Because obviously, remember, you know, we remember an age where if you didn't watch it on first airing, you didn't see it.
Correct. And that's how it was for me. I was already born. I was 11 when TNG came out. So that's the only one that, unfortunately, because of where I live, that was the only one I got to watch actually when it was aired. And it's just because of the market where I'm at, we didn't get all this. Our networks didn't carry everything. So then I want to say my next series I really got to watch full time was Voyager and Enterprise. I really got to see Enterprise, and that's one of the reasons why. I mean, don't get me wrong, I liked TNG. I like it a lot, but Enterprise for me is like one of my favorite series, and it's because we got to see how humanity actually take its first steps into deep space and make ourselves part of the club, even though we really weren't ready. And the Vulcans knew that. And that's why they were holding us back and not giving us their technology or helping us with technology. And I know there was a lot of resentment from Archer and all that. But as the series progressed, he realized that they were actually probably right to do what they did. Because when he went out there, he was thinking, oh, everybody would be they were going to be like the Vulcans, friendly, and he wouldn't get shot at. But hell, Broken Bow, first episode, they got there with not all their weapons. Sounds like somebody forgot to install it on Tuesday, and and they're getting shot at, and they're not ready for this. He wasn't prepared to have to be a diplomat, and and not have the rule book. And that's what I loved about it, is because he's actually having to make up all the rules that you and I now take for granted. And it just clicks. And I just love that line. Until someone gives me a directive, I guess I'll have to figure it out myself, basically. And I was like, yes, exactly, the prime directive. And so
something that Enterprise did very, very well was that little wink to the camera without it necessarily feeling like
a wink.
Pause, look at the camera, and then go back to the episode. I think they did it very, very well.
Oh, they did it great. I felt the only episode I was a little questioned about was regeneration. And I love it. I love the episode. It was probably one of my favorite ones, but when it comes to the action, but my brain is sitting thinking, would it really take them that long to adapt to 22nd century technology? And I'm going to tell you what someone told me, and I understand, and I understood their answer, because they said, well, the one thing about these Borg, they didn't have the collective to analyze it as fast. And I'm like, okay, I understand that. But this is my nerd in me. I literally counted how many phaser shots they got off when Archer and Reed boarded that ship. I'm like, that's like 12 shots. Worf couldn't get 12 shots off.
I wonder sometimes, and I by no means is this a definitive thing, I wonder, is it because the weaponry was that bit less advanced? Like, obviously, the Tommy gun scene in First Contact springs to mind, but, which I believe, given them a few more shots, their personal shields would then adapt to bullets. Because otherwise, just use bullets the whole time. Just, walk on with what they did with a grenade. But is it the fact that it's a cruder type of phase pistol that it takes?
And that was another one. And that was another topic that someone also mentions, that because the technology was so old, they couldn't adapt to it either, because it was beneath them, which would make sense, because again, they're used to 24th century weapons, not 22nd century particle weapons that are like, just barely above a laser,
I'm gonna kick myself now, but I'm thinking of something. It's not Borg, but it's related. That a race had evolved to the point where they couldn't. I know there's an example in Stargate easily, because the Asgard is an example of this, but I think there might be a Trek one as well, where they had evolved so far they couldn't figure out something as simple as, whether, I'm going to making it up here, like a warp core breach. They couldn't figure it out. It was like, well, why wouldn't you just blah, 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 blah? It's like, because that technology doesn't exist. But of course it does. Something like that. I know the Asgard, it was like, we have now, evolved ourselves to a certain thing where we can't reproduce anymore. I love, there was, again, not to go on about Stargate too much, but kind of like, we need you guys to think of a stupid idea. And I would love Carter's just like, you need us because we're dumber than you. Exactly, Colonel Carter. Okay. And I love it. And I wonder, was there a bit of like, thinking of that in regeneration as well? It's like, well, these humans, they're basically throwing sharp sticks at these Borg, so the Borg are like, I'm expecting a phaser. What the hell is this bow and arrow thing?
Exactly. So that's my one thing. That's my one episode. I'm like, oh, I don't know, but I just love how Archer goes, or was it him or T'Pol says it was going to the Delta Quadrant, and so it'd be 200 years, so it'd be the 24. So it'd be basically, it's their problem. It's Picard's problem. So
I'm sure they'll be fine. This won't come back on anyone. Hard cut to Liam Shaw sitting in the holodeck going, yeah, the only Borg so evil I gave him a name. I was like, yeah, it's fine. We won't worry about that. That's in the future.
I know, that's so good. So I'm gonna get probably like 2 more questions, and we'll have to. I know we'll get this over with for you, but I'm gonna go with what was so if we had technology, what would be your one piece of Star Trek technology you wish we could have today?
It always comes down to, for me, it's between the transporter and the replicator.
Yep.
The replicator we're closer to with 3D printing, whereas the transporter, I do believe that is the realm of magic. At this stage, we're still like, because we can't. I think there was, we're cloning is probably closer than transporting. So I mean, like, obviously warp would be a great thing, but for the planet the way it currently is, like, let's say we had the Next Generation transporter. I was going to say the original series, but there was a fair few transporter accidents. We're going to leave that one to the side for the second. So let's say we had the Next Generation transporter. I am very sorry to everyone who works in the aviation industry. It's nothing personal, but you make everything so much closer. I think there's a lot of distance between humanity still. If we could erase that, I think that would, we could have an awful lot more understanding of each other. Whereas the replicator, you erase hunger overnight.
Yeah. Well, and that's what someone said. My answer's always been transporter for that exact reason. I could get from point A to point B like that. But then someone else mentioned the replicator, and it didn't dawn on me at first until just like you said, the fact literally world hunger gone.
Source.
It's gone. And so, and it made sense when I realized, well, wait a second, they did that in Caretaker at the very beginning with the Kazon when Janeway beamed down all that water, and that's when
perfect as well. I mean, like you could revolutionize healthcare because
absolutely.
I mean, obviously healthcare has been in the news a lot recently. But I was watching a content creator speak about how overnight her insurance decided, no, we don't cover your epilepsy pills anymore. They're now going to cost you X amount every month. And like, imagine if there was, now I realize it's very kumbaya and utopia here, but imagine if there was not a cost for that kind of healthcare, what would the world look like?
Oh, agreed, 100%. And I can say from a personal experience, my mother got ill a couple of years back in 2021 and had to go on kidney dialysis, and she eventually passed away. But I was like, when she had to go on dialysis, I was like, in my head, I could not get the scene from Star Trek 4 out of my head when McCoy gives that lady and she's like, doctor gave me a pill and I grew a new kidney. And that is like, I'm not going to lie. I was like, at that point in my life, I was like, God, I wish we had that technology, because he would have given her a pill and fixed her kidneys.
Or even, I mean, like, because we're talking about this technology existing as it does in Star Trek, replicate a kidney.
That too.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
all the above.
Kind of, and I mean, just this idea. I wonder, what would humanity look like if basic stress like resource scarcity didn't exist? Would we then have the capacity for more imagination, which I think that is only positive. Obviously, there are some who would take it in a very negative direction, as there is in anything. But if we didn't have to worry about where was our next meal coming, and our minds were a bit freer, what would that world look like? Not to, but like where it wouldn't matter if you had X amount of dollars or euros or pounds or anything like that. If it was, dare I say it, if everyone was equal. Revolutionary idea. I know. I'm sorry. Yeah. What would that world look like? I perhaps naively believe it would be a far more positive place to live for everyone. And I genuinely mean for everyone. I think the people who currently are at the top, it's not going to hurt them.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Like, if resource scarcity wasn't a thing,
Well, and it's true, because we wouldn't be worried. I think you're right when you say that about the stress. When you don't have to worry about your next meal, where you're going to get your clothing from, how am I going to pay that doctor bill? And that's a very valid point right there. But so yeah, anyway, so I feel like, Star Trek overall it lets us see what we can have and what we could eventually become. And even though, it started in the 60s and some of those episodes have not aged well, but it lets us at least see, and they have continued even after Gene, what we could get to and hope that we get to.
I think as well, again, it's to belabor one, it does show a more hopeful future. Some of the more recent shows are being made in a time where we are more aware of the opinions and successes and suffering of our fellow humans. in a way where we were not as aware to the minute that we were in the 60s and indeed the 80s and the 90s. And so, some of the criticisms about, say, the darkness of some of the more recent shows, I both understand that criticism entirely because I was raised on 90s Trek. But I do think it is a bit more true to, humans do fight. We do bump heads and we do have bad days and we wake up on the wrong side of the bed and we have bad breath and we fart and we take the last slice of pie. But I do genuinely believe, whatever we'll take and however long it takes to get there, that we will end up working together. You and I know we can work in the same job. Doesn't mean we always like the person sitting next to us, but we're working towards the same end. And I think that's where a lot of the more modern version of Star Trek has gone. We're showing that side of it. And, we kind of like the fact that, everyone holds hands and we're all the best of friends and there's no interpersonal conflict. And I do like that. I feel this is a bit more realistic, but we're all still working toward a positive end.
Yeah, and to say that, and I want to lay this, probably the best Star Trek series out there is the Orville.
Hell yes.
Because there's a lot of times I feel like Captain Picard could have said this. If he could have said what they said on the Orville, he'd have been a much happier person.
Like 100%. As far as I'm concerned, it might not have Star Trek over the title. It's a Star Trek series.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, I'm going to let you, we've run out of time. And so I thank you so much for spending this time with me today.
Genuine pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, well, everybody, I hope y'all have a good night and I will see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.